This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents The Reign of Kings, Book 3 of Underestimated, written by Candice Wright, performed by Lucy Rivers and Jason Clark. Prologue. Rain. My mother named me Rain, convinced that one day I would rule the world. With 5 older brothers twisted around my little finger before I even took my first steps, she predicted I would have the power to bring kings to their knees. If only she knew how right she had been. Standing here now, staring down into the eyes of the men I love, the mighty kings of carnage, as they're pinned to the floor by a swarm of cops, is likely not what she had in mind. They watch on helplessly, struggling to pull free as handcuffs are snapped tightly around my wrists. Their anger is palpable. At me, maybe. At the situation, for sure. It doesn't matter. It changes nothing. Rain Foster, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of a police officer. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand the rights I have read to you? I nod my head on autopilot, but my eyes stay fixed on my guys. Being charged with the attempted murder of a police officer is not something you just walk away from. But perhaps I should start at the beginning, back before I became a wanted felon and carnage royalty. Chapter 1. Rain. You know, when your mother and I found out we were having a daughter, we thought we would finally be getting a child that would be sweet and kind, balancing out her brother's rough edges. My father says, from the driver's seat of the squad car. You don't get to blame me for your parenting skills, old man. If you wanted soft and sweet, you should have taken me for dance classes instead of the shooting range. I give him a pointed look. Yes, this is, of course, my fault, he answers sarcastically. I sigh. It's okay, Dad. I won't hold it against you. We sit quietly for a moment, me slurping the milkshake I made him swing through the drive-thru for, while my dad is likely thinking of ways to marry me off so I'm someone else's problem. So, what happened? He eventually asks as we pull up outside the precinct. Well, Papa dearest, it seems that not all men understand that no means no, so I kindly offered up a reminder. I explain, climbing from the car when it comes to a stop. You almost ripped a man's balls off, Rain. He reminds me with a sigh as he climbs out and slams his door. You should have called me. How many times have I told you violence is not the answer? Those words do sound vaguely familiar. I'll be sure to call you next time I find myself pinned over the hood of a car while someone grinds his dick into me. I snap, frustrated. He did what? My father's voice grits out. Oops, I really didn't mean to blurt that out like that. It's fine. I think I popped one of the tiny Tic Tacs he had masquerading as balls, so he'll think next time he tries to corner someone. Oh, he'll think all right. When I finish the job, rip off his dick and feed it to the dog. My dad mumbles under his breath. Tisk, tisk, Daddy-o. Violence is not the answer. I tell him with a sweet smile as he holds the door to the police station open for me. One day, Raindrop, your mouth is going to get you into the kind of trouble I can't get you out of. He warns me with a shake of his head. You have been saying that for as long as I can remember, and yet I've made it to 24 relatively unscathed. I muse aloud, choosing wisely not to mention any of the close shaves my brothers have had to bail me out of over the years. Not going to lie, having a family full of cops has its benefits, but it has its drawbacks too. Do you have any idea how hard it is to date when my siblings all stand over 6 feet and carry guns? He grunts, maneuvering me around the reception desk where Jan, a buxom blonde secretary with huge boobs that are remarkably perky for her age, sits filing her nails, not even sparing us a glance. You're the reason I have gray hair. Don't even try to deny it. he grumbles. I roll my eyes and follow him down the corridor that leads to the bullpen where most of the other officers work. Darlington is a small town near Los Angeles, so it only warrants a small police station. This means that the 15 desks in the center house the bulk of our local PD. 4 offices, 2 on either side of the pen, are home to the 4 detectives on staff, one of them being my dad and another being one of my brothers, Travis. Owen, the brother who, at 26, is closest to me in age, is a beat cop who occupies one of the desks in the pen. He's looking to take one of the other detective spots when Norris retires at the end of the month. Caden and Alex are both cops, too, but they went the military route. They are currently serving as MPs down in Florida. That just leaves Tate, my oldest brother, who is also a cop. Tate lives in LA and works a different precinct. He started as an MP, like Caden and Alex, which means for 6 years I didn't see much of him, until he returned to LA and joined the LAPD SWAT team. He's the idiot who runs into the buildings with the gunman firing shots when most are running out. Rain, are you even listening to me? My dad's exasperated voice snaps me out of my musings. You were telling me how I'm your favorite daughter. You are my only daughter, and I thank God for that every day, he says, looking upward in mock gratitude. You should. It's hard to improve on perfection, I point out, as we walk into the busy bullpen. Most of the officers ignore us as we pass, but not Owen, who sticks his foot out in an attempt to trip me. Real mature asshole, I mutter, messing up his hair in retaliation. Get off of me, woman. What did you do this time? He questions, knowing Dad only brings me to the station when he wants to give me the lecture about being more responsible. One of my Johns got a little handsy, so I shanked him, I tell him with a straight face, sitting in the chair beside his desk and snagging one of his chocolate donuts. Hey! He huffs, trying to snatch it back, but I run my tongue all over it, making him scowl in annoyance. I'm just doing my part to stop you from looking like a cliché, I retort, before taking a big bite and moaning, inevitably snagging the attention of the captain, who is walking our way. I get along with most of the people who work here. It's hard not to when I've been coming here since I was a toddler. But Garrett James, the precinct's new captain, is not one of those people. He started here a year ago, bringing 5 officers with him in a citywide police shakeup. He was once the all-American boy-turned-man that most mothers begged their daughters to bring home. Even now, in his late 40s, early 50s, he is handsome in a jock kind of way, with wavy light brown hair threaded with silver at the temples, dark, almost black eyes, and the build of a linebacker. Rumor has it he moved up the ranks rapidly, probably because he holds the record for the most arrest to conviction cases in the district. But none of that changes the fact that there is something about him that rubs me the wrong way. Being in his presence always makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand on end. Rain, always a pleasure. He greets me formally. I nod in response and swallow the mouthful of food, which suddenly tastes like cement. Captain, I have a case file on my desk I want to go over with you. Something about it isn't adding up. I could use a fresh set of eyes. My dad addresses Garrett, who agrees with a nod. Collect what you have and bring it to my office in 20, he answers. My dad presses a kiss to my forehead. I'll yell at you at dinner instead, he whispers, making me laugh. Love you, I shout before he disappears inside his office and closes the door behind him. Well, I have to get going as well. Johnson is waiting for me, and you know how pissy he gets when I keep him waiting. I'll see you at dinner tonight. Try not to get arrested. Owen warns me with a sigh, snatching up the other donut before I can. Captain, he says with a respectful nod before leaving. Well, that's my cue to leave. I give the captain a tight smile before I stand and brush the crumbs from my shirt. You don't need to rush off on my account. Perhaps you'd like a coffee, he inquires. I'd rather poke sticks in my eyes, but I refrain from telling him that. Oh, that's okay. You have things to do with my dad, and I'm off to do some job hunting, I explain, which is the truth, since I got fired this morning after the little incident with Mr. Hansy. I thought you worked over at Gary's auto shop, he asks with a tilt of his head. See, that's precisely what I'm talking about. I never told him where I worked, and I doubt it's something that ever came up in conversation with my dad or brothers. Yeah, well, it's time for a change. I'll see you around. I attempt to move away, but he blocks my path. Let me walk you out, he offers. Before I can refuse, his hand is pressing against the small of my back, and he's herding me toward the exit. I don't say anything as he escorts me out, biting my tongue so I can get away from him faster. He holds the door to the precinct open for me to pass through, but he doesn't move aside, making me have to turn sideways to avoid rubbing against him. Just when I think I'm home free, he wraps one of his large hands around my bicep and halts my movements. I'd like to take you out to dinner, he announces. Something in his tone making it sound like I should be thrilled he asked me. Sorry, I don't date, I answer, attempting to pull free, but he just tightens his grip. Make an exception, he commands. No, sorry, I'm just focusing on me right now, I reply, trying to keep my cool. What you need is someone to spoil you, to make you feel like a princess. I can do that. I cut him off with a shake of my head. Sorry, Garrett. I'm not interested. I'll change your mind. I think we would be explosive together, he tells me in a husky voice, raking his eyes over my chest. And now I need a shower. I'm sure you'll find someone older, blind, desperate, willing, I think, trying to come up with something less offensive. I've got nothing. Pulling me closer, he places his lips against the shell of my ear, making me shiver in disgust. I don't want someone else. I want you. Look, I start losing my patience. But the sound of my name being called has him letting me go and shoving his way back through the large wooden door, leaving me alone on the top step. Hey, Raindrop, I thought that was you. What are you doing here? And what did you do to piss off the captain? Travis asks, stepping up beside me with a coffee in his hand. I open my mouth to tell him his boss is a sleazeball, but decide to drop it. I don't want Travis to get into trouble. I'll just stay away from the station for a while, and he'll soon lose interest. Well, it all started with a pair of tiny Tic Tacs.
Chapter 2. Bates. Head down, ass up, just the way I like them, I muse with a smirk as I pull my cock free, rip off the condom, and spurt my cum all over her back. Clean up and get out, I order. The woman on her hands and knees looks at me over her shoulder with a frown on her heavily made-up face, but she's smart enough not to say anything as I climb from the bed and walk naked to the attached bathroom. I catch sight of her in the mirror before I close the door as she crawls from the bed. She might have fake red hair and fake-ass tits, but wearing my cum, she walks out of this room a winner. Does that make me sound like an asshole? Probably, but there are a dozen club girls downstairs that would pull her pretty little extensions out of her head to take her place. She should be honored. I chose her. Lexi. Sexy Lexi gets to brag to her friends about how she got dicked by one of the elusive Kings of Carnage presidents, and, around these parts, that's a claim to fame. Lexi's relatively new around here, and quickly becoming a favorite for the guys among club girls, because she's game for anything. And fuck me, she has an ass that I could rest a bottle of beer on, and a mouth that could put a vacuum cleaner to shame. I wait until I hear her leave before I make quick work of the shower, knowing I don't have long before church starts. Not that this would be the first time I would have turned up smelling of pussy, but in this heat, in a room filled with 50 bikers, that smell amplified by each of us quickly turns rancid. I wash up and dry off, donning my standard outfit of black jeans, white t-shirt, and my leather cut on top of it. The cut that shows the world that I'm one of the Kings of Carnage presidents. See, Carnage does things a little differently than most motorcycle clubs. We have shadow members who hold the same position, 2, sometimes 3 people who carry the same title with the same amount of power. We learned firsthand how dangerous a loose cannon could be when the last president, Coyle, lost his fucking mind. Oh, he started as part of a duo, as a twin that had been inevitable. Flex and Coyle joined Carnage as prospects way back when Carnage was still in its infancy. They were a good team and quickly worked their way up from grunts to royalty to eventually taking over the mantle of the presidency. But when Flex was killed by a rival gang 6 years ago, Coyle fought the rule that said he had to take a second president to rule with him. Who were we to argue with how he grieved? It was the biggest mistake we made. Coyle had always been the more unstable of the two presidents, and without Flex to rein him in, he went off the deep end and raped a young girl who was barely on the cusp of becoming a woman. He broke the #1 Carnage rule. No woman or child gets hurt by us, or on our watch. So as VPs, Priest and I did what we had to. I slit that fucker's throat on the same bed he raped that girl, and prospects dumped him in the desert to bleed out. "It smells like a brothel in here," Priest comments as he walks through the door wearing his own president patch. You missed out. Where the fuck did you disappear off to anyway? I ask, sliding my feet into my black boots. "I got a call from Garson's. They're letting Saint out early," he answers, surprising the shit out of me. "Seriously? How the fuck did he manage that?" I ask incredulously, looking up at the guy who would look like a Viking if it wasn't for his leather cut. Saint was doing a stretch for aggravated assault and still had another 2 years of his sentence to serve. Or he did. "Apparently, he put himself between the warden and a blade. He earned himself 64 stitches to his stomach and an early pardon." "Is he all right?" "He'll live. He's in the infirmary for the next week. They're keeping him out of a general pop for now, in case of retaliation. He might have to serve out the rest of his time in solitary confinement, but it's only 30 days. Then he's home free," Priest explains, following me out of the room. "So do you want me to step down as pres?" I question as we make our way down to the large room we reserve for church. "Why the fuck would I want that?" he snaps. "I stepped up as VP when Saint got sent down, but then everything went down with Coyle and I somehow ended up becoming one of the motherfucking presidents. Now with Saint coming home, this patch should be his. Saint might not even want the patch when he comes out. I don't know where his head is at, and even though I know he stands by what we did, we can't get away from the fact that Coyle was his father, and we killed him. Now, Trick and Axel make good VPs, but if you step down from president to VP, could you really see them sharing their old lady with you? According to the rules, that's what will be expected of you," he points out with a sly grin. "Just do me a favor and make sure I'm around when you inform them all that you'll be fucking Tilly from now on." He smirks, smacking me in the chest. Fuck that. Their old lady, Tilly, is one of the timider old ladies. She turns white whenever she's near me. If I so much as looked at her with a scowl, she'd cry. If I make her cry, Trick and Axel will skin me alive. It won't matter to them if I'm VP, president, or the fucking Pope. So, 3 presidents then. I reluctantly agree, making Priest laugh. "Don't sound so excited, asshole," he jokes. I don't answer him. I just take my seat next to his at the head of the table and wait while the rest of the members arrive.
Chapter 3. Rain. When the first gift arrived, I didn't think much of it. I assumed the large bouquet I discovered on my front step had been delivered to the wrong address, and as the card was blank, I shrugged it off and offered them to Betty, my 90-year-old neighbor, to brighten her day. The second gift arrived a week later in the form of a large expensive box of chocolates. Those I took as a peace offering to Owen for signing him up to a dating website without his knowledge. Again, I brushed it off. Living in a cul-de-sac with residents mostly over the age of 70, I tried to help them out where I could by mowing their lawns, doing their shopping, and keeping their cars in working order. I refused to take any money from them, so most felt the need to say thank you with food, which was just as well, really, as I'm a lousy cook. If it weren't for Mrs. Neiman's at number 86, I would likely have starved by now or spent all my money on takeout food. It wasn't until the third gift arrived, a skimpy white lace thong with matching bra, that I realized my mistake. My neighbors might give me flowers and chocolates as a thank you, but not lacy underwear. Feeling skeeved out, I stomped to the end of the drive and dumped the package into the trash before storming inside and locking the door. I called Owen, who teased me about having a secret admirer, until I pointed out that whoever it was knew where I lived. Owen said he would look into it, so I put it to the back of mine. If Owen said he would sort it out for me, then he would. But now, just a week later, staring at the letter in my shaking hand, I realize it hasn't been sorted out at all. Far from it. I scanned the words again just to make sure I didn't read them wrong. After the 8th pass, it's abundantly clear that my harmless admirer might not be so harmless after all. Sinners never know they are unworthy until his light touches them. I am his voice, his prophet. You are a selfish harlot, a temptress, ungrateful and sullied. But our God has forgiven you, as he once did me. You will be tested, but the most devout will be reborn. Then, and only then, will you be a worthy vessel. I drop the note to the table and pick up my phone, dialing Owen. When he doesn't answer, I hang up and call Travis, who picks up after just 2 rings. If you are calling so I can grab you a milkshake, I will key that pretty little car of yours. My brother answers, clearly forgetting for a moment that he's a cop. I had restored a 1972 Ford GTO from scratch. It was metallic purple with a white racing stripe, and quite frankly, it's my pride and joy. So when I don't react, Travis can tell straight away that something is wrong. What's going on, Rain? He questions, all business now. Did Owen tell you about the gifts I've been receiving? I ask him quietly. He mentioned them, yeah, but he said he would take care of it. Why, did you get another one? No. This time I got a letter. I read it to him over the phone and wait silently while he curses. I'll be there in 10. He hangs up before I can say anything else. I sit stiffly on my chair and don't move from my spot at the kitchen table. I stare at the words on the note until they blur, willing them to change. But they don't. When Travis tears into the kitchen 10 minutes later, as he promised, I feel like I'm hanging on by a thread. Looking up at him, I feel my bottom lip wobble. He curses and yanks me from the chair, wrapping his arms around me tightly, offering me the comfort I'm so desperately craving to ward off the unexpected chill I've felt since discovering the letter. The sound of a cough has us pulling apart, and me looking around Travis's large frame when I realize he isn't alone. Motherfucker. Garrett is standing in the doorway, looking pissed. But for some reason, I don't think it has anything to do with the letter, and everything to do with me being in another man's arms, even if that man is my brother. What are you doing here, Garrett? My tone must be sharper than I thought because Travis throws me a confused look, but I can't help it. I do not want this guy in my house. When Travis told me what happened, I wanted to make sure you were all right, he tells me, stepping farther into the kitchen. Why? He's not my brother or father. He's nothing to me. Rain. Travis snaps my name. I'm being rude, I know, but I don't care. It's fine, Travis. She's had a shock. Can you tell us what's been going on and what has you so spooked? Travis mentioned on the way over here that you've been receiving gifts. I glare at my brother before sitting back in my chair. I've been receiving gifts. It started with flowers and chocolate, so I didn't think much of it. But then the last gift was racy underwear, and then everything stopped feeling so innocent. I try not to squirm in my seat as his shrewd eyes bore into my face. Today I received that letter. There's no postage stamp, so, like the other things, it's been hand-delivered. I sigh, rubbing my hands up my arms. Do you still have the other items? Garrett questions, moving to lift the letter off the table by its corner. His eyes scan over the words before holding it out to Travis, who opens a zipper bag for him to slip it inside. No. I gave the flowers to my neighbor, the chocolates to Owen, and the underwear went straight in the trash. Garrett's eyes flare at that. I don't know if it's because he's picturing me in skimpy underwear, or if it's the thought of someone else buying said underwear for me. Either way, he's making me even more uncomfortable than usual, and that's saying something. We'll have the letter dusted for prints. My advice is to be sensible. Watch your surroundings, and if you notice anything out of the norm, call it in. He warns me in a stern voice. I nod, but avoid looking at him, focusing instead on my brother. Do you want to come for dinner? I'll order pizza, and we can watch a movie of your choice. He must hear the desperate tone in my voice, because he bends and places a kiss on my forehead. Sounds good to me. But Rain, you're always welcome to stay with me for a while, or go back to Dad's if my lumpy sofa doesn't sound appealing. Shaking my head at his offer, I'm acutely aware of Garrett listening to us. I don't want this asshole to win. I love my house and I love my neighbors. I don't want to leave if I don't have to. I tell him truthfully. Fine, but if it escalates any further, I'll move back home with Dad. I'm stubborn, not stupid. I cut him off to reassure him. Okay, Raindrop. We have to head back, but I'll be over after my shift is finished. Lock up behind us and call if something doesn't feel right. He orders. I will. I promise. I walk them both to the door before Garrett turns to face me. Can I use your bathroom real quick, Rain? Sure. It's at the end of the hall, the last door on the left. I tell him, when I really want to tell him to fuck off. I'll meet you at the car, Travis, he says, turning and climbing my stairs. Trav? I start. But when his phone rings, he looks at the screen and frowns. Sorry, Raindrop. I've got to take this. I'll see you tonight. He plants a kiss on my cheek before walking toward his car, dismissing me completely. Typical. I sigh and contemplate heading back to the kitchen, but with Garrett in the house, I feel safer standing somewhere Travis can still see me. I watch him climb into the unmarked police car and talk animatedly on the phone for a few minutes, before I feel a presence behind me. Garrett's hands land heavily on my shoulders, squeezing them before he leans down and murmurs in my ear. If you had a man in your life, he could keep you safe, Rain. I have more than enough men in my life, thank you. I shrug him off and pull away, twisting so he can move past me. Owen's up for promotion. He drops, entirely off topic. Yeah, he said. I reply, wondering why the hell he won't just leave already. It seems he's not the only one after the job, though, and the competition is fierce. Why should I give it to Owen over Jake, who I know better, and who I've worked with longer? He asks me, like my opinion on the matter should count for anything. I'm assuming the other guy he's talking about is Jake Rowlands, one of the officers that moved to the station with him last year. A slimy toad of a man who cheats on his wife any chance he gets. You should give it to the person who deserves it the most. Your friendship to Jake shouldn't factor into your decision any more than my relationship with Owen will. I say truthfully. It matters, Rain. If you tell me to give the job to Owen, I will. For you, I'll do it. He purrs, coiling a strand of my hair around his finger. My brother doesn't need me to put in a word with his boss. His achievements and merits stand on their own. I think you should leave, I tell him, having reached my limit. Oh, Rain, you really are a temptress, he murmurs, before walking casually down the path to Travis. All I can do is stand there, gaping at his back in horror.
Chapter 4. Priest. I survey the crowd, watching as Cass and Crow tag team a club bunny over the pool table. With a cock in her mouth as well as her pussy, the woman sandwiched between them writhes in ecstasy. I turn away, bored. It's just another Friday night fuckfest, which gets real old real fast. I'm not an angel, far from it. I've fucked my way through all the club bunnies and the hangarounds, but just once it would be nice to fuck a girl that wanted more than just to screw the president of Carnage. Bates doesn't care. He'll screw anything with a nice rack and a tight ass that's willing. And I imagine Saint will be the same way when he's home. But I'm so over this whole scene. What's up with you, man? I look over at Bates, who has a bunny on his lap, and shrug. Sensing I won't say shit in front of her, he taps her ass, which she takes as her clue to leave. Spill, what's going on with you? You've been a miserable bastard lately. Hell, even when we had Tanya between us the other night, you looked like you were bored as fuck. The nosy bastard never misses much. That's because I am bored. Things have been quiet around here lately. It's the same shit, day in, day out. Same pussy, same problems. I don't know. I take a swig of my lukewarm beer and sigh. Priest, you live for this shit. I swear, ever since that crap went down with Orion, Halo, and Gage, you've been different. Hold up. He pauses to stare at me for a beat, before continuing. Their old lady, what's her name? He clicks his fingers as I take another sip before answering. Luna. Right, Luna. I saw the way you watched her. And the other chick, the sister. Do they have something to do with this? People write Bates off as one-dimensional, named after the Norman Bates character because of his psychopathic tendencies. They would be surprised to know just how intuitive the asshole really is, probably due to his social skills, which are non-existent. No, maybe. Fuck, what do you want me to say? That I'm sick of being just another revolving dick to these girls? I want someone who sticks around after the cum dries, who is loyal to the club, but also committed to the three of us. And therein lies the crux of the problem. Bates and Saint have no interest in taking an old lady, at least not yet. You're talking about something permanent? Bates questions, taking a sip of his beer, his eyes not leaving mine. Yeah, I guess I am. No point lying about it. He's quiet for a minute, observing the scene at the pool table as Cass pulls from the bunny's mouth and shoots his load over her face. It's like living in a live-action porno, and my dick doesn't even twitch. I could be down for that, but she would have to be pretty fucking spectacular to hold my interest. He grins. I pause with the beer in my hand, judging if he'd ever seriously consider settling down. I know Bates has the attention span of a fish, especially where pussy is concerned. Could he be willing to give it a shot, or is it just the beer talking? Really? I push. Don't look at me like that. I might like a variety of pussy as much as the next guy, but even I can see the merit of having an old lady at our beck and call. He admits, making me laugh. You are such a dick. I can't wait until a woman knocks you flat on your ass. How about this? If you can find a woman who can knock me on my ass, as you put it, we'll make her our old lady. He smirks, tilting his beer toward me. The fucker looks way too smug for my liking. Fuck it. Deal. I click my bottle against his and start contemplating where I might find someone who fits the bill. Knock it off. He groans. What? I can see you're trying to think where you might score someone who will work, but unless there is a store called Whores or Us that I don't know about, you, my friend, are going to be bang out of luck. We're not taking a whore for an old lady, I scowl. He laughs. Speak for yourself. I want someone who's a freak in the sheets. I shake my head at him. None of this really matters if Saint isn't on board anyway, and after doing an almost 6-year stint inside, the last thing he's going to want to do is settle down. Maybe. Bates concedes. But give him a chance to work shit out of his system, and he might surprise you. He never was a player in the hit-it-and-quit-it game. Ironic, really, considering who his dad was. From what I can remember, he had a steady girl that he was planning on bringing round in hopes you'd like her before he got sent down. He explains, surprising the shit out of me. Really? How the fuck did I not know that? Bates just shrugs. Dunno. It didn't matter in the end. Saint got sent down and the girl bailed. Damn. I'm not saying he's still the same way. 5 years is a long time to go without pussy, and prison changes a man. We'll just have to play it by ear. I nod in agreement. That I could do. Hey, Prez, want some company? I look up and see Kitty batting her lashes at me. It takes more effort than I care to admit to stop myself from rolling my eyes at her. I'm good, Kitty. I brush her off when she places her hand on my shoulder. Come on, Priest. I'll make you feel so good. You and Bates both, I swear. She vows, sinking to her knees in front of me. She pushes my legs apart before crawling between them, reaching for my zipper as I drain the last of my beer. It seems, Bates, someone needs a reminder about who is in charge around here. Yes, I've been bad. I should be punished, she moans. I'm glad you agree. Get your stuff and get gone. She pauses for a moment, looking unsure. What? Did I fucking stutter? I question, making Bates snort. But I thought... I cut her off, already done with this conversation. You thought you could change my mind. You aren't the first, and won't be the last. But hear me, Kitty. When I tell you I'm not interested, it means I'm not interested. Now fuck off before I ban you from the clubhouse altogether. She climbs awkwardly to her feet and hurries away to the sound of Bates' laughter. You are such a dick, he tells me. Yeah, tell me something I don't know.
Chapter 5. Rain. Are you sure you're okay? Owen asks. He came over tonight in place of Travis, who got called in to work a homicide case. I turned to face him, not realizing I had zoned out. Yeah, sorry. Just not hungry, I guess. I shrug, pushing the pasta around my plate. Trav said you were spooked, but it seems more than that. Talk to me, Raindrop. What's going on? I slide my plate of half-eaten food aside and decide to just go for it. Garrett wants me to go out with him. Garrett? As in my boss, Garrett? Owen asks with a frown. One and the same. The thing is, I'm not interested and he isn't taking no for an answer. I hedge. He is way too old for you. And what do you mean he isn't taking no for an answer? He snaps. I mean, he keeps telling me to go out with him. He told me today that if I asked him nicely, he would give you the promotion over Jake. He what? He growls. Yeah, and then when he was leaving, he said something about me being a temptress. He looks at me in confusion, until I remember that he wasn't here to see the note. Words to that exact effect were in the note that came today. Do you think it could be him sending me these gifts? I ask with trepidation. Rain, he's the captain. He might be a dick and a cocky asshole who thinks you should feel privileged to go on a date with him, but sending threatening letters doesn't really seem his style. Shouldn't I say something? Report him to someone? I question, feeling helpless, which I fucking hate. Rain, Owen says softly, reaching over the table to snag my hand. He's the captain. You can't go around accusing him of shit without evidence to back it up. A feeling or something he said which you may or may not have taken out of context isn't enough. The words he said, though, were the same. The exact same, Owen. That's too much of a coincidence, even for me, the only civilian in the family. Yeah, because it's not a coincidence. But you said yourself that he picked up the letter and read it, right? So Garrett knew exactly what it said. You turned him down again, likely pissing him off, and now he's being a dick about it. And that is not okay, Rain. There's no excuse for him to say that shit to you. I can see how rattled you are, so you can bet your ass he did too. The fucking prick. He spits out, now angry on my behalf. Who the fuck does that, Owen? Who plays on someone's fears and uses it against them like that just because I turned them down? He's supposed to be held to a higher standard. He's a captain on the police force sworn to protect people, for fuck's sake. I throw my hands up in the air, frustrated and angry. This whole freaking situation is giving me a headache. Let me do some discreet digging. See what I can find out. In the meantime, keep your head down and stay away from the station for a while. If anything else happens, call me directly and I'll take care of it. He promises. But you believe me that something isn't right with the guy, right? Because I'm telling you, Owen, every self-protective instinct I have goes haywire when he's around, even if he isn't my stalker. He stares at me for a moment, before he clenches his jaw. Yeah, Raindrop. I believe you. I'll see what I can find out, but you have to keep your mouth shut until then, okay? That includes our brothers. They tend to react to shit loudly. Then any chance of quietly digging into this will be gone. If Garrett is dirty, I don't want to alert him in any way and give him a chance to cover his tracks. I stand, walk around the table and plop myself down on his lap, wrapping my arms tightly around his neck in relief. Yeah, I get it. Even though I don't like the idea of keeping things from my brothers, I understand Owen's point. I hold him for a second longer, before pulling back and looking into his worried eyes that are the exact shade of mahogany brown as mine. and grin. "You're my favorite brother," I whisper. He rolls his eyes but chuckles. "I know, Rain. I know. Now grab the ice cream and a movie, and I'll go make sure everything is locked up." "Deal." I climb from his lap and snag the plates from the table, scraping them before dumping them in the sink. I'll clean them up tomorrow. Grabbing Owen's favorite cookie dough ice cream and the chocolate fudge brownie flavor for myself, I head to the living room and cue up the movie I had picked out earlier. I deposit Owen's ice cream and spoon on the glass coffee table and curl up onto the oversized gray love seat, pulling the fleecy white blanket from the back over my legs just as Owen walks in. "Everything's good. So, what are we watching?" he asks as he kicks off his shoes and takes his usual spot at the end of the large sectional beside me. I don't tell him, I just hit play and watch his face light up when Fast and Furious starts. "I taught you well, young Padawan," he praises my choice, making me laugh before we both get lost in the action scenes and drool over the cars on my imaginary wish list. I wake up with a start to the sound of a weird buzzing noise. Disoriented for a moment, it takes me a minute to realize I'm still in the chair, and the buzzing is coming from my brother, who is snoring from the end of the sofa where he is fast asleep with his mouth hanging open. The television screen is flicking through a bunch of tropical screensaver pictures of places around the world I'll likely never see. Standing, I stretch out the kinks before walking over and flicking it off. Of course, now that I'm standing in the dark, the snoring sounds more like a serial killer with a chainsaw, which gives me the heebie-jeebies. Since he's helping me out, it would be mean of me to smother him with a cushion, so I decide to just head to bed where it's quiet. Walking over to Owen, I drape my fleece blanket over his large body and press a soft kiss to his forehead. I adore my brothers. As much as they can be a giant pain in my ass, they always have my back, loving me as fiercely as I do them. The fact that Owen didn't just dismiss my worries proves that. I lucked out in the family department. We might bitch at each other, but we've always been close. Mom died when I was just 5 years old, and our family circle became a little smaller, but our bonds with each other grew stronger. My only issue with being the baby sister to a bunch of big, strong men is that they can't seem to separate the image of their pig-tailed, tiny 5-year-old sister with the 24-year-old woman I've become. But then, it's always been this way with them. Hell, I remember waking up one morning, not long after I'd turned 14, to find I had grown boobs overnight. Each of my brothers had been horrified, looking at me like I had been possessed by a demon. The demon of tits and ass. It all went downhill after that. I smirk at the memory of Tate's face that morning as I came down in my usual shorts and tank sleepwear. My usually unflappable brother turned white and made me wear his sweatshirts to school for a month so nobody would notice. With a smile on my face, I make my way up the stairs with the lights off. Knowing the layout well enough that I don't collide with anything, I strip off my clothes once I reach the bedroom and pull on one of Tate's SWAT t-shirts that I stole fair and square. I brush my teeth and rub a wipe over my face to remove the mascara I had been wearing. A shower would just have to wait until tomorrow. Closing the bathroom door, I take 10 steps back into my room and freeze, feeling the hairs on my arms stand up. A glance around the moonlit room shows nothing out of place, but I have the bizarre feeling of being watched. Moving around my bed, making sure I don't stub my pinky toe on the edge of the dresser, I creep over to the window and peek out the curtain to the street below, but can't see anything out of place. All my neighbors are fast asleep, tucked up in their beds, and because the cul-de-sac is a dead end, there is no traffic passing through. Owen's squad car, which is parked across the street, and my neighbor's old Nissan are the only vehicles I can see from here. Usually I'd park in the driveway, but with everything that has been going on, I started parking my baby in the garage. Figuring my mind is playing tricks on me, I chalk it up to paranoia and climb into bed, pulling the thick comforter up over me to ward off the chill. It takes me far longer to fall asleep than usual, and when I do, my dreams are filled with eyes that watch my every move. Chapter 6. Rain. "Oh, thank God, I'm starving." I turn at the sound of my brother's voice and grin when I see his black hair sticking up all over the place. It's the least I could do, I tell him playfully, plating up some toast and cheesy scrambled eggs, Owen's favorite and one of the 5 things I can't cook. I'm your brother, Rain. It's in the job description right next to "Thou shalt prevent anything with a penis from touching thy sister in any form other than a handshake." Lucky for you, brother dearest, I have decided to try out a little muff diving this month. I stop talking when he chokes on his eggs, picking up my coffee and sipping it while he gets himself under control. I will amend the rule then. Thou shalt prevent anything with thick fingers? I fill in helpfully, but shut up and duck when he throws his fork at me. You are such a brat, he says with a shake of his head. I sigh, sitting on the chair beside him with one leg tucked beneath me. I know, and I'm just joking. I wait for him to take a sip of the coffee I slide in front of him. I really do prefer the D. I lean to the left to avoid the spray of coffee from hitting me as I continue to sip my own. How about for the next 5 minutes while I finish my eggs, you don't speak at all? Then I'll take a quick shower, and as soon as Johnson is here, I'll be out of your hair, he grumbles, shoveling a forkful of eggs into his mouth before I can answer. Why is Johnson picking you up? I ask, climbing to my feet and heading back to the coffee machine. I lift the pot at him, but he shakes his head no at my silent offer before answering my question. Because he's my partner, and that's what partners do, Rain, he says slowly, like I'm dumb and haven't lived with a household of cops for most of my life. I mean, why are you leaving your car here? Are you hoping it will act as a stalker deterrent? I joke, pouring coffee into my cup before turning to face him again. Johnson dropped me off last night, Rain. I didn't bring my car. The cup of hot coffee slips through my hand and crashes to the floor, dousing my legs in the scalding hot liquid. Fuck. Owen is up on his feet, picking me up and setting me on the counter before I can blink. Soaking 2 towels with cold water, he wraps them over my bare legs before bending to scoop up the large shards of broken cup from the floor. Tossing them in the trash, he lifts the towel to check my skin, while I sit in somewhat of a daze, as my mind sifts together the pieces and comes up with a frightening picture. Owen, if you didn't bring your squad car, why was one outside the house last night? I ask him with a shaky voice as he looks at me. What are you talking about? I filled him in on the weird feeling last night, and the cop car outside I had assumed was his. Might have just been one of the guys doing a drive-by check-in. People will have heard your story now, and will want to look after one of our own. He shrugs, but it doesn't stop the unease from growing inside me. Don't worry so much, Raindrop. I'll ask around the station and find out who it was. I know what you're thinking, but the captain doesn't drive a squad car. Owen slides his finger under my jaw and tilts my head up, my worried eyes clashing with his. I'll do some digging, I promise, and I'll come back and stay tonight. I shake my head with a sigh. No, I'm fine. You can't keep sleeping on that sofa. You are too big to get comfy, and it's not fair. I have the best alarm available thanks to you guys. This whole thing has just left me shaken. That's all, I admit. I know, I get it. And if you are right about the captain, well, fuck. We will cross that bridge when we get to it. But for now, keep your head down, your doors and windows locked, and your gun beside your bed, he orders. I will. I promise. Not that I don't usually sleep with a gun beside me, because I do. I have a .45 caliber Sig Sauer in a nifty lockbox my father got for me for my 18th birthday. But tonight, I think I'll be sleeping with it under my pillow, so it's within easy reach, just in case. He stares at me for a moment longer, his frown deepening. Stay with Dad. Or one of us, even if it's just for a little while. I put my hand up and shake my head. This is my home, Owen. I don't want to leave unless it becomes absolutely necessary, okay? He sighs, but reluctantly agrees. He knows how hard it was for me to convince my brothers to let me leave home to begin with. Trav knows what's going on, but nothing about Garrett. I don't really know how he'll react to that. You know he can be a bit hard-headed. At the very least, he'll be pissed we kept this from him. I warn Owen, and that will be an understatement. Travis will flip his lid. Let Trav work the case like you would any other. We need to keep your suspicions about Garrett between us until we can prove his involvement or absolve him. Yeah, but that only works so far. When Trav came yesterday, he brought Garrett here, Owen, to my freaking home. I remind him. Don't worry about that. I'll let Trav know that the pervy captain is trying to get in your pants. If nothing else, it will stop him from leaving you alone with the guy if you do, for some reason, find yourself in the same room with him. The car's horn cuts off anything else he might have said. Walking to the window, he peers out before turning back to face me. That's Johnson. I'll have to catch a shower at the station. I have a spare uniform there anyway. Your legs look fine, but just to be sure, leave those towels on for another 5 minutes. I'll call you if I find something, okay? Okay. I nod. He stalks toward me and wraps me up in a hug before pulling back. Remember to call me if something feels off. Don't try and be the hero. That's my job, he says with a wink, making me laugh. Cocky bastard. Okay, I have to go. See you later, Raindrop. Later, loser, I shout as he leaves and closes the front door behind him. I slip off the counter and set the alarm before checking my legs. They look fine. No redness or anything now. So I toss the towels in the sink and head to the shower, determined not to let this whole fiasco ruin the rest of my day.
Chapter 7. Saint. I lay on the piss-poor excuse for a bed, tossing the balled-up sheet of paper into the air and catching it. As monotonous as it is, it's far more interesting than staring at the bleak gray walls until my eyes blur. I get why people struggle in here. There is a lot to be said about spending an infinite amount of time with only your thoughts. Thoughts and regrets that play over and over in your head nonstop, like a fucked-up movie montage of your life. And there's no escape. You have no choice but to relive it all, trapped inside these walls where your life is stuck in an endless circle of self-condemnation. Moving to sit up, I hiss as the stitches pull on my stomach. I turn to swing my legs off the bed before standing and working out the kinks from lying still too long. I hate not being able to work out. Keeping in shape has been a godsend, and it's helped keep my mind occupied while I've been locked up. I've bulked up so much, I barely resemble the man that walked in here. Leaning against the bars, I close my eyes and let the cold of the metal seep into my skin, enjoying the jarring sensation, happy to feel anything at all. This place tends to hollow you out. Emotions make you weak and paint a target on your back. To survive, you need to shut down everything that makes you feel, because if these fuckers sense weakness, they'll pounce. It wasn't so much an issue for me as some of the newbies. Hell, I could have taken over as the top dog if I had wanted to, but why change the hierarchy when I'm doing a quarter of the time the reigning king is? It wasn't necessary anyway. As a member of the Kings of Carnage MC, I was virtually untouchable in this place. Or I had been until I stepped in front of the warden, taking a blade that was meant for him. Some might think of me as heroic, but I'm about as far from a hero as you can get. I made a conscious choice, playing the card I'd been dealt. I knew full well who the warden's daddy was. And what do you know? I'm getting out of here early as a thank you. If they want to call me a hero for it, so be it. But really, it was just a calculated move, a quicker way to get me out of this shithole and back astride my Harley. That's what I've missed the most. Sure, I've missed my brothers and my club, but without sounding like a pussy, it's the wind against my face, the smell of oil and exhaust fumes, and the sound of the engine that I've thought about every single day. Being a biker is more than the cut I wear. It's in my blood, so not being able to ride is akin to losing a limb. You take your freedom for granted until it's taken away from you. And what for? Because I heard a fucking prick who liked to rough up his victims? No, I'm not down with that. Seeing the preppy fucker forcing himself on the crying girl in the alley next to the new nightclub that night, I'd acted without thought and ripped him away from her before beating some sense into him. Trouble is, When the cops came calling at Carnage for me a day later, it was because the guy's dad was a judge and the girl he had hurt had withdrawn her statement and changed her story. She claimed they were having rough, consensual sex when I attacked them without provocation. I went from the hero of her story to the villain in the blink of an eye. It was all bullshit. I know what rough sex looks like, and that wasn't it. That was rape, pure and simple. I'd bet my fucking bike they got to the girl and either paid her off or threatened her. Part of me can't blame her. She was a young, terrified girl who didn't even look old enough to be clubbing. But the other part of me, the part that's been staring at these bars for the last 5 years, is pissed she left me to swing. I wonder if she ever regrets her decision, or if she even thinks about me at all. Fuck, I wonder if she considers what would have happened to her if I hadn't stuck my neck on the line and kept on walking by like a lot of folks would have. Anyway, it doesn't matter now. I'm getting out of here, no questions asked, and it's unbreakable. I might have been sent down because a judge used his connections to make sure the book was thrown at me, but the governor signed my release, so anyone who wants to contest it can suck my dick. Keaton. I turn at the sound of my name, surprised I was so lost in my head that I didn't even hear anyone enter. That shit could get a man killed around here. Warden, I greet cordially, hoping karma isn't about to strike me down dead. I have the official papers in my office. You'll be out of here on the 30th. Must feel good, he comments. As far as wardens go, this one seems to be a genuine guy, never using his or his father's status to make himself special. He could have been a giant prick. Hell, he didn't even need to be working here. He was loaded as fuck. The whole reason he was attacked in the first place was under the misguided idea of forcing his family to pay a release ransom. How the hell they ever thought that would work is beyond me. But as I said, prison makes people go crazy. I can't say I'll miss the place, but I do want to say thanks. You didn't have to help me out, I tell him. It was my father mostly, but I might have twisted his arm a little. See, I read your file while you were locked up in the medical wing, wondering what kind of guy does what you did. You could have died protecting me. Doesn't sound like the hardened criminal biker I was led to believe you were. I bristle until I realize he isn't insulting me. I skimmed your file when you came here, but none of the details. Why would I? You were just another guy who had done wrong. Was I hopeful you could turn shit around? He looks at me and laughs. Honestly, no. I'm not going to blow smoke up your ass and say I thought you were a wrongly convicted angel. But after reading your file a little more in depth, it seems there are a lot of things that don't quite add up, he says, waiting for me to fill in the gaps. But I don't speak. He doesn't need me to point out where the system failed me. It seems the person you hit is very well connected. Not as well connected as me, of course, but nevertheless, it was enough to push this case forward when you should have been slapped on the wrist at best, or served 6 months at worst. See, the file that says you put that kid in the ICU? It's bullshit. The doctor is a friend of the family. Did you beat the little fucker black and blue? Yes, but he had no broken bones and spent only 24 hours in the hospital. As for the girl who changed her story, her parents reported her missing about a week after you were sent down. Seems pretty fucking convenient if you ask me. He continues, clearly pissed on my behalf. Oh, and here's my favorite one. The judge that presided over your case, he is the fucktard's godfather. It's not common knowledge, but it was easy enough to find out with a little digging. He admits with a shake of his head. Son of a fucking bitch. I never stood a chance, did I? I laugh, but there is nothing funny about it. No, you didn't. But shit like this makes my blood boil. I worked my ass off to get here, and for the most part I believe in the system. But like with anything, there is always someone willing to abuse the power they've been given. What makes me happy, however, is having a father who is who he is. I don't keep the fact that he's governor a secret. After what happened in here, maybe in hindsight I should. But family is family, no matter what form they come in or the paths they take in life. Hiding them makes it feel like I'm ashamed of them in some way when I'm anything but. I get that. Although my family members are family by choice, not by blood, which is just as well. He nods before carrying on. I spoke to my father, showed him what I found, and it's no surprise to me that he was even more pissed than me. He takes shit like this personally, being the governor of the state in which this travesty occurred. As a result, as promised, you will be a free man as of the end of the month. I nod in thanks. No, Keaton, you're not getting it. You're free. Your record is being expunged, which is why you've had to wait until the end of the month because these things take time. But when you walk away from here, it will be without a record, without the need to check in with a parole officer, and without restrictions about carrying firearms if you have a concealed carry license. Heck, if you wanted to apply for a job here, you could, as you now have nothing that would get flagged in the system. We took care of your juvie record too. I think you've been punished enough, don't you? I stare at him in open-mouthed shock. Are you fucking serious? If this is some kind of joke, I'll lose my shit. There's a heart attack, Keaton. Do me a favor, though. Don't come back. You don't belong here. Don't let what happened define you or skew the perception of who you are. You are innocent, which is a really odd thing to be saying to an inmate in solitary confinement. I laugh at him. Didn't you know? Everyone is innocent in here. I tell him with a wink, making him shake his head as he taps the bars twice. It's going to be a long week of counting down. I'm sorry about that. I know being stuck here for the last 2 weeks has been tough, but they are gunning for you in General Pop, he explains with regret lacing his tone. I think I can manage 7 more days of gray walls for a lifetime of blue skies. That you can, Keaton. That you can, he says with a smile before turning and walking away, calling over his shoulder when he gets to the outer door. Night, Keaton. And thank you. Night, Warden, I reply, and watch as he disappears before I collapse back on the bed. I toss the balled-up paper into the air over and over as the warden's words finally sink in. And when they do, I smile the first smile since I walked through those iron gates.
Chapter 8. Rain. Hello? I answer my cell distractedly, without bothering to look who's calling. There's a leak in this damn car I need to find. Why am I hearing about this stalker shit from Travis? I sigh and stand, abandoning the beetle I had been working on. Wiping my stained fingers on a rag beside me, I lean against the car with the phone wedged between my ear and shoulder. Tate! I groan, knowing I'm about to get an earful from him. Oh, so you do remember me then? He snarks. Look, I've been busy working and dealing with this shit, and I didn't even know you were in danger, Rain. I didn't want you to worry. Plus, you are always so busy. I explain. Don't do that. Flip this around and tell me how you would feel if the shoe was on the other foot. Fuck, I would go loopy. And I hate it when he's right. Okay, fair point. I promise if anything else happens, I will call you. He's quiet for a moment, likely trying to rein his temper in before he gets back to talking. Are you doing okay? If you need to come stay with me for a little while, you can. You know I have the room. I cut him off. Owen and Trav have already offered. And as I told them, if this escalates, I'll take one of you up on that. But I really don't want to leave my home if I can get away with it. It's been a month since I received the letter. It's been quiet since then, and I'm being careful, I swear. Plus, I have this job now. The commute kind of puts you a little too far away for that to be ideal. He sighs, but gives in. Fine, but I'm coming over on Saturday and taking you out for a steak dinner. It's been ages since I've been home, but I finally have back-to-back shifts off. Oh, how can I say no to that? Is this a me-you thing or a family thing? I question, trying to remember the last time we all managed to go out together. Heck, with 2 brothers stationed down in Florida, I can't even remember the last time we were all in the same room. I'll call the others, but you know what it's like. Their calendars are as crazy as mine. Plus, I want to see you with my own 2 eyes and make sure you really are okay. You know I can always tell. It's the voodoo. I laugh at him. But he's right. Ever since we've been kids, he's been able to tell when I was lying. He called it his voodoo gift when he was younger, just to freak me out. And it stuck. Even now, all these years later, he always knows, which is going to be a big fucking problem because I'm not all right. Not even close. I can't sleep. I constantly feel like I'm being watched, even though I never actually see anyone. It's unnerving, and after a month of this shit, it's starting to wear me down. I hear a beep in the background, and when Tate curses, I assume it's his SWAT pager. I've got to go. I'll call you when I'm on my way. Stay safe, I caution him, feeling that niggle of worry I always feel when that damn pager of his goes off. You too, he tosses back before hanging up. I shove my phone in my pocket with a sigh. I both hate and love what he does. I guess I'm the same way with each of my brothers. I'm proud because they work so hard at something they believe in to keep people safe. But every day I wonder if it could be the last time I hear from them, especially when it comes to Tate. I'd never tell any of them that. My fears are my issues, and who the hell am I to come between them and doing something they love? But I don't kid myself either. There have been days I wished I could have just rolled them all up in bubble wrap. Yo, Rain. I turn at the sound of Derek's voice. Derek is my new boss. Hey, what's up? I ask. I was going to ask you if you placed that order with Dan for the head gasket, because I can't find a record of it. But now I'm wondering why you look like someone ran over your cat. He queries in that gruff way of his. I'd interviewed with 8 garages before Derek hired me. As a qualified mechanic with a degree in mechanical engineering, I was more than capable of doing each of the jobs I applied for. Still, because I didn't wear a penis for the interviews, I found myself overlooked and dismissed more often than not. Nothing, just my brother donning his cape for work, I mutter. As for the head gasket, we had one already in stock, so I didn't need to order one in the end. Nodding, he pivots to turn away but hesitates. You sure you're okay? The guys aren't giving you any shit, are they? He asks with a frown. Damn, but I like this guy. Nothing I can't handle. I have 5 brothers, remember? I'm just not sleeping great. I have stuff going on, but I promise it won't interfere with my work. He waves me off before I can continue. Rain, you are the best damn mechanic I have, and if you tell Dan I said that, you're fired. I just want to make sure you're all right. You look exhausted. If you need a friendly shoulder, you know where to find me. He taps the hood of the Beetle and heads out of my bay, back up to his office above us. I watch him walk away. Derek is in his early 50s with a handsome, weather-worn face, the beginnings of a beer belly, and a gray beard that hits his collarbone. He wears black t-shirts and blue oil-stained jeans every day, and his face is set in a permanent scowl. It's all bluster. The guy looks like Santa's evil twin, but inside he's a giant teddy bear. I laugh when I hear him call Jeff a motherfucking cocksucker. Okay, so he's only a teddy bear with me. I carry on working on the Beetle, shutting out everything else until my stomach rumbles a few hours later. Cleaning up, I head up to Derek's office and knock on his door, walking in when he yells for me to enter. Derek holds up his finger for me to wait, so I stand quietly, trying not to listen in as he talks to someone on the phone. That's crazy, but I'm happy for the bastard. He got fucked up the ass with that sentence, Derek says, making me snort. Okay, I can't help but listen. If he didn't want me to hear, he shouldn't have told me to come in. Derek glares at me, but continues talking. I gotta go. He's quiet for a minute as the person on the other end of the line says something that makes him roll his eyes. Fuck you. I've seen you whip your cock out. I know how tiny it is. Derek snorts, then listens some more before growling. You are such a kiss-ass. Have fun sucking your president's dick. He replies, hanging up with a laugh. I look at him with wide eyes. You know someone in the White House? I gasp. You know someone pulling a Monica? I ask in awe. I want to be you when I grow up. He sighs, exasperated, but I don't miss the twitch of his lips. Not that president. I'm talking about the presidents of the Kings of Carnage MC. He explains, his eyes fixed on mine. Ah, I guess that makes more sense. I'm heading over to Jasper's for lunch. Want me to bring you back a sandwich or something? I pause when he just stares at me like I've surprised him somehow. Why are you looking at me like that? I question when his eyes rove over my face like he's waiting for something. I just told you I know the presidents of a motorcycle club and you didn't bat an eye, he tells me. I stare at him, waiting for him to continue, but he doesn't say anything. Okay, so what was I supposed to say? Here, have my panties. Please be sure to forward them over. Help me out here, Derek, I sass with my hand on my hip. He throws his head back and laughs. Fair enough, Rain. I just assumed with your brothers and daddy doing what they do, you might not be quite as... He trails off, looking for the right word. Awesome, amazing, fabulous? Yes, all of those, and modest too, it seems, he mutters, but he's still smiling. I sit in the chair in front of his desk and sigh. I don't judge people by anything other than their actions. If they're 1%ers, I'm smart enough to steer clear, but otherwise, they're just a bunch of guys who wear leather and ride bikes, I say with a shrug. He narrows his eyes at me. And what do you know about 1%ers? He asks, his voice a touch sharper than before. I had a slight obsession with Sons of Anarchy. Plus, biker romance novels are hot as fuck, I reply, thinking about my Kindle. Most of the books on there require one-handed reading, and 50% of those are about motorcycle clubs. Pfft, all that shit is fiction. Everything in them is romanticized. The notion is ridiculous. All that leads to is cut sluts looking for an old man. I raise my eyebrows at that. There is so much wrong with what you just said, I don't even know where to start. Firstly, cut sluts? Really? That's just nasty. Secondly, Jax Teller might look like a god among men, but even so, if my man cheated on me, I would go all bobbit on his ass and give him a cockectomy. And thirdly, why do all men assume women want romance? Sometimes, Derek, we just want dick. Big, thick, hard. He holds his hand up to shut me up. I'll take a Reuben. Now get out of my office, he tells me, making me laugh. Sure, boss. No worries. I climb to my feet and pull the door open, looking over my shoulder with a sinister grin. Do you want 6 inches? Maybe extra meat? I close the door quickly when he starts cursing and head back downstairs, feeling lighter than I have for a while. I call Bella's Deli and place my order, so I don't have to wait around too long when I get there. I decide to leave the car and walk, as it's only 10 minutes away and it's nice out today. Thankfully, it's not too busy when I get there, maybe a handful of people eating and only 2 people waiting to be served. Joining the queue, I wait patiently as the people before me get served. As I'm making my way to the counter, I feel someone else join the queue behind me, stepping just a little too close for comfort. Why do people think this is okay? Personal bubble, people. Respect it. I try to ignore them, moving forward as I reach the front, but they step with me, close enough that I can feel whoever it is brush against me. I'm flush with the counter and have nowhere else to go, so I grit my teeth and literally throw my card at the young girl behind the counter so I can pay and leave. The pretty redhead is just handing my card back to me when I feel the asshole behind me close the sliver of a gap between us. Worse still, I can feel the unmistakable outline of a hard dick pressed against me. What the fuck? I snap, whirling around to face him, only to freeze when I see Garrett behind me grinning unrepentantly. What are you doing here? I know damn well this isn't his usual haunt. It's why I felt comfortable enough coming here in the first place. I heard this place is the best. If I had known just how enticing the selection is, I would have come here sooner. The way he draws out the words enticing and come makes me feel dirty and not in a good way. I have to go, I mumble, grabbing the bag of food from the counter even though my appetite has disappeared along with my good mood. I'll be seeing you, Rain, he calls out as I hurry out of the shop, my heart lurching as I hear the threat beneath his jovial tone. Freaking slimeball. Chapter 9. Rain. I arrive at the restaurant 10 minutes late, which, to be fair, is normal for me, and take in the steakhouse as I wait for the hostess to finish dealing with the person in front of me. Carter's kind of reminds me of a log cabin. It's all dark wood walls, tables, and flooring, teamed with sumptuous red leather seats and cream table linens, with baskets of freshly baked rolls on top of them. There are 4 brightly lit halogen fireplaces spread around the room, with the thermostat switched down so the room feels cozy and welcoming, without boiling you alive. My favorite thing is the lighting. The ceiling is covered in bright white bulbs inside what look like repurposed mason jars, hanging intermittently at different heights. As a kid, they reminded me of fireflies, and for some reason I was convinced this place held magic. As an adult, I still believe it holds magic, but of a different kind. This is the place my dad took my mom on their first date, and every year on their anniversary. We celebrated birthdays and graduations and even held wakes here to say goodbye to loved ones. So for the memories alone, this place will always be magic to me. I smile at the hostess as she apologizes for the wait and leads me to our regular table in the back, where the large bay windows offer a spectacular view of the lake. It's pretty in the day, but in the evening, when it's lit up by the fairy lights that cover the trees circling the water, it's stunning. "You look like shit," Tate says as he stands to greet me when the hostess disappears. At 6'4" and enough muscle to make grown men weep with jealousy, Tate draws the attention of every eye in the restaurant. As with all us siblings, his hair is jet black and his eyes are a rich, deep brown. But where my eyes tend to sparkle with mischievousness, Tate's scream, "Back off or I will fuck you up." How you ever get laid with those social skills is beyond me, I mutter when I reach him, walking straight into his open arms. "I missed your raindrop," he tells me, pulling back to study my face. "Okay, spill. And don't fucking tell me you're okay when you're clearly anything but." I collapse into the chair beside him and groan. Owen asked me to keep this to myself while he digs, but I'm going to end up committing homicide if this guy doesn't leave me alone, I admit, as he takes the seat beside mine. "What guy? Your stalker? Did he send you something else? Damn it, Rain, why didn't you call me?" He reels off question after question without giving me time to answer a single one. Slow your roll there, bro. No, I have not had any more gifts. Everything on that front has been quiet. As for who he is, well, I have my suspicions, but Owen told me to keep my mouth shut. "Why the fuck would he do that? If he knows who this is, I'll throat punch the little asshat for not saying anything. Why would he—" I pick up a roll from the center of the table and shove it in his mouth, effectively shutting him up. "Stop, just stop. You're giving me a headache." Garrett James asked me out, but he does not like to be told no. Now he isn't giving up, and it crossed my mind that he and my stalker might be the same, especially when he made an offhand comment which was a direct quote from the letter I received last month. "Garrett? As in Captain Garrett James? Fuck. Rain, are you sure?" Tate asks, stunned. Am I sure he's into me? Yes, unfortunately. Am I sure he's my stalker? No, but that's what my gut is telling me, I admit, flagging down the waitress closest to our table. "I'll have a Coke, please," I tell her as my brother orders water. We wait for her to leave before continuing. "Owen is doing some digging, you say?" he asks, not taking his eyes from mine. That's what he said, but I've barely spoken to him since he crashed at my place. Can we just order steak and talk about something else for a bit? I swear I'll fill you in on all the details later, but I haven't seen you in ages and I don't want this shit to ruin our evening, I beg. He looks like he wants to argue, but he must see how close I am to the end of my rope because he relents eventually and changes the subject. "So you have a new job. What happened to the other garage you were working at? And how come I never hear about this shit until weeks later?" He grumbles, biting into a roll. "It just didn't work out," I fib. There was a reason my dad and I didn't tell him. Handsy guy would be hands-free guy by the time Tate finished with him. Nobody touches his baby sister. I love where I am, though. The guys are great, and Derek is a hoot, never treating me as less than the others because I have boobs, I admit. La 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 la. Don't want to hear about that. Tate glares at me. I laugh. What, my boobs? Damn, what did they do to offend you? You having boobs to begin with offends me. Why couldn't you just stop growing before you hit puberty? I swear the amount of punches I've thrown since they grew in is staggering. Some guys are such perverts, he complains as a woman in a skin-tight red wrap dress walks past our table. Tate's eyes track her ass until she disappears around the corner where the restrooms are. Yes, I completely agree. Guys are perverts. I smirk. He throws the rest of his roll at me, which I catch one-handed and take a bite of it, grinning at him. We keep the conversation light for the rest of the evening, steering away from anything too serious. By the end of the night, I feel 10 times better, especially after being regaled with stories about some of the antics Tate's team gets up to. Come on, Raindrop. I'll follow you home and then you can fill me in on everything else, he announces, letting me know my reprieve is over. I sigh, but stand anyway as he drops enough money on the table to cover the food and the tip. He walks me to my car, winking at the hostess as we pass her, making her blush. Tate watches as I start my car and pull out before climbing in his truck and following behind me. Pulling up outside my house 15 minutes later, I park in my drive and wait for Tate before I climb out. I'll move my baby to the garage when he leaves. He pulls up behind me a few minutes later. I grab my bag, climb out, and make my way to the door, pausing for a moment when I notice the porch bulb is out again. Stupid faulty wiring, I curse. What's that? Tate asks, sliding a heavy arm over my shoulder. The bulb has gone out again. That's the 4th one this month. I'll have to get an electrician to come out and check the wiring. Tate stops, halting my movements, making me jerk my head up to look at him. Go wait in the car, Rain, he orders, pulling his Beretta from its holster. What is it? I turn to look at the porch again, wondering what has him spooked. When I finally see what I missed the first time thanks to the light being out. My front door is ajar. Car, now, Rain, he says, his words clipped. I hurry back to the car and lock myself inside like he asked, scrambling for my phone in the process. I dial 911 and fill them in on what's going on, and wait with bated breath as Tate disappears inside. After 10 minutes, I'm about ready to crawl out of my skin when I see the flashing lights of a patrol car pull up with a second one hot on its heels. I climb out when I spot Owen and Johnson heading my way, and I rush over to them. Tate's inside and he's armed, so don't go in without announcing yourself, but he's been gone for 10 minutes now and it's making me antsy, I admit, even though I know this is what Tate's trained for. Okay, calm down for me. Tate's fine, Owen tells me, but I interrupt him. You don't know that. He's behind you, Owen points out with a small grin, making me whirl around. Jesus! Why didn't you lead with that? I yell, moving over to a grim-faced Tate. Tell me, I order, as he grits his teeth and looks over his shoulder at Owen. Call a forensics team down here to dust for prints. He stops talking as another car pulls up. I turn, ignoring the 2 other officers leaning against their car, and face the 2 climbing from the unmarked one. Travis and Garrett. Fuck. What is he doing here? I grit out to Owen. Owen turns at my words but doesn't say anything when Garrett approaches. Travis pulls me into his arms for a quick hug before pushing me back and looking me over. What happened? Dad called to say you made a 911 call. He's on his way, just to warn you, Travis says, looking equal parts concerned and pissed. Why are you here? I snap at Garrett, who holds his hands up in surrender. Rain, Travis chastises. What? Since when does the captain turn up for a suspected break-in? I ask him, knowing I need to rein it in, but not having the patience to do it anymore. Since we were close by on stakeout, Travis answers, looking confused. I turn my back on him, not giving a single fuck about how rude I'm being. I look up at Tate with pleading eyes. Come on, Raindrop. Come sit in my truck for a second while we wait for Dad. I let him lead me to his truck, ignoring Travis as he questions Owen about my attitude. I can feel Garrett's eyes on me the whole time, burning into my skin and stripping me bare, but I refuse to look at him. I won't give him the satisfaction of letting him know he's getting to me. Shoving my hands in my pockets, I wait quietly for Tate to unlock his door. When he swings it open, he offers me his hand and helps me climb inside. Tell me what's going on, Tate, I ask quietly, turning in the seat to face him. He glances behind him before leaning his forearms against the doorframe, blocking Garrett's view of me with his big frame. The place has been trashed, Rain, Tate admits. It's been a while since I visited, but it doesn't look like anything has been taken. So not a robbery, then, I conclude. No, this was personal. he confirms, looking at me, waiting to see how I'll react. What aren't you telling me? I question, knowing him too well. He sighs, rubbing a hand over his face. The bedroom is where most of this guy's anger was aimed. The only semblance of control I can see is from the way he lined up a stack of photographs across the bed. Photographs of you from, well, everywhere. Whoever this guy is, he's been following you for a while, Rain. I close my eyes in defeat. Hey. Tate slips a finger under my chin and lifts my head, his dark eyes boring into mine. We will find this guy. But if Garrett was with Travis all night, it wasn't him. Unless he got someone else to do it for him, I point out. Tate doesn't look convinced, but he doesn't write it off either. Rain. I look around Tate as he steps aside and see my dad barreling toward me. Tate steps back, letting my dad pull me from the truck and wrap me up in his arms. You're okay? He asks, but I don't answer. I just squeeze him tighter so I don't have to lie. When you called yesterday and said everything had been quiet, I was hopeful it was punk-ass kids who got bored. He grunts. You're coming home with me now, right? I look up at my house and shiver. Yes, I'm coming home. I don't want to be here anymore. I swipe angrily at the tears I had been trying to hold back, frustrated that this guy, whoever he is winning by forcing me out. I can't stay here anymore, and that's the straw that breaks the camel's back. I turn my face and bury it in my dad's shoulder and sob. I feel violated, that a piece of me was destroyed right along with my things. Any happiness and warmth I experienced here is gone, leaving a malevolent presence in their place. This should be my safe space. But standing here now, all I feel is afraid. My dad holds me until I'm all cried out. He wipes my damp cheeks with his thumbs and offers me a sad smile. Come on, I'll drive you home. I'll have Trav bring your car by later. I look up at Tate, who steps forward and kisses my forehead. We'll catch him. A promise. I nod. What else can I do? I ignore everyone else, letting my dad tuck me into his chest and maneuver us through the growing crowd to his car. We drive back to my childhood home in silence, neither of us knowing what to say. By the time we pull up 30 minutes later, I'm beyond exhausted and ready to crash. Rain? I turn to look at my dad, offering him a shaky smile. I'll be okay. I'll wake up tomorrow, dust myself off, and be back to my usual badass self. But tonight, I don't want to talk about it. I want to lick my wounds, eat my body weight in ice cream, and watch trashy reality TV. I tell him quietly. He reaches over and takes my hand. Then that's what we'll do, Raindrop. You and me, kiddo. I squeeze his hand and smile. Come on, then. Let's get this pity party started. Chapter 10. Rain. Are you doing the walk of shame? I jump, placing a shaky hand over my chest when Derek appears beside me. Shit! You scared me! No, this is my dad's t-shirt. There was an incident at my place last night, which means I couldn't get my things. What do you mean there was an incident? He barks. Lord, spare me from protective males. I give him the whole story, minus my suspicions about Garrett. I trust Derek, and after being here for such a short period, that's saying something. But until Owen finds evidence, it's all just hearsay. Fucking hell, Rain. And you have no idea who this guy could be. I wince, not wanting to lie outright, so I hedge around the truth. I have my suspicions, but no hard evidence, so I'm not willing to point my finger until my brothers have looked into it. I admit, looking him in the eye. So what's going to happen now? He asks, appearing genuinely concerned. I'm not sure. I'll stay at my dad's place for a while so I'm not alone, but I'll need to get my place cleaned up at the very least. I need clothes and stuff. I sigh and scrub my hands down my face. I'm a mess. Hey now, cut yourself some slack. It's a fucked up situation and you're doing the best you can. He scolds lightly. Yes, Dad. I retort, regretting it instantly when a flash of pain crosses his face briefly before he masks it.
Pain in my ass. Look, I know you don't know me all that well, but if you ever need my help, all you have to do is call me,
he offers, making me swallow down the lump in my throat. Thank you, I whisper.
Now get back to work. I don't pay you to slack off,
he says with a wink, before turning and heading back to his office. By the time the end of my shift rolls around, I'm ready for a bath and bed. I've had to field calls from all my brothers, including Alex and Caden, which means someone opened their big mouth and spilled the beans. I've also noticed Derek stopping by my bay countless times. As sweet as it is that everyone cares, it's stifling. If one more person asks me if I'm all right, I might scream. I leave after saying my goodbyes and prepare myself for the worried faces of my family. When my phone rings again for the millionth time, I check the screen and groan when I see it's Tate once more. But not wanting him to worry, I pull over and answer. Tate, I greet, hoping I manage to keep the frustration out of my voice.
Hey, Rain, the tech guys say it's okay for you to collect some things from your place. I'm out front if you want to come over now, and I'll give you a hand.
He hangs up before I say anything else, but it doesn't matter. I need stuff if I'm going to be staying at my dad's. There are only so many times I can wash out the same pair of panties after all. I toss the phone on the passenger seat and do a U-turn, heading home. Home. Right. Is it even that anymore? It was supposed to be my safe haven, something that was just mine, and now this asshole has shit all over it. I grip the steering wheel harder than necessary. I hate feeling so utterly useless. Pulling up outside 15 minutes later, I see Tate leaning against his truck, waiting for me as he fiddles with his cell phone. Wearing a plain black t-shirt and black jeans, he looks as cool as a cucumber, whereas I'm a frazzled, hot, and sweaty mess. Hey, Tate, I call out, giving him a quick hug after I climb out of my car and walk over to him.
Hey, Raindrop, you ready?
I nod. I'm as ready as I'll ever be.
If you notice anything missing, let me know, okay?
He tells me, slipping back into cop mode. Are you working this case? I ask with a frown. It's not that it's out of his jurisdiction, but it's not exactly local for him either. Plus, with me being his sister, it's a bit of a conflict of interest.
No, I just offered to be here with you. I figured you'd feel more comfortable with me than a stranger.
I shrug. I don't think it's going to matter who's with me. The thought of going in there at all makes me feel sick. I'm completely exhausted. I just want to get my stuff and leave so I can go back to my dad's and fall apart. The house is a disaster when I enter. My things tossed around the room like a tornado ripped through it. I don't focus on it, I can't, not without wanting to break down and cry. I move on autopilot through the sitting room, wincing at the sound of broken glass under my feet from my shattered coffee table. My favorite purple blanket is torn in two on the floor beside a slashed sofa and an overturned chair. Taking a deep breath, I make my way to the bedroom, trying to picture the sitting room as it was before. I think about Owen and me watching movies and laughing at each other. I memorize all the little details, so when I look back on my time here, I do it with fondness, not fear. I pause in the doorway of my room, taking in the bed, or, more importantly, the bedding that has been slashed to pieces, right through to the mattress in some places. The floor is littered with stuffing, torn fabric, and feathers. That takes a heck of a lot of rage, confirming that this isn't just kids fucking with me. It's very personal, and the person in question is pissed off to the max. I just don't know why. I'm a good person, mostly, and I can be sweet, sometimes. Even so, I can't think of a single thing I could have said or done that could ever warrant something like this. How can someone hate me so much?
Come on, Rain. Pack what you need.
Tate murmurs from behind me, squeezing my shoulder in solidarity, a reminder that I'm not alone. I square my shoulders and hold my head up high, refusing to let this asshole bring me down. Let's do this. I move to the closet, which, surprisingly, hasn't been touched, and yank out the two large suitcases I keep on the top shelves. I start pulling clothes off hangers and shoving them in before moving over to my t-shirt drawer. I pack everything I think I might need before moving to the underwear drawer. But Tate's words stop me.
No. We'll go shopping and buy new stuff on the way back to Dad's place,
He says quietly, making my hand clench into a fist. I don't even want to know what the freak did with them. That's fine. I'll grab my stuff from the bathroom if you want to grab my gun box, I tell him distractedly as I make my way slowly into the bathroom, expecting something. I don't know what. But surprisingly, the bathroom is just the way I left it. Working quickly, I grab what I need and walk back into my room and toss my toiletries into the suitcase with my clothes. I look around, letting the sadness take hold for a moment, knowing that whatever happens, I'll never feel safe here again. It's disappointing, but it's not the end of the world. I'm safe. That's all that matters right now.
You ready?
Tate asks, watching me like he's waiting for me to break down. With one final look, I say a silent goodbye. I'll get the place cleaned up and put it on the market. A fresh start when this guy is caught will be just what the doctor orders. Assuming I survive. I'm ready. After a quick trip to Target for underwear and a whole lot of junk food to cheer me up, Tate follows me back to Dad's, where we find him home early. That's unusual in itself. Even more so is the fact that Travis and Owen are sitting around the table with him. All of them look glum. I don't know if I can handle much more, so just tell me what it is so I can eat my junk food and pretend this whole thing is just a messed up dream. I mumble. Owen slides a brown envelope across the table toward me.
These are copies of photos that arrived at the station today,
He adds while Travis shakes his head.
I don't think you need to see them, but apparently I've been outvoted.
Travis bitches before standing and walking over to the sink, leaning against it with his back to us.
How bad?
Tate asks from behind me. I tune them out while they talk, lifting the innocuous brown envelope with shaky hands, expecting to find more photos of myself. What I find is so much worse. Inside are 5 photos and a note. I flick through each picture, not even trying to stem the flow of my tears. There is a photo of each of my brothers, with crosses through their eyes and what looks like a bullet hole in the center of their foreheads. With a shaky hand, I lift the note, recognizing the writing is the same from the earlier letter I received. Rain is mine. If any of you keep her from me, I'll kill you all. The note is confusing, but the threat behind it isn't. I feel the room start to spin, so I reach out and grab the counter and suck in a sharp breath, willing the nausea rushing up the back of my throat back down. Jesus. Isn't it bad enough this guy has taken my home and my sense of safety? Now he wants to take my family too? Fuck. The room spins again, so I shut my eyes, swallowing hard to keep the impending tears at bay. I can't stay here. I'm putting you in danger. I start on a harsh whisper, but Travis interrupts me.
See, this is exactly why I didn't want to say anything to you. I knew you'd act like a martyr. We can protect you, Rain. It's what all of us are trained to do.
He yells at me as I stalk toward him, tossing the photos back on the table. Yeah? And who the fuck is going to protect you? I yell back, pointing at the scattered photos as the panic claws up my insides. He has pictures of Caden and Alex in their uniforms, Travis. That means he either went to Florida himself or he has someone on base watching them. He broke into my home and bypassed my alarm. This guy means business. And if he sees you guys as a threat, then you need to step back and take yourselves out of the equation. I tell them all desperately.
Not a fucking chance, Rain,
Tate says from behind me, my dad and Owen echoing his words. I turn to face them all, staring into their stony faces, needing them to understand where I'm coming from. I don't want you getting hurt, or worse, over this. I hiss, frustrated they aren't getting this.
And I don't want you getting raped or fucking killed,
Tate roars, his voice reverberating around the kitchen.
Shit.
He curses when I whimper, taking a step toward me, but I hold out my hand to warn him off. Enough. God, I can't fucking breathe. Just go home, all of you. Someplace away from me where you'll be safe, I think, but I don't dare verbalize it. We can discuss this in the morning when cooler heads prevail, But if we carry on yelling at each other right now, we're going to end up saying things we don't mean. I'm tired and cranky, in need of a shower and a week's worth of sleep. Please, I just need some time to process this. My words end on a whisper as my shoulders slump.
She's home now, and she's safe here with me.
My dad interjects.
She needs something to eat and some rest, and she can't do that with you all hovering over her.
He points out with a sigh. They all stand there staring at me, with clenched jaws and clenched fists, their anger riding them hard. When nobody moves, my dad stands in front of me protectively and crosses his arms over his chest.
Fine. We'll be back at 7 a.m.
Travis relents, as Owen moves around my father and wraps his arms around me.
I'll bring the donuts,
Owen offers loudly, before his body tenses.
The evidence is starting to point to someone other than the captain, but the digging I've been doing is raising more red flags than I like. Stay with Dad, don't go anywhere alone, and I'll fill you in tomorrow.
He whispers. I nod and squeeze him tighter before letting go. Then each of my other brothers moves in for hugs too.
We can deal with all this tomorrow, Raindrop. For right now, just get some rest.
Travis gives me a pointed look before he follows the others outside.
Come on. I'll make you some mac and cheese, and then you can crash for the night. Switch the TV on. The game is on, and I've missed the first half.
My dad says after locking up. He nudges me toward the den, so I do what he asks and let my dad take care of me, just like he did when I was a kid. While snuggled on the sofa eating the food my dad made for me, it's easy to pretend that it's all just a bad dream. But in the back of my mind, all I can think about is how I can't risk this. My dad and my brothers are my whole world. But how do I keep them safe without putting myself in danger in the process?
I'm wiped, kid.
My dad admits from the other end of the sofa, rubbing a hand over his face. Yeah, me too. Go on up. I'm going to watch the last 20 minutes of this, then I'm going to bed too. I offer him a fake smile as he stands and kisses me on the cheek.
None of this is your fault, Raindrop. You know that, right?
I nod, but I don't answer. Logically, I know this, but guilt doesn't care about logic. Night. Love you. I tell him instead as he ruffles my hair.
Love you more, Raindrop.
I know. That's why I'll do everything within my power to keep you safe. Chapter 11. Rain. I listen to the sound of my dad getting ready for bed as I watch the last 20 minutes of an old episode of Friends until finally, the house goes quiet. Switching the TV off, I make my way into the kitchen for a glass of water before heading to bed myself. I realize I left all the stuff I brought from my place in the trunk of my car, but I'm not going to traipse out there now like some crazy chick from a horror flick who's asking for trouble. I take a quick shower to freshen up and brush my teeth using the spare toothbrush I found in the cabinet before slipping on the t-shirt my dad loaned me yesterday to sleep in. With my new underwear and my hairbrush still being in the car, I'll have to make do without until morning. I pull the comforter back and snuggle deep into the pillow, expecting to find it difficult to sleep. But I must drop off faster than I realize. The next time I wake up, the clock's bright red numbers tell me it's 3:13 a.m. I roll over and stretch, surprised I managed to get in a solid 4 hours, when my hand lands on paper. Frowning, I flick on the lamp and come face to face with a photograph of me, sleeping. It takes my befuddled brain a moment to process what I'm seeing. The t-shirt I'm wearing in the shot, the flash of red panties peeking out from beneath, my leg tucked up under me. As I slowly process everything, the horrifying reality crashes down on me, making me rush to the bathroom and throw up everything I ate earlier. When I have nothing left inside me, I splash cold water on my pale face and stare at myself in the mirror. That photo tells me all I need to know. This psycho has been inside this room while I slept. Once last night, I'm wearing the same t-shirt in the photo that I'm wearing now, and once tonight to deliver the photo and the message. The message is that he can get to me anywhere, and no alarm system, no matter how state-of-the-art it is, will keep him out. My dad being a cop is no deterrent. Shit. Dad! In my shock, I forgot there is more than myself at stake. Swallowing down a new wave of bile, I creep slowly out of my room to my father's, terrified of what I might find. Thankfully, when I push his door open with shaky hands, he's snoring away, oblivious to the nightmare unfolding around him. Pulling the door closed quietly, I weighed up my options here. I could wake him up to tell him what's happened and have him call my brothers, but nothing will change. No, the only option is to leave and remove the target of my stalker's obsession away from my family's trajectory. Hurrying back to my room before I can change my mind, I pull on my jeans and shoes, slipping the baggy sweatshirt I had on earlier over the t-shirt I slept in. I brush my teeth and pull my hair up into a ponytail before snagging my bag and keys. Making my way to the kitchen on silent feet, I scribble a note for Dad on the notepad on the counter beside the fridge. I bite my lip as I try to be strong. But even so, my tears drip onto the paper as I tell him why I have to leave, and that I love him. Hesitating for a moment, I leave the note on the kitchen table and, with a heavy heart, walk silently down the hall, disabling the alarm and rearming it once I step outside. So much for not running into danger. I get in the car, thankful now that I was too lazy to empty it earlier, and swipe the tears on my face before locking the car doors with shaking hands. Am I really doing this? I look up at my childhood home, a home that is usually filled with laughter and happiness, but that has now been tainted, leaving me feeling violated and dirty. My safe haven has been corrupted, and I don't have another option, so yes, damn straight I'm doing this. Even if it is just a way to lead the devil away from my father's door. There are too many variables to control here, too many possible outcomes. I need a new playing field, something that will put my stalker and me on the same even footing, or even better, something that will give me the advantage, because here he always seems to be one step ahead of me. I pull away, keeping my lights off in case anyone is watching, and drive to the end of the street before turning them on and pulling out onto the main road. I head to the garage and pull into the private staff-only garage bay. Parking my car, I take a deep breath before stepping out. I empty my trunk and take everything I need before loading it into a junker I'd been working on earlier in the day. I lock up my GTO and head into the city with the junker. I drive around for a while, hoping that if I'm being tailed, I'll lose them eventually. But I have to make a stop for gas and to figure out some kind of plan. I pull in at an open all-night diner and order the first thing I see on the menu, as well as a large, strong coffee. When the food arrives, a massive stack of pancakes doused liberally with syrup, I make a conscious effort to eat every mouthful. But I don't taste a thing. These could be the best pancakes in the world, but at the moment I might as well be eating sawdust. Finishing up, I pay and head back to the car, thinking about my next move. My brothers are the logical choice, but what's the point? After finding me at my father's place, it stands to reason my brother's homes will be where he looks for me next. They might all be capable, but they can't be with me all the time. And despite what they may think, none of them is bulletproof. Yet I know all of them would step in front of a bullet for me without hesitation. I can't let them do that. I refuse to let them get hurt for me, not if there is something I can do to protect them. In the end, I call Derek, the only person I know who might be able to give me some advice that won't be to go home and hide behind my brothers.
Hello?
His sleepy voice answers after the third ring. Derek? I hate the fact there is a quiver to my voice. I'm stronger than this, damn it.
Rain?
I hear the sound of sheets rustling and what I'm guessing is a door opening and closing.
Talk to me.
He barks in his no-nonsense voice. I don't know what to do. He found me again at my father's this time. I need somewhere to go, somewhere far enough away that my brothers won't find me and bring me back. I tell him, hearing the determination in my voice. I won't back down and change my mind on this. So either he'll help me or I'll do it alone.
You said you have your suspicions about who you think this guy might be. If it is who you think, how much reach does he have?
A lot. If my gut is correct, then the guy after me is Garrett James, the new police captain.
Fuck, shit!
Derek yells, and I hear the sound of shattering glass as if he threw something across the room.
Okay, Rain, listen to me carefully. I want you to go to the Kings of Carnage Mother Chapter's compound. It's in Vegas. There is no way he will think to look for you there, but you'll need to make sure you're not being tailed.
I pause at his words, my mouth opening and shutting before I finally settle on what I want to say. And I'll be safe there?
Trust me, love. There is no way Garrett James will find you there.
Derek reassures me. Okay, I can do that. And no one is going to look for a cop's daughter in a biker compound, right? I can see the merit in this idea.
Exactly. You'll need to ditch your car and your cell.
I cut him off with a smile that he can't see. Cop's daughter, remember? I'm using the beat-up red Mazda from the shop that was brought in for spares and parts. I managed to get it running, although for how long, I don't know. The GTO is at the shop, so look after her for me, okay? As soon as I'm ready to leave, I'll dump this phone and pick up a couple of burners. There's a convenience store nearby that sells them, and it's open 24 hours.
What about money? Do you need some? You won't be able to touch your bank while you're in Vegas without sending up a red flag.
He warns. I know, and that's why I drove around for about 2 hours hitting up as many ATMs as I could find. I've drained my savings, but I have the cash to tide me over for a little while. I tell him softly.
Well, if you need more, call me and I'll wire you some. The club can help with that. They have a club account they use so it won't be traceable to you.
Thank you, Derek, for everything. I don't even know what to say. You are the shit. I swear reverently.
Just be careful and stay hidden until this shit blows over. Want me to talk to your father for you, or one of your brothers?
Damn, this guy is killing me. Thanks, but I'd rather keep you out of this if I can. If you hide my car somewhere safe, I'll take care of the rest. I have to go. I'll call you when I get there. I assume you'll let them know I'm coming? I'm not sure how they'll feel about me bringing trouble to their door.
I'll call them and explain everything. Don't worry, everything is going to be fine. The boys are a bit rough around the edges, but don't let that put you off. They are fiercely protective, and they abhor violence toward women or children.
I relax until he speaks again.
That doesn't mean they can't be assholes, Rain. They are men, remember, so don't be afraid to call them on it. They will protect you, but they don't get to hold that protection over your head as a way to bend you to their will. I'm vouching for you, so that is all that matters.
I nod and agree, remembering belatedly that he can't see me. Got it. Text me the directions, and thanks again, Derek. I'll call you later.
Stay safe,
he says before hanging up. I let the tears fall freely then. Tears of relief, anger, and fear. I purge them from my body, allowing myself this moment where nobody can see me or judge me. I need to fortify myself before I head to Vegas, and that means getting my emotions under control. I can't walk into a biker compound as a nervous wreck. They'll smell weakness and attack. I need to get some sleep and iron out the kinks in this plan. It's time to stand up and take control. I am not the scared little girl my stalker is banking on. I head to the convenience store and collect a couple of phones, checking over my shoulder about 100 times to make sure I'm not being followed. I don't feel safe until I'm back inside the car with the doors locked. Passing by a darkened liquor store, I see a woman working the corner. I watch as she pushes her chest out and leans over the driver's side window of a black Mercedes that pulls up beside her. She talks to the driver, hoping, I'm sure, that he'll agree to be her John for tonight. It's not the transaction taking place in front of me that has me staring as she climbs into the passenger seat of the car, or even seeing a hooker in the first place. It's her outfit that has my attention. Skin-tight black PVC pants and a red top that covers little more than a bra would. I look down at my own outfit of jeans and a sweatshirt that is 4 sizes too big, and sigh. I'll need to dip into my cash for some wardrobe staples. Some stuff I have will work. I have plenty of pairs of jeans and t-shirts after all. But to truly blend in with a bunch of biker babes, I'm going to need to look the part. If for some reason people are asked questions about me, I need them not to be able to remember me. To potential witnesses, I need to be just another girl dressed in the same slutty clothing as everyone else. I'll be like every other club girl there. But if I dress too differently, I'll stand out instead of blending in, which kind of defeats the purpose of hiding. The sky is a gorgeous pink color right now, and as much as I'd like to appreciate it and drive a little farther, I know I need to rest. I have no idea when I'll get my next chance to stop, and I don't want to risk falling asleep at the wheel. Spotting a motel, I pull over and park as close to the building as possible. I climb out and make my way over to the main entrance, relieved to see someone sitting at the desk as the neon sign on the glass declares them open 24 hours. Pushing the door open, I spot a rake-thin man watching old reruns of a game show from the 80s, sitting behind a low desk. He jolts for a moment when the door creaks, before taking me in. "Hi, I'd like to book a room for a few hours," I tell him, chewing my lip.
Not a problem. Do you have a card we can keep on file?
My shoulders drop. I forgot about that. "I only have cash, I'm sorry." I hesitate for a minute before lying my ass off and hoping karma doesn't come back to bite me. I'm running from an abusive relationship. He's hours from here, but if I use my card, it will flag the system, and I really can't risk it. "Thank you anyways." I turn and place my hand on the door, hoping he'll bite.
Wait,
Bingo.
I'm sure we can make an exception, just this once, if you pay the balance up front.
He offers, looking me over, likely for bruises. I feel like utter shit lying to him, yet is it really a lie? If my stalker gets his hands on me, who knows what kind of damage he could do to me? "Thank you. That's so kind of you. I swear I just need to get a few hours of sleep before I crash, then I'll be on my way again." I promise him, beyond relieved.
It's okay, truly. Here's your key. I put you under Mrs. and Mr. Jones, so when the next lot of staff come on shift, they won't even know you're here.
He explains, making tears prick my eyes. You know, I spent a long time lately questioning why men are such assholes. Then I meet someone like you, and you remind me there is good and bad in everyone. I won't forget this kindness. I say truthfully. He gives me a wonky smile as I take the key he offers and make my way back out to the car, snagging the backpack I'd stuffed with some essentials before heading over to the rooms. Finding the one I'm after, I swing the door open and take a relieved breath. It's clean and tidy, even if it is a little dated. 2 teak bedside tables sit either side of a double bed that is covered with a faded red floral print bedspread. Opposite that is a large set of drawers that match the bedside units, with an old-fashioned television on top. Across the far side of the room, there is a door ajar that I'm assuming leads to the bathroom. I toss my bag on the bed and lock the door before dragging one of the solid bedside tables over to wedge underneath the doorknob. When that is done, I head straight for the bathroom, feeling gross and dirty. Once the water is warm, I climb under the spray and let the water soak away my aches and worries. I'm thankful when I spot the tiny complimentary bottles of shampoo and shower gel, as I didn't think to grab mine from the trunk. There is no conditioner, and with hair as thick as mine, that would usually be an issue, but right now, I couldn't care less. In the grand scheme of things, having no conditioner ranks pretty low on the list of shit I should be stressing about. I dry off with the scratchy towel provided and drag on clean underwear and a baggy t-shirt before collapsing onto the bed. Staring at the ceiling, I contemplate what my next move should be, even though I already know the answer. Call it cowardly, but the thought of having to deal with my brothers right now is more than I can bear. I grab the phone off the nightstand and send a text to Owen, thankful that Dad drummed into my head the importance of learning everyone's numbers by heart. I keep it simple, telling him I had to go and why. It's shitty that I'm leaving it up to him to tell the other 2 I've left when they turn up for breakfast, but if I talk to them now, they will convince me to come home, and I can't. Not yet, at least. I text my dad next and give him the full story. He deserves to know why his daughter snuck out of his house in the middle of the night, and I refuse to lie to him. Plus, I throw in some begging, asking him to stay with one of my brothers for the time being because if my stalker doesn't notice I've left yet, he might turn up at my dad's again tomorrow. I switch off the phone before anyone can reply and toss it back on the nightstand. Yep, definitely a coward. Closing my eyes, I shut everything out and concentrate on the next part of the plan. I'll need to stop for some suitable clothing, but apart from that, it won't take me long to get to the Kings of Carnage clubhouse, thanks to the GPS coordinates Derek sent me earlier. I checked out where I needed to go and wrote the address down on a random receipt in the car before tossing the phone. I just hope I don't get lost, because neither of the burners nor the old scrap heap of a car has GPS. I sigh. There's no sense borrowing trouble. I can always go old school and find a paper map, if necessary. Trying to turn off my busy mind to get some rest, I end up questioning why I'm not more nervous about heading to a biker compound. Fuck, I'm sure most women would be terrified about the prospect of walking into the unknown. But then I guess nothing seems as scary when you've already woken up to find out someone had been standing over you and taking photographs while you slept. Having some crazy nut job that close to me while I was at my most vulnerable not once but twice makes everything else pale in comparison. The tug of sleep pulls at me, so I let myself drift off, giving in to the sweet oblivion that only sleep can bring. 4 hours later, I wake in the same position with a newfound determination. Climbing off the bed, I stumble to the bathroom, where I take care of business before dragging on my clothes and whipping my hair up into a crazy, messy bun. I collect my stuff and remove the SIM card from the phone before walking out into the warm sunshine. I toss both the SIM and phone in the dumpster at the edge of the parking lot, not wanting to risk keeping the phone, even without the SIM, in case it's been traced after I sent the texts. I head to the car before climbing in and going in search of coffee. It's time to begin the next leg of my journey. A journey that hopefully will keep my family and me safe. Chapter 12. Rain. It took me 24 hours to get to Vegas. Not because I drive like my 80-year-old grandmother, but because I needed time to prepare. Stepping out of the beat-up car in skin-tight black leather pants and a slouchy white off-the-shoulder t-shirt, I take a moment to draw in a deep breath and center myself. I'm wearing knee-high biker boots that lace up the front, and I've had my hair chopped to my shoulders, so it now has a sexy, tousled, beachy vibe going on. I feel like I'm wearing some kind of armor, and with it, I can face anything. I've been raised by and surrounded by men my whole life, so the prospect of being inside carnage doesn't scare me as perhaps it should. No, what worries me is the thought of them sending me away. Garrett has the resources and the tenacity to hunt the country for me if he really wants to, and it's clear my brothers and father are not enough of a deterrent. I'm hoping that having the mother chapter of Carnage at my back might make him back off once and for all. Not that I'm going to advertise where I am to him, just that when he finds me, and I'm realistic enough to know it will happen eventually, he'll realize I'm not worth the hassle. I check the quiet road before crossing, only then realizing I'm probably too far off the beaten path to have to worry too much about traffic in these parts. I walk over to the tall iron gate and see it's manned by 2 men who, according to their leather cuts, are prospects. The taller, leaner one of the 2 sees me and approaches, his eyes roving over my body hungrily. I'm about to tell him why I'm here when he buzzes the gate wide and lets me inside. "Find me later," he calls as I walk by him without a word. Frowning, I'm starting to worry that this might not be the safest place for me after all. He has no clue who I am or why I'm here. All he cares about is that I have a pussy between my legs, not that I have a gun in my boot, and that's the kind of shit that can get people killed. I look around the compound, my eyes immediately drawn to the area at my left, which is filled with bikes, all neatly lined up next to each other, proudly displayed. It's easy to see how well they are looked after. Each motorcycle seems to be in pristine condition and recently cleaned. To the right, set a little farther back, is a garage. I passed the storefront entrance of it on my way around, but the back end where the work bays are is locked up tight within the compound. Walking toward the main building looming in front of me, I take stock of the place that was a huge library in the 60s, according to public records, before Carnage scooped it up for a song and renovated it. 6 stone steps lead up to an archway that is easily 8 feet tall, and the wooden doors inside it look like the kind you'd find in a castle to keep warring soldiers out. I take a startled step back when the doors swing open and a lone biker walks out. Holy mother of Jax Teller babies! I stare at the blonde god in front of me for a second before looking away. I know if I look at this guy for too long, I'll likely end up pregnant. His hair is longer than I'm used to, pulled back into a sexy man bun, and his face is covered with a neat beard that I just bet would feel amazing between my thighs. He's also built like he bench presses trucks instead of weights, making my short frame look almost childlike next to his.
You look a little lost there.
He comments when he sees me, his dark eyes roving over my body much like the prospect before him. Only this guy must have X-ray vision because I swear he's looking at me like I'm naked right now. I'm not lost, just psyching myself up is all, I tell him, thankful to find my voice sounds normal and unaffected by his hotness.
That bad, huh?
He asks with a chuckle, before reaching into his back pocket and pulling out a pack of cigarettes. Sparking one up, he takes a drag before offering me one. I shake my head. Thanks, but I'll pass. Call me crazy, but I like my body cancer-free. I'm weird like that. I respond, making him snort.
There are things far worse for you in life than smoking.
He rightly points out, walking down the steps and over to the right of the entrance where there is a large wooden bench. That is true, I agree, as he sits and points at the space beside him. I take that as an invitation and sit down. Chocolate cake, drugs, and micro-penises are all far worse for you, I reel off. I mean, I could keep going, but the list would be endless. He chokes a little, which makes his eyes water, so without thinking I reach over and pat him on the back. He chuckles when he finally has himself under control.
Guess I can add pretty girls talking about dick to that list.
Well, not all dicks are bad for you. But when you're all worked up and a guy whips out a little maggot that's not even big enough to be used as bait, it can be a tad disappointing.
Disappointing, I'm sure, but I'm not sure it's bad for you,
He counters. I didn't say it was bad for my health, but you should see how fast a guy starts gasping for breath and loses his shit when you ask if it's in yet. I answer, and he roars with laughter.
Well, if you're looking for dick, you've come to the right place. I don't go around checking out my brother's junk, but as far as I know, there are no micro-penises here,
He says with a grin. That's good to know, but I'm not looking for dick. Not today, at least. I'm Rain, by the way, I offer, reaching out my hand for him to shake. He does not shake my hand. Nope, no siree. He takes my hand and places it on his hard denim-covered cock.
You sure about that?
His voice oozes sex, making me squirm. That is definitely not a micropenis. I point out something he likely already knows, being as he sees it every day.
No, darling, it's not. But just to be sure, you want to take a closer look?
He asks with a wink. It's only by the sheer grace of God that I managed to hold back my whimper.
Hey, Saint, what are...
The voice cuts off from behind us. We both turn to look at the new arrival, me marveling at the fact that I didn't even hear the colossal-sized door swing open, my focus entirely on the feel of the dick beneath my hand.
I see you found yourself some fresh pussy. Nice.
The dark-haired guy, who looks like a frickin' movie star, comments, staring at my tits before looking at my face.
Toss her my way when you're finished.
He calls offhandedly to the guy beside me I now know is called Saint. I like the name, but I'm under no illusion that this Saint is a good guy, at least not in the conventional sense of the word. He has terrible decisions written all over him. Standing up, not liking having the new guy looking down on me, I move toward the steps as he walks down to meet me halfway. I hate to break it to you, princess, but Saint here won't be tossing me to you or anyone. I snark as the man steps down beside me. Just who the hell does this guy think he is? I hear Saint's laughter behind me, but I ignore him, looking over the newcomer's shoulder briefly when the door opens once more, revealing another guy who looks like a model. This one is blonde like Saint, only this guy's hair is a shade lighter and longer on top, with the sides shaved short. He pauses, taking in the scene before his green eyes flash to mine with curiosity. I'm starting to think I've entered an alternate reality, where everyone inside these gates is so damn pretty it hurts my eyes.
Princess.
The asshole in front of me questions. drawing my attention back to him. His tone is deceptively quiet as he leans closer, likely trying to intimidate me. I got news for you, buddy, and it's all bad. Being the shorty in a bunch of overgrown men is nothing new to me. I'm sorry, you didn't offer me your name before you started acting like a diva, making grabby hands for something that isn't yours.
Lady, I'm the fucking president of this club. If I want something, I'd take it,
He tells me, as my eyes move over his cut. I see his president patch and the name Bates underneath it. Well, isn't that just typical of the luck I've been having lately? Derek vouched for this club, but if this is what I can expect, I can't say I'm convinced. Well, it's good that I could teach you about humility then, big boy, because this, I wave my hand over my body, is not being tossed to you or anyone. I growl. His dark eyes glare into mine with a spark of interest in them.
Bates.
I hear the tall blonde warn him as he walks down the steps toward us, but Bates doesn't back down. I step up 2 steps while this Bates guy stays on the bottom, so we are now eye to eye. I don't say anything, even as I feel the other guy stop on the step beside me. I can already sense this Bates person is the bigger threat of the 3 right now, so I just stand quietly and wait for him to make his next move. His eyes sparkle with mirth, a dark gleefulness at the challenge I've inadvertently placed in front of him. He can back down and walk away, or he can push the issue. I can tell from the way his gaze turns lazy and uninterested that he's made his decision, and it's the wrong choice. Fuck. I hope Derek can find me somewhere else to stay because I guarantee the only tossing happening here today will be me being thrown out.
Oh, we got ourselves a lady who thinks her shit don't stink, huh? Bates drawls. What exactly did you think was going to happen when you rocked up to the Carnage Clubhouse looking like that? You came here to fuck, so let's fuck.
I take a step back, bumping into the guy behind me, making Bates smile predatorily.
If you don't want my dick, then you can get the fuck out. Nobody's stopping you, sweetheart.
He patronizes. Christ, this guy thinks he's all that. I look him up and down, letting him know I find him lacking. He might be smoking hot on the outside, but his personality makes me want to set him on fire. I shrug, showing him I'm not bothered in the least, even if that's not true. I didn't come here to fuck. I'm not pimping myself out for protection. Am I disappointed? Of course. But if this is what I have to put up with, I'll pass. I'll find somewhere else to hide out. I turn to leave, but Bates's hand wraps around my wrist, stopping my movements.
Don't come back. We have no use for frigid little bitches.
He snorts.
We like our meat a little more tender.
Meat? Is he fucking serious? A red haze falls over me, temporarily making me forget where I am and who I'm dealing with. The Rain who is trying to keep a low profile immediately gets pushed aside for the Rain who reacts before she thinks. I yank my wrist free and poke a finger into his chest. Funny, I like my meat a little longer than 3 inches. I snap. A wheezing, hacking sound of someone choking behind me distracts me long enough for Bates to wrap his hand in my hair and yank my head back. Not enough to hurt, but enough to immobilize me.
Tut, tut, tut. If I were less of a man, that hit might have hurt my pride. Now I guess I have something to prove, huh? If you wanted to see my cock, all you had to do was ask. Do you have any more hits you want to get in before your mouth is too full to speak?
He purrs, making him sound like a lion ready to pounce. Only one, I reply, and he loosens his hold a little in surprise. I take the only option left to me. I swing my arm up and punch the fucker in the face. He's so surprised he slips off the step and lands on his ass. Everyone around me freezes, but not me. I'm down the steps and halfway to the gates before I find myself airborne and tossed over someone's shoulder. I wiggle and beat at the back of the person holding me, calling them all the names under the sun. I even invent some new ones before I find myself back on my feet, right way up once more. I stumble for a moment as the blood in my head tries to figure out which way to go, losing my option to run when 2 arms band tightly around me.
This one,
the guy holding me says, bizarrely.
This one what, priest?
Saint asks, reaching down and holding out a hand to Bates, who is looking at me like he wants to peel the skin from my bones. I watch with satisfaction as he swipes at the blood running from his nose.
"We made a deal, Bates,"
the guy responds, ignoring Saint's question. So the guy holding me is called Priest, and although he might look godly, he's clearly insane. Figures.
"The one who knocks you on your ass is the one. This is her,"
he continues, making me frown. Jesus, you make it sound like you're going to give me a ring and send me to Mordor or something. Just let me go, you big oaf. Surprisingly, he does, which makes me stumble yet a fucking again. And what do you know? This time I end up in Bates's arms, his bloody face looming down at mine. Ignoring the fierce scowl on his face, I take in the steady stream of blood and sigh as my conscience kicks in. You really should ice that. Look, I'm sorry, okay? Just let me go and I'll get out of your hair. Derek has clearly lost his mind.
"Derek, is that your boyfriend?"
Bates questions with that infuriating mocking tone in his voice. You know, you really should be nicer to me when my knee is this close to your balls. I remind him. I realize rather quickly I should have kept my mouth shut when I find myself tossed over yet another shoulder. He turns to move up the steps as I wriggle, trying to get free. When he slaps his hand down hard over the rump of my ass, I promise certain death. By the time he drags me inside with the others following behind, I've mentally killed him 100 different ways. I curse him out while lifting my head and scanning the room around us to find it full of leather-wearing bikers. And every single eye is on me. Hi, how you doing? I question, then squeal when my ass is slapped again. You'd better sleep with one eye open, you motherfucker. I swear, promising retribution as Bates carries me toward the back of the room and up onto a dais of some kind, where there are 3 tall hardback wooden chairs that look kind of like thrones? Seriously? I guess I wasn't too far off with the princess comment, huh? I ask with a smirk, before I find myself upright again, staring into his angry face. He places me on my feet before spinning me around to face the sea of people watching us with interest. Bates holds me tight to his chest, as Saint and Priest step up and stand on either side of us.
"Carnage!"
Priest yells over the noise of the crowd.
"Meet our old lady!"
They all yell out their praise, so I turn my head to see who they are talking about, pausing when I look up and see Bates's shit-eating grin. Oh, hell no!
Chapter 13. Bates. She squirms against me, but all that does is make my dick hard. I'll admit, I wasn't interested in taking an old lady. I meant what I said about it taking someone special to knock me on my ass. Do I think this pint-sized, sexy-ass woman in my arms is the one? Fuck knows, but I'll have fun trying to break her. She stares up at me with hate-filled eyes, but that only fuels my need to make her submit to me. I want her on her knees, looking up at me as I fuck her throat. Oh, this is going to be fun. Keep struggling, kitten. It turns me on. I whisper in her ear, pushing my dick against her ass so she doesn't doubt my words. I bend down as she turns her head so our lips are only an inch apart. Be careful, princess. This kitten has claws, she warns before facing forward again and going still. I don't loosen my hold, not for a second. I know the minute I do, she'll be gone. I wait for Priest to finish talking before saying anything, enjoying the feel of her soft, curvy figure pinned against mine. When everyone returns to what they were doing before we interrupted, both Saint and Priest turn to face the woman in my arms. I let her go, and she whirls so she can face us all. You'll be moving in, Priest starts, but she speaks over him. Nope, she shakes her head, but Priest just smiles, loving a challenge as much as I do. We have plenty of time to get to know each other better, he adds, as if she never spoke. I'm sorry, Priest, is it? She asks, shaking her head.
Either you need to turn up the batteries in your hearing aid or you need an interpreter because clearly you are not hearing what I'm saying. I am not your old lady, she yells while signing. Only she clearly doesn't know sign language at all, so her hands are just flailing dramatically. Not that I care, because it makes her tits bounce nicely. Yeah, I can definitely get on board with this. Priest steps forward and leans down over her, but she doesn't cower under his glare. She straightens her shoulders and tips her head back. You walked onto the Carnage compound and hit one of our presidents. If you were a man, you'd be dead now, he says quietly. She laughs in his face, making me question her sanity. See, Priest might have more patience than me, but he has a wicked temper. He got the nickname Priest because people who get on his wrong side tend to end up needing their last rites given to them. If I were a man, you wouldn't be trying to turn me into your little sex slave.
She turns her head towards Saint, who is looking at his feet, smiling.
I'm going to add shithead MC presidents to our list. No offense. You seem like a nice guy who definitely doesn't have a micropene, but your friends leave a lot to be desired.
She tells him. I have no idea what list she's talking about. Stuck on something else, she said. How do you know how big Saint's dick is? He was only out of my sight for 10 minutes before I followed him out. The guy has been on edge since he got out of prison, so Priest and I have been keeping an eye on him. Now, though, seeing him watch this girl, I catch the flicker of interest and need in his eyes, which has been missing since he came home.
Oh, please, look at him,
she says like I'm dumb. I stare at Saint, who looks at me, bemused. And? I ask her impatiently.
God would not create all of that yummy goodness and then give him a micropene. She's not that mean. Please tell me you're not the smart one of the group, she sasses before batting her eyes at me.
I fight the lip twitch. I really do. But this girl is just begging to be spanked. Saint laughs, making both Priest and me look at him in shock. She missed the part where she felt me up, he says with a wink.
I did no such thing,
she huffs. Wait, you think God is a woman? Can't really say an MC is the right place for a feminist, I muse aloud with a chuckle.
Of course God is a woman, and clearly she has an odd sense of humor. She created men, after all,
she points out. I don't believe in God, but I do believe in sparring, and this woman is too much fun to rile. Man was created first, women were just an afterthought. Arm candy, if you like, I add, knowing it will piss her off.
Not an afterthought, a correction. I'm your upgrade. You're like the Nokia 3210 of creations, while I'm an iPhone,
she replies. Is she saying she is superior to me? I question Priest, who is biting his lip.
I have my sex organs all tucked up neatly inside me while you walk around with a dangly flap of skin between your legs. Please tell me which of us is more superior.
I press my dick against her before growling. Does that feel like a dangly flap of skin to you?
It will be if you keep rubbing it against me,
she growls back. Enough, Priest interrupts. Take her upstairs, he tells me. I pick her up and, ignoring her protests, carry her up to the boom room. I place her on her feet to unlock the door, which, of course, she takes as an excuse to skirt around me. But with Saint and Priest right behind us, she isn't going anywhere. Welcome to your new home, I smirk as Priest nudges her inside. She backs up as the three of us prowl inside behind her. She doesn't look scared or worried, though. Pissed, yes, but not frightened, and I'm curious to know why. She has no clue that we won't hurt her. So what kind of woman walks into an MC, punches one of the presidents in the face, and gets brought upstairs to the bedroom by 3 strangers without freaking out?
I have no idea how this is supposed to work, but this just doesn't seem right. Isn't making someone your old lady akin to marriage in the MC world, or are my books wrong?
She questions as we all round on her. At this point, her knees are at the bed, so she has nowhere else to go but down. Why aren't you afraid? I ask her curiously. She tilts her head.
Should I be afraid?
A smart woman would be, I point out, moving close enough that if she took a deep breath, her chest would brush against mine.
Well, I guess I'm just not that smart.
she says in a baby voice, twirling a strand of her dark hair. Who are you? Priest asks, stepping up beside me.
I'm Rain,
She answers, looking at us like we should know that. Saint steps up beside Priest as we all stare at her, waiting for her to continue.
None of you know who I am, do you?
She finally says, taking in our expressions. Should we? Priest asks.
Derek said he would call you and tell you I was coming,
She replies. I look at Priest and then Saint to see if the name rings a bell, but they seem as confused as me. We don't know anyone called Derek, I tell her, watching her frown.
What? No, that's not true. He said he had family here and that I should come to the mother chapter of the Kings of Carnage Clubhouse for sanctuary. He's the one who gave me directions, for Christ's sake.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, kitten, but we don't know a Derek. So someone is messing with you.
Bullshit. Look, he owns a garage back in LA and
I cut her off. I don't know what this guy fed you, but we don't know anyone called Derek, and we don't know anyone who owns a garage in LA.
Fuck,
She curses.
this can't be happening.
What do you need sanctuary from? Priest asks, crossing his arms over his chest.
Do you guys want to step back a bit? I'm getting a crick in my neck.
She says, but none of us move.
Fine. I have a stalker. Derek said I would be safe here, that you don't tolerate violence against women. That's why I'm not afraid, but now I'm wondering if that was a lie too.
She mumbles softly, rubbing her arms. Surprisingly, I don't like to see the fire dimming from her eyes. Stalker, Priest growls menacingly. She opens her mouth to answer, then her face bleeds to white as she sways a little. Saint reaches out to grab her, but she holds her hand up to him.
You don't know who I am,
she repeats, this time as if something has just dawned on her.
You have no idea what trouble I could bring to your door. I thought Derek had spoken to you, and you were okay with me being here. Fuck, I have to go.
She tries to shove her way between Priest and me, but neither of us is having it.
You don't understand. You need to let me leave, please. I swear we can just forget this ever happened.
She pleads, hugging herself tightly. I frown at her. Lady, you gave me blue balls and a bloody face. You aren't going anywhere. Besides, you're our old lady now. That gives you carnage protection. She stills, holding her breath for a moment, and I swear I can almost see the cogs in her brain working overtime.
How flexible are we on this old lady thing?
She cocks her head, looking at Priest. Not even a little bit, he answers firmly. When Priest makes up his mind about something, it's impossible for anyone to change it.
What would I have to do to make you fire me from the position?
She asks, swallowing hard, making Saint shake his head with a wry smile. I can save you from the humiliation of whatever you're thinking. Nothing you do short of betraying a member will make me change my mind, and that's an offense punishable by death, he warns her. This would be true if she were a man, but there are plenty of other ways to punish a woman without laying a finger on her.
So I could say anything right now to you and I would still be your old lady and get all the protection that goes along with it?
She questions, squaring her shoulders, making Saint tilt his head. He sees what I do. We've been reading her all wrong. She isn't looking for an out. She's looking for a guarantee. That's right, Priest answers, not realizing the minefield he's about to walk into. Before I can warn him, Rain beats me to it.
Phew,
she exhales, jutting out her hip.
Well, then I guess it all worked out for the best in the end. Okay, so I have a stalker who I'm pretty sure is the police captain back home. Oh, and my dad is a cop. Did I miss anything?
She ponders, tapping her chin as we all stand there, gaping at her in shock.
Oh, yes, I have 5 older brothers. 1 is a beat cop, 1 is a detective, 2 are soldiers, MPs to be precise. And let's not forget Tate, who's a SWAT member.
She smiles smugly, and with that, she tosses herself back onto the bed with a chuckle.
Chapter 14. Rain. I keep my laughter light as I try to mentally work through this clusterfuck, hoping they can't tell it's fake. I am quite possibly out of my damn mind. That much is pretty fucking clear from the fact that I'm lying on the biggest bed I have ever seen in my life, staring up at 3 gorgeous but slightly unhinged bikers, as I seriously consider the merits of being their old lady. My emotions swing from wanting to hide under the bed to wanting to bounce on it with them. Maybe it's the emotional upheaval of the last few months that's making me act a little more reckless than usual. All I know is the second Saint opened his mouth outside, my focus shifted from stalkers to bikers. After running the emotional gauntlet of fear and anger, it's nice to feel something different for a change. Something wicked and exciting. The fluttering of butterflies in my stomach might be a surprising sensation I didn't plan on when I embarked on this journey, but I'll take anything over the feel of phantom fingertips on my shoulder and the eerie presence of invisible eyes watching me. I mean, sure, these guys are assholes, some higher on the assholery scale than others. Yes, Bates, I'm looking at you. But they don't set off any inner danger warnings as Garrett does. They do set something off, mostly in my vagina, but it's definitely not a creeper warning. It's more than that, though. Some kind of sixth sense is telling me that I won't find a safer place in the world than beside them.
I fucking knew you were going to be trouble,
Bates grouses before crawling over me, making my chest rise and fall rapidly as my breathing speeds up. Still, my danger meter sits at 0. Maybe the bitch is broken.
You'd better be worth it,
Bates grumbles. I'm about to sass him back, but he shuts me up with a kiss. Actually, calling it a kiss is too tame a word. This is good old-fashioned mouth-fucking at its finest. I should shove him away, and I will, any minute now, only when I grab his cut, I don't push him away. I yank him closer and moan into his mouth. Logic and common sense disappear in an instant, replaced by lust and desire. Thankfully, when he grinds his hard dick against me, it pulls me out of my sex-fueled daze and snaps me back to my senses. Tearing my mouth from his, I suck in a deep breath and attempt to tell him to slow down, but end up looking on with amusement as he is yanked off my body by a scowling priest.
you motherfucker.
Priest grits out before turning to look at me with blazing eyes.
We have him trained, I swear.
Saint laughs.
Sometimes. He still likes to pee on his things, though.
I glance over at Bates, who looks like he wants to come back for round 2. Yeah, I'm not into the whole peeing thing. Sorry. I shake my head, making Saint laugh again.
I meant he was staking his claim.
He chuckles, but my attention is diverted to Priest, who leans down over me, keeping his weight braced on his forearms.
Are you going to let us all have a taste?
He asks, his voice low and gravelly. I have a vision of him talking into my vagina, making me tingle all over. But then I realize it would be a lot like someone shouting into a cave, which is super weird even for me. Is that allowed? You said I'm your old lady, but do you mean for one of you specifically or for all of you? I question, needing some clarity before I let loose my inner hoochie mama.
You'll be the president's old lady, and we are all presidents.
He trails off, making me frown. Way to make me sound like communal property, I grumble, as Saint snorts from beside me. I look over at him and glare. You are currently my favorite, but don't piss me off.
Why is he your favorite?
Priest asks. Is it my imagination, or does he look jealous? Let me check my list. For a starter, he hasn't been a dick to me, I state. When I don't say anything else, Priest looks at me with amusement.
That's it.
I didn't say it was a long list, I huff.
Jesus, it doesn't take much, does it?
He jokes, tucking a strand of hair behind my ear. Nope, but even so, you and Bates are failing dismally. Not sure you're going to be able to pull it back. Hot and insistent lips press against mine, cutting off whatever I was going to say, as my stomach clenches and I feel myself growing slick with need. Holy freaking moly! I might have bitten off more than I can chew here because these guys can seriously kiss. And if I'm this wet from a little lip action, it's going to be like Niagara Falls down there by the time we get to the good stuff. He pulls away from me, looking down at my face that I know is a little flushed, and smiles.
Who's your favorite now?
he asks smugly. Well, I still have one to go, right? I question breathlessly. He sighs but laughs at my audacity as he rolls over, and Saint takes his cue to climb aboard the Biker Express. Hey, I whisper as he presses a kiss to the tip of my nose.
Hey,
He whispers back before trailing kisses over my cheek, along my jaw and down my throat. I gasp before he drags his nose up behind my ear and places a soft kiss there, making me shudder. His thigh slips between mine and presses against my heated core as he sucks my bottom lip into his mouth, nibbling on it before licking at the seam of my lips and diving inside when I open for him. If Bates was the starter and Priest the main course, then that makes Saint the dessert. And Lord knows I have a sweet tooth. He presses his thigh against me harder, which I unconsciously grind down on as his hand trails up over my ribs, this thumb brushing over my nipple briefly before it's gone, making me question if it happened at all, until he does it again and again. I can feel myself spiraling, chasing after that elusive O. As I tear my lips from his to make him slow his roll a little so I can gain the upper hand once more, he pinches my nipple hard, sending me unexpectedly careening over the edge.
you fucking bastard.
Bates grumbles, breaking through my O haze, making me stiffen with embarrassment as I bury my head against Saint's arm. I mumble incoherently, feeling my face flame as he chuckles.
What was that?
He teases, lifting off me a little. It's only then I realize Priest is still lying beside me.
You know I could have done that for you.
Priest taunts, running a fingertip over my collarbone. I meant to stop him, I swear, I admit. But he's a sneaky fucker, using sweet kisses to turn my brain to mush before moving in for the kill. I'll have to remember to watch out for that, I reply, glaring at Saint, feeling flustered and kind of pissed at myself for being so easily played.
I'm not apologizing,
Saint says, looking down at me.
You're the only fucking thing that's got my dick hard since I got back.
Everyone goes quiet at that, as I try to process his words. I cock my head curiously. Got back from where?
Fuck. Seriously? What about Mindy? I saw you disappear with her the night of your welcome home party.
Bates speaks before I can ask. Saint shrugs, his eyes locked on mine.
She just didn't do it for me. None of the girls do. Nothing sparked my interest. Not 6 weeks ago when I came home, not last week when the club girls were vying for my attention, and not today. Until you.
He admits softly, watching me before turning back to Bates.
If not for the fact I wake up hard every morning, I would have wondered if the knife wound did more damage than I realized. But no. After seeing Rain here, it appears my dick was just being picky.
He shakes his head. Knife wound? What the fuck? I look at Priest, who is studying me with a frown, before I stare back up at Saint. Back from where? I ask with narrowed eyes. I'm not touching the Mindy issue. It was before I got here, so the less I know about that, the better. He looks like he'd rather not answer, but he does anyway.
I was in prison. I got out 6 weeks ago.
He divulges, his body ramrod straight. I stare up at him with wide eyes, thinking about his demeanor compared to the other two, and how he is with me, before hesitantly asking my next question. What happened? I bite my lip, not sure he'll answer.
Most people ask what I did,
he says, blowing out his cheeks. I shrug. I'm not most people. He answers with a sigh, spilling the details of what happened to him and the aftermath that followed, all while his body remains rigid over mine. What a bunch of fucking dicks! I curse. I hate people in power who use it to lord over others who should be able to look up to them. The system is flawed, but I still believe for every bad seed there are 2 good ones.
That about sums it up.
Saint agrees with a mirthless laugh. He dips a little lower so his face is all I can see.
I won't hurt you,
he randomly adds, making me frown in confusion. I know. I exhale, surprising myself as well as him, but it's true. Saint, if you had wanted to hurt me, you could have. You've had plenty of opportunities. Now, I could be way off base here. Some people are better at hiding their inner psycho than others. I glance at Bates quickly before focusing on Saint, who is watching me intently. But I'm usually pretty good at reading people, and everything about you screams hero, not villain. He throws his head back and laughs at that, the others joining him.
Rain, I'm president of a motorcycle club and an ex-con. I don't think you're as good at reading people as you seem to think you are.
I read people just fine, Saint. You ride a bike and wear leather, big whoop. And just to point out, you're not an ex-con. You were exonerated. I remind him, but he just shakes his head. Regardless of everything that happened afterward, you saved a girl that night. That makes you a hero in my book. It doesn't matter who you are or where you're from. The measure of a man should be judged solely on his actions. Trust me, this is coming from someone who knows all too well that just because society deems someone a righteous man, a lawful man, it doesn't make him a good man. He trails a fingertip down my nose before smiling at me softly.
These brothers you mentioned before, are they going to come kicking down our door?
Priest asks, pulling my attention from Saint, who sits up, bracing his weight as his large frame straddles my thighs. At the moment, no. I look at Priest and offer him a half smile. They don't know where I am, but at some point it's likely. I'm the baby and I have a stalker after me. They feel helpless and they'll be pissed I ran. I texted them, but I've not been brave enough to call them yet. I admit, looking away. I'd give anything to speak to them, but I know I'll cave and want to go home the second I hear their voices.
We'll come back to this stalker thing in a second, but you need to know right from the start that being our old lady isn't a temporary position.
Priest rolls closer and buries one of his hands in my hair, holding me still so I can't turn away.
I'm going to give you this one chance, Rain. A choice that I'll never offer you again.
Priest whispers against my cheek as my heart thunders in my chest. Jesus, this guy can go from chill to kill in a nanosecond. Carnage might have 3 presidents, but I think Priest is their de facto leader. Okay, I reply with a hint of trepidation.
If you want to leave, knowing now who we are and how you'll be expected to be with not just one, but all 3 of us in every way a man and woman can be together, then there's the door.
He points behind him, but I don't take my eyes from his.
I'll make sure you have safe passage through the city, but that's where Carnage's involvement in this will end.
I swallow hard, knowing I'm safer in here than out there. One option puts my life on the line, the other my heart, because I have no doubt these boys would demand everything from me.
If you stay, you'll be signing the rest of your life over to Carnage, because once you become a royal, you can never go back. That means you stay with us even when this is over. We weather all storms together, the good, the bad, and the ugly, no matter what your brothers or father want.
He warns.
Priest.
Bate curses, but Priest ignores him, staring into my eyes while he waits. Oh. You mean I have to decide right now? Like I have 10 seconds to make the biggest decision of my life? I joke. But he's serious and we all know it. I have so many questions, Priest. I sigh wearily.
Then now is the time to ask them, but make it quick. My generosity only goes so far.
Jesus, okay. First of all, I won't give up my brothers or dad for you. Don't ask me to. Second, I'm to share my body with you 3. But am I the only body you'll be using? Because I'm not going to be okay with being just one in a long line of women. And lastly, when this blows over, will I have the freedom to work? I don't want to be a kept woman, locked up in an ivory tower. That's just not me. I fire off rapidly, almost hoping they'll change their minds because this is a lot. Far more than I signed up for. I just wanted a place to hide out for a little while, so how the fuck did that turn into forever?
I'm not asking you to give up your family, But you have to understand that a relationship between them and us might not be an easy one. Job-wise, I have no issue with you working, as long as you are somewhere safe and it doesn't involve you removing your clothes. As for other women..." His hand slips down to cup my breasts in a proprietary manner. "We are not cheaters. If we say you are ours, then we belong to you, as much as you do us."
Am I actually considering this? It's crazy, beyond insane. Even so, I can't deny the effect these guys have on my body. Jesus, I don't even know you guys. I could be jumping out of the frying pan into the fire here. I shove at Priest's chest, making him move off me, but that just gives Saint the opportunity to change his position. He tilts his hips, his hard cock pressing into me, reminding me what's on offer. Sanctuary, safety, sex. They all float through my mind. I have more to gain by staying, but we're not talking about for a few days or even months. We're talking about forever. I'll have to walk away from my family, my hometown, my life. I take a deep breath and brace myself knowing what I have to choose. I'm out.
Chapter 15. Priest. I stare at her in surprise, waiting for her to say she's joking, but she doesn't. I glare at her, frustrated by her stubbornness. I wanted it to be her choice to stay, but it's not a necessity. Wrong answer. Now where are your things? I prompt.
I said I'm out, Priest. It's not that I'm closed off to the idea of being with you all, but you want an answer now. I might be mentally challenged at the best of times, but even I'd have to be insane to agree to be an old lady to 3 bikers who I met a little over an hour ago,
she replies. She makes a valid point. I just don't fucking care. I want her, and I always get what I want. Where are you staying? I repeat, looming over her.
Jesus, are you even listening to a word I've been saying?
She snaps, bucking up, trying to dislodge Saint, but he doesn't move. No, because you're not saying the words I want to hear. I rebuke, making her growl. I fight back my laughter. She's cute when she's mad, but for some reason I don't think she'd appreciate me telling her that. She turns to Bates, who is watching her with a pleased smirk. She must sense right away that he won't be her ally, so she looks up at Saint with pleading eyes and tries to reason with him.
Please talk some sense into these crazy men for me. I'll stay if you let me get to know you better first, and then if we hit it off, I'll agree to everything. But I can't sign my life over to you, as he so graciously put it, when I don't know any of you. What the hell would you be thinking right now if this was your daughter we were talking about?
She snaps. My daughter would know better than to walk into the mother chapter of the Kings of Carnage clubhouse. You were lucky it was us you came upon, and not another MC who has less than liberal rules about women. Saint scolds, spreading his hands over her hips and gripping her when she starts to squirm.
Yes, because I'm getting all the warm fuzzies at the prospect of being kept here against my will,
she yells, frustrated.
So, my options are I can face my stalker and hope I survive, or tie myself to the MC for protection. But wait, I don't have a choice at all because you guys have made it for me, and I'm just the lucky girl who gets to pay for the privilege with my body and my freedom. Fuck, you guys are assholes,
she growls with a bitter laugh. Look, I sigh, attempting to placate her before this turns ugly. You said you were from LA, right? We have a chapter out that way. If you agree not to fight this, I'll have my guys look into this police captain for you, and I'll also put a couple of men on your brothers. I'm going out on a limb doing that, mind you. Most MC members are wary of cops, and with good reason, I tell her, surprising myself and the others. She searches my eyes for the truth. As she'll come to learn, I'm many things, but a liar isn't one of them.
You'll keep them safe?
She questions, chewing her bottom lip and glancing around at the others before settling back on me. And that's when I know I have her right where I want her. Any self-preservation she has will be sacrificed for the sake of her family. It's an admirable trait, and will serve her well at Carnage. I'm an asshole for playing on her weakness, but I didn't become the president because I'm a nice guy. I swear it. But I pause, making sure she's listening. That means you go all in. These lips. I run a fingertip over her mouth, pulling her bottom lip free from her teeth. This body, this pussy is ours, and ours alone. We will take you alone and together, and you won't deny us. I cover her mouth with mine briefly when she starts to object. We won't force you. We'll give you time to adjust. I flick my eyes to Bates in warning, knowing patience is not one of his virtues. I don't have to offer you anything. I certainly don't have to go out on a limb for your brothers, but I have a feeling you're worth the headache. All you have to do is give in. You feel this electricity between us all. I know you do. Just don't fight it, because I promise you, Rain, you won't win. She doesn't question whether I'm serious or not, sensing this is not something I would say lightly.
Okay, priest, she says quietly. I'll stay. I'll be your old lady, and whatever the hell that entails if you keep my dad and brothers safe. That's all that really matters to me anyway.
Saint cups her jaw, turning her attention back to him. That you think that pisses me off, but we have all the time in the world to show you differently. Now, tell me where we're going to collect your things from so we can get you settled in. He coaxes softly.
Everything I have is in my car, parked across the street,
she admits, reaching her hand into her bra and pulling out a single car key. No alarm? Bates, who had been quietly watching everything unfold, asks as he reaches for the key. She shakes her head and sighs.
No, trust me, its looks alone are enough of a deterrent from stealing it.
Now that's a crying shame. A fine-ass woman like you should be driving something sleek and sexy, I tease, trying to lighten the mood for now.
Well, it's funny you should say that. Back home I have...
She trails off, looking away when she realizes it's not home anymore. When it's safe, we'll send for it, I promise her. She looks at me, gratitude in her eyes, with perhaps a hint of sadness. Come on, let's get your stuff. Saint stands and reaches for her hand, tugging her up and off the bed. She smooths down her hair, or tries to, but it's a lost cause. I find I like it wild and untamed, much like her. This will be your room, I inform her, feeling Saint's and Bates's eyes on me. With an old lady, we have no need for a boom room anymore.
Really? Wow, it's big. Thanks. I guess I was worried that,
She hesitates as Bates interjects, pulling her from Saint's grasp and tossing an arm around her shoulder. That you'd be expected to share a bed with one of us. Oh, you won't be sleeping alone, kitten, don't worry. But we all have our own rooms, and this is the fairest way of sharing you.
Like a toy being used in the playroom,
she mutters, looking away from him. Exactly. He agrees, smiling and making me want to punch him. As appealing as that might be for him, it sounds shitty for her. Even I have to admit that. She scowls, shrugging off Bates's arm, walking over to where I'm standing at the side of the bed.
Now that I've agreed to stay, can I use my phone? I need to make some calls.
She asks. Calls can be traced.
I know, that's why I have a burner. I need to call people, or they will issue a missing persons report and my face will be plastered all over the country. I don't need that right now. I also need to call Derek so I can rip him a new asshole and find out what the fuck he was playing at.
Fine. But I have to warn you, at least one of us will be here while you make those calls. I want to know who this Derek guy is. I fold my arms over my chest and watch as her expressive eyes turn icy.
So I'm expected to trust you not to hurt me, trust you to watch over my brothers, and trust you to keep your word, but you don't plan on offering any trust in return. Right, got it.
She whirls around and storms over toward Bates. I shrug. She doesn't have to like it. There is more at stake here than just her. I have a whole club to look out for. Bates, take her down to get her stuff and get her something to eat. I'm going to call the LA chapter and see if they've heard anything. When I've listened to your full story later, Rain, I'll let everyone know when and where we need them. Is all your family in LA? I need to know if there is anyone else who might be targeted to draw her out.
My dad, Owen, and Travis work at the same precinct as Garrett. He's the cop I have an issue with. Tate is in LA too, but in a different district, and Caden and Alex are stationed in Florida.
Okay, leave it with me. I'll get the brothers to do some digging. She nods before letting Bates lead her out the door and down the stairs. I hope you know what you're doing, Saint says with a sigh. Me too, Saint, but don't tell me you don't feel it. Whatever this is between us, it crackles. When any of us touch, it's so charged, I half expect to see sparks of fire licking my skin. I should have spoken to you both first. I reacted on instinct, and the words were out of my mouth before I even thought about it. Once they were said, you didn't want to take them back. He finishes. I get it. Like I said, she's the first woman my dick has been interested in since I got home. But have you thought about what this is going to be like for her? She's from a family of cops. We deal in guns and protection for hire. It's two very different worlds she's going to be torn between, and we're not giving her time to adjust. I want her, no lie. I'm not mad about you making her our old lady, but I don't want her to end up hating us in the process. Saint snaps, running his fingers through his hair in frustration. She won't hate us. Jesus, she has no idea how many women would trade places with her, given a chance. That might be true, but it brings up something else you didn't think of. She just became top dog over all the females here, and she doesn't even know it. There are going to be some who will try to knock her down a peg or two, and she's going into this blind with no idea what's in store for her. If she's expecting everyone to welcome her with open arms, she'll be in for a shock. It doesn't matter if she's here by choice or because her hand was forced. They'll still test her. Nobody will accept her as their queen if she doesn't prove herself worthy. He points out, running a hand over his hair. Don't underestimate her, Saint. There is something in her eyes that tells me she can handle anything we might throw at her. I warn him. I hope you're right, priest. I really do.
Chapter 16. Rain. I walk beside Bates with my hand clamped tightly in his, letting him lead me through the throngs of people littering the main room. Bates nods to people who call out to him, but he doesn't stop to strike up a conversation, thankfully. Pushing open the main doors, we step outside as the early evening sun casts a pink hue over the parking area and the compound. He walks me quietly toward the gate as arguing breaks out to the right of us. I look up at Bates, who is ignoring them, so I do too, guessing it must be a common occurrence. The same prospect from before greets Bates, his eyes flashing when he sees my hand in his, but he wisely doesn't say anything. Can I ask you something? I question Bates quietly, as he urges me across the deserted road toward my car, which is the only car on the street.
What?
He asks distractedly. Do you guys have issues with other clubs? I read about there always being tensions between rival clubs, so it makes me wonder if there's anything else I might need to be wary of while I'm here, other than my stalker.
No. And just saying, Rain, if we did, it would fall under club business, which makes it none of yours.
I know that's how it goes in my books, but it's going to take some getting used to in real life. Not because I'm nosy. Okay, that's a lie. I'm fucking nosy and I hate being kept in the dark. But also, this is my life now. I get it, the rule about club business, and I'll try not to push the boundaries. But what if there was a risk to me? Would you tell me then? I ask, remembering how my brothers like to keep shit from me when they think they are protecting me. Even over this stalker issue. They were conflicted over what they shared with me when I'm the one the asshole is so fixated on.
If we thought you needed to know, then yeah. But Rain, do we look like the kind of men that would let anything happen to our woman?
Bates gripes, opening the car door as if I've offended him. No, Bates, you look like the kind of guys that would catch a bullet with your teeth. I was just asking. I roll my eyes.
Get in.
He grumbles, taking off his coat and handing it to me before climbing into the driver's seat.
Jesus fucking Christ. Please tell me you didn't drive this piece of shit from LA to here. We'll be lucky if it makes it across the road.
Now be nice to Daisy. She's had a rough life, but she's been good to me. I coo, stroking the dashboard. He curses under his breath as he adjusts the seat before he swings the car over the road and waits patiently for the prospect to open the gate again. Pulling in, he parks in one of the spaces beside the garage doors, then reaches over, taking the cut from my lap, before climbing out and slipping it back on. I follow him out and wait for him to pop the trunk. Reaching inside for one of my cases, I find it pulled from my hand, as Bates somehow manages to carry both cases as well as my backpack and large gym bag I had purchased for all the stuff that was loose in my trunk, leaving me wide-eyed and empty-handed. "Let me help," I offer, holding out my hand, but he just shakes his head, walking up the steps to the clubhouse. "Stubborn male," I mutter, moving around him so I can at least shove the door open. It's still packed in here. The music is loud, the people even louder. I try to move through them respectfully, but in the end, I resort to pushing and shoving. "Is it always like this?" I yell over my shoulder to Bates. But Bates's attention isn't on me. It's on a red-headed woman who looks like the real-life version of Jessica Rabbit heading his way. I'm pretty secure in myself. What I lack in height, I make up for in attitude. I might have a small frame, but I have curves in all the right places. This woman, however, makes me feel like a child playing dress-up. I stop when Bates does and wait for an introduction. I don't get one, naturally. The redhead doesn't give me a second glance before she wraps her arms around Bates and plants a kiss on his jaw. With his hands full, he can't push her off. But it doesn't stop me. If these guys want me to be their old lady, well, that's what they'll get. I reach up and grab her pretty hair and pull back hard, making her topple over on her exceedingly high heels. "No," I tell her with my finger in her face, like I'm speaking to a naughty child. She opens her mouth, but I shush her. "The adults are talking. Now, I'm going to be nice about this and give you one free pass, because I'm gracious like that. Bates, priest, and saint have decided for whatever reason that I am theirs. What that also means is they are mine. So the next time you put your lips on him, I'm going to pin you down and stitch them together. Now, that would be a shame. You missing work and all on account of you not being able to give blowjobs, so do us both a favor. When you see one of my men, smile, say hi, but don't fucking touch. You got it?" I ask, as the music turns down like one of those moments in a movie. It's so fucking cliche, I almost roll my eyes. What's next? Is everyone going to jump into a choreographed dance routine that everyone just happens to know all the steps to? I said, "Do you get me?" I press when she doesn't answer. I notice movement out of the corner of my eye and see saint and priest take their thrones, looking amused. "Bates," the redhead whines when he doesn't say anything in her defense. I turn to find his eyes on mine, with something dark lurking beneath the surface. She doesn't get me, I mutter, shoving her out of the way and taking one of my cases from Bates. "You want to give me the other stuff, or are you coming with me?" I ask him quietly. I'm not going to make a big deal out of this. If he wants her, then nothing I say or do will change that. It just means that Bates won't be touching down in my end zone anytime soon. "I got it, kitten. Come on," he tells me, wrapping his free arm around my neck and pressing a quick, hard kiss to my lips before pulling back. He snags the case back and moves around me, which is when the redhead makes her mistake. "You might be his latest flavor, but it was me wearing his cum the last time I was here. He fucked me so well I wore it as a badge of honor all day." She preens, while I fight back the urge to gag. "Damn, girl. That's nasty. Do your other clients know they were rolling around in another guy's cum while they were fucking you?" I ask, loud enough for the guys nearby to catch. They all turn to look at her, each looking a little green. "I am not a whore," she snaps. "Well, if it walks like a whore, talks like a whore, and smells like a whore, chances are it's a whore," I point out, scrunching up my face. "I don't charge for sex," she shouts. "Worried about refunds, huh? Fuck you," she yells. "I'm gonna pass, but thanks. You're pretty. You have great hair, nice tits, even if they are store-bought, and an ass even I want to touch. But then you had to open your mouth and speak, and well, everything went downhill from there." She starts. "Stop talking," I tell her. But, nope. Should I use smaller words? I question, as the guys around her laugh. She stomps her foot and storms away in a huff. Finally, Jesus, I mutter, before looking up at Bates, who has a broad smile across his face. I'm pretty sure the smartest thing to ever come out of her mouth was your dick, I tell him, making him throw his head back and laugh.
Christ, Rain. You haven't been here for a day yet, and you're already causing trouble. And to think I was worried you were going to be intimidated here.
He teases. I snort at that. I have 5 brothers, Bates. I feel like I've been training for this my whole life.
Come on, let's get you out of here before she gets a drink in her and feels brave enough to approach you again.
I don't argue, following him up the staircase as the music turns up now that the drama has ended. He carries all of my stuff into the room, which is now mine, and places everything by one of the 2 large dressers.
You handled yourself well. If a guy gives you a hassle, either Saint, Priest, or I will deal with it. But I can see you can hold your own against the women.
Bates praises, looking pleased. I can handle it. Maybe I should deal with the men, though, and you deal with the women. I really hate bitchiness. That's one good thing about having brothers instead of sisters. I didn't have to deal with that growing up. Women are devious and catty, and you guys really have to stop underestimating them. He frowns at that.
We don't. We just deal with bitches differently.
You take risks because you're blinded by tits and ass, but that's a mistake. I huff.
There is no way to say this without sounding like a dick, but I could overpower you in a heartbeat, Rain, and so could almost every man in this building,
he says with a shrug. Sure, but can you overpower a bullet? I ask with my hands on my hips.
What are you talking about?
He scowls, taking a step closer to me. When I showed up here earlier, the prospect at the gate checked me out, but he didn't check me out for any hardware. I could have walked into your clubhouse and opened fire, and nobody would have been the wiser until bodies started dropping. I explain. It was something that bothered me right from the beginning.
No woman is crazy enough.
I cut him off with a wave of my hand. Don't go there. No one is more vengeful than a woman scorned. What happens if one of your enemies figures out how lax you are with the ladies and sends in a decoy? Would anyone recognize the potential threat in front of them if it was all dressed up in a skimpy outfit and promising blowjobs all around? She could be armed to the teeth, ready to take out any of the presidents, whether it be 1, 2, or 3. At that point, it wouldn't matter. If any one of you died, it would weaken you all. I point at him. Moments later, I find myself pinned to the door with his large hand around my neck.
Tell me, Rain, have you come here to kill me?
Chapter 17. Rain. His hand squeezes a little tighter when I don't answer, but I don't react in any way other than glaring at him. I don't know where this defiance is coming from, or where my sanity has skipped off to, but I'm not scared of him. Just pissed way the fuck off. His nose skims over my cheek before he whispers in my ear.
Was that your plan all along? Are you our little Trojan horse set to destroy us from within?
His breath fans against my skin. Someone tries to open the door, but Bates uses our weight to hold it shut.
Answer me, Rain.
I don't, though, because if I open my mouth right now, I'll likely say something I won't be able to take back.
Open up!
I hear Priest yell from outside. But Bates ignores him as he stares down at me, waiting for me to speak. Well, you'd better get comfortable then, asshole. I press my lips together and glare at him. Priest starts hammering on the door, probably figuring out that something is wrong. Bates pulls me away from the door but keeps his hand around my neck as Priest and Saint push through the door looking confused.
What the fuck, Bates?
Saint snaps.
It seems our old lady here might have an ulterior motive for coming to Carnage after all.
Bates spits out, drawing me closer. Priest crosses his arm over his chest and looks at me.
Like what exactly?
At this juncture, none of them have pulled me free from Bates's hold or made any effort to get him to loosen his grip, making my estimation of them plummet. Bates seethes.
She can explain it to you. Let go of her, Bates. She can't talk with your hand around her neck.
Saint tells him, his eyes on mine, But there is no comfort in his gaze, only questions. Bates does as asked, making me stumble on my feet. I rub my neck where he held me, not giving a fuck if he intended to hurt or just incapacitate me. He still put his hands on me in anger.
Explain, Rain.
Priest orders. I cross my arms over my chest and shake my head at them in anger. This is exactly the reason I didn't want to be your old lady without a trial period. You remember how you forced my hand with that, right? I asked sarcastically. It didn't take long for you guys to show your true colors, but don't worry. I've learned my lesson. I'll keep my mouth shut from now on and let the cards fall where they may. I hiss. I'm tired. So fucking tired of men and their bullshit. Priest stalks forward and bends down, crowding me.
Tell me why Bates had his hands on you.
Because he's a fucking psycho, I snap. An imaginary light bulb goes off above my head when I suddenly understand why he's called Bates. I laugh. The name makes sense now. Fun fact for future reference. If you walk into a room and see someone's hands around my neck, someone you claim is your old lady, you pull them off before you start asking questions. Or did I misunderstand something? Does your protection only mean other Carnage members? That I'm supposed to allow you guys to treat me like a piece of shit because you've claimed me? I sneer. If that's true, I have news for you boys, and it's all bad.
She's deflecting. Tell them what you told me.
Bates demands, walking toward me again. But Priest moves, blocking him from touching me. I rock back and forth on my feet, too agitated to stay still, and tell Priest and Saint what I told Bates before he went loco. I told him not to underestimate women after that little fiasco with the woman downstairs. He brushed it off. So I pointed out that I walked into Carnage, and the only thing the prospect did was check out my body. He made no attempt to see if I was armed. I explain, making Priest and Saint look at each other before turning back to me. Bates said something along the lines of, "We big strong men aren't scared of feeble little women," or words to that effect. This was when I pointed out that if a rival club knew your views, it would be pretty fucking easy to send in an armed woman to take out either one or all of the presidents. I answer, gesturing to them wildly.
And did you come here to take us out?
Priest asks sharply. Oh my fucking God! I throw my hands up in the air, exasperated. Yes, Priest. I made up the whole story about having a stalker. I'm actually with a rival gang, and I thought the best way to succeed in my assassination attempt would be to tell you the flaw in your safety precautions. I jab my finger at him before turning my scowl back to Bates. I'm supposed to be safe here, but I'm not if anyone can walk through the gates with a weapon. Not that it matters now. I laugh bitterly. It seems I'm not safe here regardless. I'm breathing heavily by the end of my tirade as I watch them with narrowed eyes to see what happens next.
Wait, so let me get this straight. Rain told you she walked in without being checked and why that was a bad call. And you pinned her against the door because you assumed that meant she came here to kill you?
Saint questions, looking like he's making sure he has the correct information. Bates doesn't answer. He looks away, which is an answer in itself. Saint laughs incredulously.
Holy fuck, Bates. You're lucky she didn't rip off your dick.
Priest steps away from me, looking me over before frowning at Bates.
He's right. I get why you went there, but even so, that's a hell of a jump.
He says quietly, clearly forgetting that he suspected me moments ago.
Whatever. How was I supposed to know if she was armed or not? And this wasn't all just a con.
Bates snapped, unwilling to back down. You could have fucking asked. I yell at him.
Oh, and you would have just offered up this answer freely?
He asks, with an edge to his voice. Well, yeah, because I'm not an asshole like you. I saw a flaw and pointed it out. FYI, pinning me against the door didn't do you any favors. It just shows me you are an idiot and a bully.
Rain?
Saint warns, but I interrupt him. Fuck you. Next time, Bates, just ask. You're lucky I didn't come to kill you. You pinned me to the door like a big, strong man. I mock as I step toward him so we're toe-to-toe. But you failed to notice this weak, inferior little girl has a gun in her boot, I could have killed you so many times already, it's a fucking joke. Priest pulls me toward him so my back is to Bates, which I don't like one little bit. But Priest doesn't care as he squats down and unlaces both my boots, before slipping his hand inside them and pulling out my gun.
You want to explain that?
Bates purrs dangerously from behind me. I don't want to explain dick to you, Bates. In fact, nothing would make me happier than never having to speak to you again. But I'm learning we don't always get what we want, do we? I always carry. I have a permit, and newsflash, in case you missed it earlier, I have a fucking stalker. If I had been searched and asked to leave it at the gate, I would have, even if it was reluctantly. I didn't have to sneak anything in, and that was the point I was trying to make. I tell him, pulling away and sitting on the edge of the bed to pull off my boots. This has been enlightening. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. I'm going to grab something to sleep in, take a shower, and then make my phone calls if that's okay with you. The sooner that's done, the sooner you can all leave me the fuck alone. I rub my temples, feeling a headache coming on. Standing back up, I walk over to my backpack, pulling out a t-shirt, underwear, and a toothbrush, before heading for the attached bathroom. I stop for a moment, turning to look over my shoulder. Feel free to search through all my stuff. I think it's pretty clear that any trust there might have been between us is gone. Just do what you want. I don't even care anymore. Rain, Saint calls. But I close the door in his face and lean against it, sucking in a deep, shaky breath as I let my bravado slip. I place the stuff on the large black marble counter and grip the edge of it, feeling emotionally wrung out. Taking a deep, fortifying breath, I quickly undress, turning on the shower and stepping into the hot water. I let it wash over me, trying not to give in to the riot of emotions swirling inside me. I don't take long, needing this night to be over already. I don't even care that it's still early. Climbing out and toweling off, I slip the t-shirt over my head and slide on the clean underwear, my mind spinning 100 miles an hour. Using the towel, I squeeze the excess water from my hair before folding it neatly over the towel rail. At any other time and in any other kind of mood, I might have had a mini orgasm at how amazing this bathroom is. But not right now. The huge shower with gold fittings that's big enough for a crowd of people may as well be made from Legos with the mood I'm in. I stare at my reflection in the wide ornate mirror, looking a far cry from the leather-clad sex kitten that walked in here. Now the mirror just shows plain old Rain. I'm so far out of my depth here, it's not even funny. But I'll take whatever they throw at me if it keeps the people I love safe. If that means I have to suck it up and face them again, so be it. If I have to take their accusations and snide comments, then fine. I'll just grow thicker skin. Because the second Priest offered my family protection, it changed everything. It's so easy to take the moral high ground when I only have to consider myself. But with my family's lives on the line, I'll do just about anything to keep them safe. Including selling myself, apparently. That's what this is. Sex for their safety. I'd be naive after that little display to ever think there could be more between us. Leaving my stuff on the counter, I take a deep breath and steel my spine, ready to face them once more. Only when I walk out, Saint is the only one remaining, and he's lying shirtless on the bed with his arms folded underneath his head. Where are Jekyll and Hyde? I ask quietly, walking over to my backpack and grabbing my burner phone out of the side pocket, noticing that all my stuff looks undisturbed. I don't know whether to be thankful that they might still have some faith in me, or exasperated at them for not looking when I know my gun box is in one of the cases, which, again, proves my point. I walk over to the edge of the bed, but before I have a chance to sit, there are hands under my armpits yanking me up the bed. Letting out a startled gasp, I find myself looking up at an amused Saint, and for once, I don't want to kiss him. I want to throat punch the asshole instead.
Chapter 18. Saint. I wasn't lying when I said she had been the only woman to get a rise out of me since leaving prison. It's what made me keep my mouth shut and go with the flow when Priest laid claim to her. I've never been into sleeping my way around the club. Being raised by a father with fucked up morals and abandoned by my mother, a club whore who preferred bouncing from dick to dick than raising a kid, I wanted something different. I craved the stability of a solid relationship that most guys in cuts balk at. While I was behind bars, I wasn't thinking about connecting with anyone. Hell, the last girl I had a relationship with bailed the second I got arrested. No, for the first time in forever, all I wanted was free, uncomplicated pussy. Hell, all I dreamt about in prison was sliding into that unmistakable warm, wet heat of a pussy as it clamped down tightly around me. I woke up regularly with my cock already in my hand, ready to bust a nut. I figured the second I was a free man, I'd make up for lost time. After all, I had a club full of bunnies at my disposal, all of them only too happy to hop on and off my cock at my command. Unfortunately, my dick had other ideas. Try as I might, I couldn't get it up and keep it up for anyone until Rain sat beside me on that bench and started talking about micropenises or some shit. "Come on, Rain, don't be like that," I cajole when she turns away. Gripping her chin, I turn her head so she has no choice but to look at me. "Can you try to see where they're coming from?" I urge, even though I agree they overreacted. That's just how they are, though.
Can I see where they're coming from? Fuck no. Maybe if Bates had handled it differently, I could have, but all this means is that the next time something like that comes up, I won't say anything for fear of being manhandled, and then what, Saint? You know I'm right. Think about how many women come in and out of those gates day in, day out, unchecked. What if it wasn't about causing injury, but planting evidence or something? A gun, maybe, or a knife that was used in a crime. You've already been sent down once because someone had a vendetta against you. How is this any different?
She asks, her whole body practically vibrating with tension. It's not any different, and it's something we'll need to address with the sergeant-at-arms, who is in charge of the club's protection and the prospects operating the gates. You're right. I'm sorry. I apologize, offering her a small smile. She sniffs, but she doesn't say anything else, so I roll my body over hers and pin her to the bed. Come on, I didn't really do anything. She cuts off my teasing, her eyes flashing to mine, her anger back in full force.
That's kind of the point, though, right? You just stood there with your thumb up your ass while Bates had his hands wrapped around my neck. Maybe I expected too much, but if you had been one of my brothers, Bates would be unconscious on the floor right now.
She glowers. The MC is a different way of life altogether, so don't compare the two, or you'll only set yourself up for a fall. We don't live within the same rules as you. We have our own code of conduct, and unfortunately for you, the two won't always mix. I warn her, knowing it will be an adjustment moving from the black and white world of cops to the murky gray world of an MC.
Oh, cut the crap. They would knock you three on your asses because you put your hands on their sister and a woman. Not because they're cops, but because they are good men.
She growls, making my dick twitch. That's the thing, Rain. I told you, we're not good men. I nip her lip. We have to think of the good of our whole club here, and not what's good for just us personally. You get that, right? That this is about more than just you. We've already gone out on a limb here to protect you and have someone keep an eye on your brothers, especially because we haven't even had a chance to discuss this stalker yet. You could bring a whole lot of trouble to our door, Rain, but Priest is down there now telling them what's happening and what he expects from them. He wouldn't be doing that for just anyone. He might have a fucked up way of showing it, but he does care. She chews on her damn lip again, looking up at me with those big, brown, soulful eyes of hers I could so easily get lost in.
They left you up here to soften me up because I hate you less than them, didn't they?
She asks with narrowed eyes, making me laugh. You don't hate them. You're just pissed, and that's okay as long as you keep it behind closed doors. You can't disrespect them or me in front of the club, though, Rain. You get that, don't you? I question her, because this is something she needs to know right now. I hate having to throw her in the deep end like this, But if she crosses a line, the MC will expect us to treat her like anyone else, which means punishment of some kind. She sighs grumpily. I'm not going to do that. You punched Bates in the face, I remind her.
Any more?
She amends with a huff. I have to fight back the grin to continue. If you had been in any other MC, I let my voice trail off because I know she's smart enough to fill in the blanks.
I get it, Saint, I do. My question is this. Is the rule one-sided? Can Bates or any of you belittle me and talk to me like trash in front of the rest of the club? And if so, am I expected to take it?
I don't answer her for a minute while I try to think about how to word it without her temper erupting. The MC bylaws were written by men, for men, over 3 decades ago. Some have been updated, but most still favor the MC members themselves. I hedge.
So yes, then, is basically what you're saying. Fan-frickin-tastic.
She tries to roll away, but I won't let her. Rain, you're reading too much into this. It's going to be fine. I'll make sure of it, but I need to talk to Bates first. He's too much of a hothead who reacts first and thinks second. If he had pulled that stunt earlier in front of the club, I shut that thought down. Thankful as fuck it didn't play out that way.
Sure, Saint, whatever you say. Can I make my calls now, or do I have to wait for the other kings of the castle?
She questions, sounding tired, just as the door swings open. Started without us, I see, Bates says sarcastically, taking in Rain's body pinned beneath mine. Gritting my teeth, I have to fight the urge to climb off the bed and punch him in the face when her body goes rock solid beneath me, undoing everything I had just done to get her to see things from our point of view. Bates, leave it, Priest snaps. Rain doesn't say anything as I roll off her and let her sit up. She slides to the end of the bed, not noticing or not caring that she's flashing me her black panties, and waits patiently for someone to say something. When they don't, she looks up at Priest.
Can I call them now, please?
She asks him quietly as she fiddles with the hem of her t-shirt. He nods, crossing his arms over his chest as he waits. She grabs her phone off the nightstand and dials the number, putting it on speakerphone. It rings and rings and rings before eventually going to voicemail.
You have some serious explaining to do, Derek.
She snaps before hanging up and moving on to the next number. This time it rings twice before a voice answers. Rain? She visibly deflates when the voice on the other end calls her name, making me instantly want to offer her some comfort, but I don't think she wants that right now. If anything, her posture screams, back off.
Daddy,
she whispers.
Jesus, Rain, where the fuck are you?
He growls, but I can hear the relief in his voice from here.
I can't tell you that, but I can tell you I'm safe, I promise.
Her voice wobbles at that, and I vow silently that we will keep her safe, no matter what.
Come home, Rain,
he begs, but she shakes her head.
I've already told you why I can't, not without putting you all in danger. Did you move in with Travis?
Yes, but I don't see how this is necessary. He isn't after me. He grunts down the line.
No, he's after me, and he won't think twice about using you guys to draw me out.
She reminds him, pinching the bridge of her nose. I can handle. She cuts him off, shutting down whatever he was going to say with her next words.
He was in my room, Dad. He took photos of me while I was asleep and vulnerable, and while you slept down the hall.
She replies. All 3 of us tense. When she said stalker, I assumed someone was following her, had maybe turned up repeatedly at her local coffee shop when she did, and given her a bad vibe. I have no idea why I wrote it off as something so benign. Why the hell would this brave, feisty woman end up here with her family, a bunch of cops, unless she or they were truly in serious danger? I mean, breaking into her home and watching her sleep. That's fucked up. I'm finally starting to understand just how much Rain has been through, and we've barely scratched the surface.
He could have killed us both, but I'm safe here. I'm with people who won't let anything happen to me.
She reassures her father, even as she wraps her free hand around her middle. Yeah, her faith in us has taken a blow. I rub my hand over my head, feeling shitty.
Fuck. Fine. But you check in regularly, Rain. I can't lose you.
Her head drops, so I start to move, but Priest beats me to it, standing beside her, running his fingers through her hair.
I'll check in, I promise. I love you. I love you too, Raindrop.
She hangs up the phone and swipes at her face before standing and walking over to the window. Taking a few steadying breaths, she lifts the phone and dials the next number, fiddling with the hem of her t-shirt again as she waits for whoever it is to answer.
Who's this?
Another male voice answers.
Hey, Owen.
Rain greets him softly. Owen, who I'm guessing is one of her brothers, spends the next few minutes cursing up a storm before he gets himself under control.
I'm fine, Owen. I'm safe,
she assures him with a sigh when he finally calms down.
I hate this. I get why you left, Rain, but I don't like it one little bit, he complains. I know, but I'll do anything to keep you guys safe just like you would with me,
she says, looking over at us briefly before turning her back on us and staring out the window. Fuck, that look guts me. It says, I'm doing them to keep you safe. Is that what she thinks we want? A glorified whore? I turn my attention to Bates and Priest to see if they noticed it too, and find them watching her as avidly as I am. Yeah, they saw it too. We fucked up. We won't change our minds and back out, but we should have handled her with a little more care. I stand up and pace, stopping to listen to her.
Tell me you found something, Owen,
she pleads, her shoulders slumping with his next words.
Not much,
he admits, sounding pissed.
But here's the thing, what I'm not finding is what's making me suspicious.
How so?
She asks curiously, chewing on her fucking lip again. I adjust my dick as her tongue pokes out a little.
Well, this guy is supposed to be a hero, right? He holds more arrests to convict rates than anyone else, supposedly. But some of the cases I delved into were a farce. At least a third of the ones I've looked at should have never made it to court. A further glance shows that each of these cases was presided over by one judge. The odds of that in a state this size are astronomical.
So what are you saying?
I'm saying the record he achieved likely had more to do with favors and handshakes than actual crimes being committed.
And don't get me started on some of the sentences that were handed out for what should have been misdemeanors.
I look over at Bates, who is watching her thoughtfully.
So he's dirty?
She asks him as I resume my pacing, my blood boiling at the thought. Bikers get a bad rep. A lot of it's earned, but dirty fucking cops are the scum of the earth. I know only too well how much a corrupt system can fail someone.
Well, he ain't clean, but I can't find anything concrete that points to him. When people started asking questions, he transferred over here where things died down.
Until now,
she points out.
Until now,
he agrees.
I gotta go. Can you do me a favor, though? Can you run by Derek's and ask him to call me and give him this number?
Shit, Rain, with you being gone, I forgot. Her brother curses. I clench my fists, knowing nothing he says will be good.
Forgot what?
Rain asks quietly, her eyes squeezed closed as if she can sense something bad coming too.
Derek called me to pick up your car, which is here by the way. Then about an hour later, there was an explosion at the garage. Everyone was fine except Derek. I don't know the extent of his injuries.
Oh my God,
she gasps, her hand shooting up to cover her mouth.
I know what you're thinking, and it has nothing to do with your stalker, Rain. There was a gas leak. One of the neighboring businesses reported it. All I know for sure is that he is in a medically induced coma and his family is taking care of him.
Her brother rushes to reassure her. So this Derek guy is real, but it doesn't explain who the fuck he is or why he would send Rain here. The more I think about what could have happened to her, the more pissed I get. I don't care if this guy is in the hospital. He sent Rain into an unknown, potentially dangerous situation. I hope the asshole pulls through, just so I can knock the fucker on his ass. Her voice trails off as she struggles for something else to say.
I'll call the hospital and see what I can find out. I'll keep you posted, Rain, I promise.
Okay,
she whispers.
I gotta go. Love you. Bye.
She hangs up despite his protests. She turns to look up at Priest, who is now standing right beside her.
I guess my day can get worse,
she says quietly, before crumbling in on herself.
Chapter 19. Rain. I hate myself a little for crying in front of them, but I've reached my limit. I'm ready to pretend this day hasn't happened. Hell, I'm prepared to act like this whole shitty month was just a bad dream. Maybe I hadn't known Derek long, and yes, I'm pissed as hell at him for landing me in this current situation. But he's a nice guy who took a chance on me when not many others would. I let my tears run down my face, feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders. I just want to curl up in a little ball and sleep for a year. Then hopefully when I wake up, the world might be a little kinder to me. When Priest scoops me up into his arms, I don't protest. I just bury my face in his neck and let the tears soak into the leather of his cut. He doesn't complain or whisper words of platitude. He just walks over to the bed and sits, pulling me tight against him as I straddle his legs. I don't try to analyze my feelings. I know I should still be mad at him, hell, at all of them, and I am. But I can't deal with anger on top of my worry for Derek and my fear of the asshole hunting me. Something has to give or I'll break. I sniffle into his neck, my breath hitching painfully in my chest as I try to calm myself down a little.
Get her something to eat, and a shot of something to take the edge off.
Priest murmurs. Nobody answers him, but I hear the door open and close. I turn my head and see Saint still on the bed watching me. So I guess it was Bates that left. Should I be worried about him poisoning me? I ask softly, only half joking.
I'm not going to let anything happen to you,
Priest answers, and I know he's talking about more than the poison joke. I pull back and look up at him through watery eyes, and all I see is sincerity. I'm a hot mess, I admit, making his lips twitch.
It's the hot part that matters to me,
he replies, making me slap his chest.
So this Derek guy, you and he,
Priest asks, waiting for me to fill in the blanks. He is, or was, I guess, my boss.
So you're not fucking him?
He presses. No, I'm not fucking him. The guy is old enough to be my father. I realize around here that likely means nothing, but the answer is still no. Derek was my boss, my friend, and a pain in the ass. My eyes widen when I say that, realizing how these assholes will take that literally. Not like in the ass with his dick. I've never done that. Not that I'm against it, but I've never really met someone I wanted to try it with, you know? So, to clarify, Derek's dick has not been in my ass or any other hole of my body for that matter. I'm just going to stop talking now. I shake my head, feeling my cheeks flush as Saint snorts from behind me. Christ, what is wrong with me?
All this talk of fucking your ass is making me hard,
Priest mutters, pulling me closer so the steel pipe, masquerading as a dick, presses against me. After feeling the size of the cocks you and Saint are packing, I can honestly say you are both out of luck. There is no way I'm letting those things anywhere near my ass. So unless Bates has a micropenis, my ass will forever remain an exit only. I turn when I hear the sound of the door close to find Bates's deep blue eyes staring back at me. He slides the tray of food he's carrying onto the dresser near the door, before taking a step toward me as he pops the top button of his fly open. I watch as he slowly lowers his zipper, opening my mouth to tell him to stop, but snapping it shut just as quickly with an audible click when he reaches inside his jeans and pulls out his dick. A dick I just stare at in equal parts horror and wonder, because that thing has to be fake, right? I turn to look at Saint, who grins at me from ear to ear. That is not a micropenis. I take back everything I said. Give me all the micropeens. I want them itty-bitty, I tell him before turning back to Bates, who watches me with amusement as he just stands there, casually stroking his cock, you know, as you do. Holy fuck, stop touching it! The damn thing is growing! I yell. I feel Priest laugh beneath me as Bates takes a step closer. No, oh hell no. Get that thing away from me. I don't know if I should call a priest or an exterminator. Bates laughs at that, his hostile demeanor melting away. Shocking, really. Give a man a few cockstrokes and all is right in the world again. Well, this has been fun, but you can fuck right off with that thing. No wonder the redhead was walking funny. I muse. He keeps walking until he is standing right beside me, his eyes on mine, all while he continues stroking himself. I turn to Priest with confused eyes. What is happening right now? Is this some kind of initiation? Does this happen a lot? I fire off. I mean, should I expect to find a dick in my face on a regular basis while I'm here? If so, I might find myself swearing off meat and becoming a vegetarian. I tell him, turning back to Bates, who thankfully is tucking himself back in his jeans. I don't moan at the loss, but it's a close call. The only thing that stopped me is knowing Bates would have taken it as a sign of approval, and then I would have ended up with a dick in my throat. Well, at least we know what to do when you need a distraction. Saint laughs, proving there is more than one giant dick in the room. He climbs off the bed and collects the tray Bates carried up, while Bates just fucking stands there watching me. I hit him with my death stare, but it's not very effective from Priest's lap, so I climb to my feet and then resume my glaring. You are creeping me out. What do you want? And so God help me, if it involves your dick, I'll make you a eunuch. He shuts me up by deadlifting me like I weigh nothing and sliding his mouth over mine. I freeze, shocked to shit for a minute, but eventually he wears me down. I refuse to judge myself for being weak. Who in their right mind can say no when they find a hot biker attached to their face? Even if he's a fucked up asshole. He kind of adds to his whole bad boy vibe, and I will take that information to the grave with me. He kisses me until I can't breathe, and my nice clean panties are as wet as I am. Pulling back, he holds me out in front of him, my feet dangling in the air like a child's. I'm an asshole, he tells me. I know. I figured that out already, big guy. I can be a dick. Say it ain't so, I joke. I'm different. I don't always think like the others. I stop joking, realizing this is about as vulnerable as Bates gets, and in his roundabout way, this is him apologizing. Different is good. It keeps things exciting. The world would be a pretty boring place if we were all the same. And you'll learn to love it. I'm sure I will, princess. I tap him on the chest when he smiles big and toothy at me, making my eyes narrow at him. Wait a minute. What are we talking about now? I ask warily. Taking my cock in your ass. Trust me, you'll learn to love it, he says, making me sigh. You were doing so well. I reach between us and twist both his nipples hard, making him drop me. I'd have fallen on my ass if it wasn't for Priest's hands grabbing my hips. Fuck! Bates roars. You are lucky I didn't twist your balls. If you try to shove that thing inside me, you'd better be prepared for me to return the favor with the Louisville Slugger. I snap, while Saint sits on the bed, helping himself to the food Bates brought up for me. Bates shakes his head, but he wisely doesn't say anything else. I see that look in his eyes, though. He thrives on a challenge, and that's what I've made myself yet again. I'm going to need to get my shit together before I find myself impaled on the top of his totem pole. I finish off the sandwich Saint so kindly left for me, and fill the guys in on my stalker as I eat, answering their questions as best I can. I still don't understand how this Derek guy ties into this, Bates says from the foot of the bed, where my feet are resting in his lap. He said you were family, and he was talking to someone on the phone once before about you all, but he didn't say the name of the person he was talking to. I don't mention the part about sucking dick, not wanting to add fuel to the fire. I don't know what's going on or who he was talking to, but it felt like he was checking in. So whoever it is must see you regularly to be able to report back to him. Unsurprisingly, none of them look happy at that. Look, I get it, especially with everything going on with him right now, but Derek's been good to me, and if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here with you guys now. I point out, making the tension lessen a little, but not much, and I can't say I blame them. Knowing that they have someone watching them and feeding info back to an unknown person wouldn't sit well with me either. When he wakes up, I'm going to want to talk to this Derek person myself, Priest says, waiting for me to protest. But I have no reason to say no. Okay, I think that's fair. I yawn, and Bates squeezes my feet.
I think it's time for you to get some rest,
He says gruffly. I don't argue, mainly because another yawn follows on the tail of the first one. Okay, I'll, see you guys in the morning? It comes out more of a question than a statement.
We have a lot to fill the guys in on, so we'll get out of your hair. Tomorrow we'll introduce you to everyone.
Priest tucks a strand of hair behind my ear before all three of them climb from their spots on the bed. Sliding to the end of the mattress, I stand up too so I can lock the door behind them, but end up plowing into Bates's chest when I don't notice he hasn't moved. I watch as he slips his cutoff and places it on the end of the bed, before he pulls his t-shirt up and over his head and places it on top of his cut. I stare at him in confusion for a second. Okay, I fuck him for a second. 1 ab, 2 abs, 3 abs, 4, 5 abs, 6 abs, 7 abs, more. Bates, sensing my distraction, whips my t-shirt over my head, making me squeal and leaving me standing in nothing more than a tiny pair of black bikini briefs. I wrap my arms around myself to cover my chest, but Bates grabs both wrists and stops me.
Don't hide from us,
He orders. I clench my fists but bite my tongue, waiting to see what his next move will be. When he sees I'm not going to fight him, he lets go of me and grabs his t-shirt and slides it over my head. It falls to my knees and covers everything, although I'm sure I can see the outline of my nipples through the thin white fabric.
From now on, the only men's clothing you'll wear is the stuff that belongs to Priest, Saint, and me.
Bates orders quietly. I try not to let his possessiveness get to me, but that growly voice of his does things to my body that most dicks can't. I bite my lip so I don't squirm on the spot. It was just one of my dad's old ones.
Only ours,
He repeats, leaning down and pressing his mouth to the shell of my ear.
unless that's your kink. If you want the dirty biker to fuck daddy's little girl and fill her with his cum while she's wearing one of his t-shirts, well, who am I to argue?
I just stand there with my mouth gaping open like a fish because what the actual fuck do I say to that? Bates walks over to the dresser and pulls open a drawer, grabbing a clean t-shirt for himself. I watch him slip it on, then pull his cut on over it, before he walks out of the room without another word or a backward glance. I turn to the two remaining hot bikers, studiously trying to ignore that their dicks are visibly hard beneath their jeans. Why didn't he just give me the clean t-shirt?
Because then it wouldn't smell like him. He wants you to be thinking of him and his dick when you touch yourself tonight.
Saint admits wryly. You know, most of the time I want to hit him repeatedly in the face with a chair. Oops, I didn't mean for that to slip out.
Bates has that effect on people. Doesn't change the fact that your panties are wet now, though, does it, Rain?
He teases with a smirk, before leaving with a laughing priest on his heels. Arrogant, egotistical, stupid, goddamn, mother-loving bikers! I mutter, as I lock the door and stomp back over to the bed. The problem is, as I climb under the sheets and feel the cool cotton against my heated skin, I can't think of anything other than Bates, which is why when I slip my fingers into my panties moments later and bring myself to a mind-blowing orgasm, I give all the credit to my super talented fingers and not the image of Bates stroking his mutant cock. I wake up later when I feel the covers slide back. I have a brief moment of terror, thinking the stalker found me, until I smell Bates and feel him climb in beside me, locking his arm around me tightly before burying his face in my hair. I relax instantly, feeling oddly safe given who it is, and feel myself drifting back to sleep. The next time I wake, it's because something is tickling the inside of my thigh. I swat it away, or I try to, but my hand hits something hairy. My eyes snap open just as I feel something press against my core. What the fuck? I yell, just as Bates's amused eyes meet mine, when he glances up from between my legs.
I was wondering when you were going to wake up. I'm hungry, and I like to start the day off with a good breakfast,
He tells me, before hooking his finger in my panties and pulling them aside. And then he licks me. He licks me, as in I have a biker on my clit. Oh my God. Is this really happening? Wait, maybe I'm still dreaming. His tongue slips inside me, making my back arch off the bed. Nope, definitely not a dream. I grip his hair, intending to pull him away, but then he does this swirly thing with his tongue, and I find myself pushing him closer. You are a very bad man, I scold, but I can't even be mad. I think it's illegal to be mad when there's a tongue inside your pussy, and if it's not, it should be.
Baby, you haven't seen anything yet.
He warns me, before he goes to town, sucking, licking, and ruining me for all other men. I mean, I'll graciously let priest and saint eat me out to see how they compare, but so far, Bates is getting a 5-star rating for fine dining. I try to keep the noise down, but it's impossible. So I grab one of the pillows and cover my face, screaming into it when I come. When Bates finally stops, I peek out from under the pillow and see him looking pretty damn happy with himself. So much so that I toss the pillow at him, making him laugh. First, you break into my room. I tick off with my fingers. Then, you launch a sneak attack on my vajayjay when I'm at my weakest. And then, you have the audacity to sit there looking proud as fuck. I snap at him. He tilts his head, looking adorably confused, making me realize this is yet again another one of those things Bates just doesn't get. He has no boundaries, so he doesn't expect or likely care if anyone else does.
So you don't want me to do it again?
He asks. I growl before sitting up and yanking him down over me. No, you should wake me up every morning like that and maybe twice on Sundays. I add as an afterthought, before pressing my lips to his. Chapter 20. Rain. Dressed in ripped dark blue skinny jeans and a plain white tank, I make my way into the busy kitchen with my hand in Bates's much larger one. A round of cheers goes up from the men, almost making me want to turn around and head back up to my room until I realize they are cheering at my old lady status, not because they heard Bates eating me out.
Okay, quick rundown, Rain. The guy over there looking like a traffic light with the red hair and green face is Bender. The ass can't handle his alcohol, but it doesn't stop him from tying one on most nights. Fuck you, Bates, the guy in question retorts, but he doesn't deny it. Next to him are Axel and Trick.
I look at the guys he points to. The one with thick dark brown hair frowns, the other with light brown hair smiles, and both stand with a small, pretty redhead between them. She offers me a smile before dipping her head shyly.
That's their old lady, Tilly.
Bates tells me when he sees where my attention is.
The bald guy built like a brick shithouse at the end of the table is Cassius, and the twins next to him are Roman and Urza.
I ignore the penetrating looks the blonde twins send my way and give the table at large a wave.
That's Jazz, Kitty, and Roxy.
Bates adds as an afterthought toward the club girls who are hanging off the guys. Hey, I'm Rain, I say as Bates sits on the last available seat and pulls me down into his lap.
Like the precipitation?
The guy called Cassius asks. The girl in his lap looks up in confusion, making me snort. No, like I'm the queen. Bow down to me, I answer, making him laugh.
Looks like that was a self-fulfilling prophecy, huh? I have a feeling you might be trouble.
He grins, liking the idea. Well, Trouble is my middle name, I tell him as Bates pulls my hair back over my shoulder and rests his chin there, his hands on my hips in a proprietary manner. The chick on Cassius's lap rolls her eyes. It's probably something lame like a tree or something. I mean, who calls their kids Rain? She bitches. I'm sorry, Kitty, was it? I make that sound every bit as mocking as I can. Guys call me that because they like stroking my... I hold up my hand and shake my head. I'm about to eat. I can see that you're proud of your name, so I'm happy for you, but I'm curious about what your real name is. She looks around the table, but when nobody says anything, she answers with a hair toss. It's Wendy. Like, Wendy's? Are you open for business 24 hours a day too? Talk about a self-fulfilling prophecy. The guys around the table laugh, but she just sneers at me. My mom called me Rain because she was convinced I would one day bring a man to his knees. I shrug. She was a nut, but with 5 older brothers, I think she liked the idea of a little girl giving them a run for their money. My father, however, apparently took one look at me and knew I was going to give him gray hair, and so bestowed upon me the middle name Trouble. He wasn't wrong, I admit.
Wait. Bates turns me a little so I can look up at him. So your middle name really is Trouble?
I nod, making him roar with laughter, the rest of the guys joining in just as Saint and Priest walk into the room.
What's going on?
Priest asks, taking everyone in.
Did you know Rain's middle name is Trouble?
Bates questions. Before he can ask if it's a joke, I slide my wallet out of my back pocket and pull out my driver's license, handing it to him.
Fuck me. That's awesome,
Saint says from beside him, scanning the license.
Jesus, babe. Whoever took your photo should be given a raise. I thought it was mandatory to look like shit in DMV pictures.
I shrug. He's right, it is a nice picture. It's even nicer that a hot biker agrees.
You eat yet?
Priest looks at me, then Bates. When Bates looks as if he's going to answer with a smirk on his face, I slap my hand over his mouth before he can embarrass me. Not yet, no. I answer for both of us.
Come on, let's get out of here for a bit.
Priest holds his hand out for me, so I reach out and take it, letting him pull me from Bates's lap. Are you coming? I ask, turning back to look at Bates.
Not yet. Maybe later,
he says with a wink, and I know damn well he isn't talking about breakfast. Rolling my eyes, I turn to Saint. What about you? He flings his arm around my shoulders before answering,
I wouldn't miss it for the world.
I say my goodbyes as Bates yells out,
Later, Trouble.
Sure thing, princess, I reply, and let the guys pull me out of the room before I get my ass spanked. We move down the wide open hallway to the main room, then out into the early morning sun. Let me just grab my shades from the car. I let go of Priest's hand and hurry over to the car, grabbing the key from the zipper of my wallet. The glasses are on the dash where I left them, so I snag them and my leather jacket that's on the back seat before locking it back up. I'm just about to walk back over to the guys when I hear the sound of a car refusing to turn over. Detouring toward the entrance of the garage, I stand and listen to 2 men arguing over the hood of a truck.
Of course I checked the fucking battery in the starter. Believe it or not, son, it's not my first rodeo.
Sounds like a clogged fuel filter to me, I mention, making both men turn to face me, one staring with curiosity, the other with hostility.
Yeah, well, it's a good fucking thing I didn't ask you then, isn't it?
The pissed off one of the 2 states.
You lost, darling?
The older of the 2 guys asked. He's maybe a little older than my guys, so mid-30s, with strawberry blonde hair threaded with copper strands and startling blue eyes. Nah, I'm good. I just heard you were having an issue as I was walking by. I answer, trying to ignore the ranting dickhead beside him, but he just doesn't know when to quit.
Well, you shouldn't be listening to anything around here. It's the first rule of being a whore, isn't it? Keep your mouth shut and your legs open.
The dickhead one snaps. This guy is about the same age as me, skinny, and about as intimidating as a gerbil. I'm guessing you're single. I snort, letting his insult roll right off my back. He's only digging himself into a deeper hole.
You know about cars?
The older guy asks, deflecting the other guy's anger.
Who the fuck cares what she knows? You said you'd have it ready today and it's not fucking ready. Perhaps I should just take it elsewhere. It seems to me you're incompetent.
I laugh at that. Yes! Good luck taking it somewhere else. How exactly are you planning on moving it? He doesn't answer for a second, his face going bright red before he stalks over to me. I wouldn't do whatever it is you're about to do, I warn him, reaching for the disregarded wrench on the workbench beside me.
Hey, back the fuck off right now,
the older guy yells, moving to grab him. But the young guy has a point to prove. He moves quicker, reaching up to grab my hair. I use the opening he inadvertently gives me, lifting the wrench before swinging it down with a sickening crack over the guy's wrist, and watch with satisfaction as he drops to the ground and starts crying. Well, that was anticlimactic, I mumble, disappointed as I toss the wrench back on the bench. Hey, my name's Rain. I reach over to shake the older guy's hand, who looks at me like I've just surprised the shit out of him.
What the fuck is going on?
Priest roars from behind me, making the guy look up at him just as I give his hand a few pumps and drop it.
I'm Kermit.
He replies to me before answering Priest.
Just some townie running his mouth. I was about to shut him down when Rain here took care of it for me.
He points to the guy on the floor, who is now in the fetal position, weeping. Seriously? I shake my head, almost feeling bad.
Jesus, Rain. We leave you alone for 5 minutes.
Priest remarks with a shake of his head, as Saint picks the guy up by his neck and tosses him out of the garage. No lie, he just picks him up and throws him out of the garage like he weighs nothing. Spinning around, he turns to face me with angry eyes. I am so turned on right now, I admit, making him freeze. He tries to fight it, but the anger melts away, the iciness in his eyes giving way to warmth.
There is no fucking in my garage,
Kermit yells, breaking the spell.
What are you doing in here anyway? We're supposed to be going out for breakfast.
Priest asks. We are. I was just being nosy.
Are you looking for a job?
Kermit questions, looking me over in an assessing fashion. Is he serious? Hell yeah, I answer.
I didn't take you for an answering the phone kind of girl, but if it makes you happy.
Saint shrugs.
Plus, it's on Carnage property, so it's safe.
Yes, what could possibly happen here? I answer sarcastically, referring to the guy that just got tossed out. Kermit ignores them both and just focuses on me.
You know cars. Are you any good at fixing them?
He questions, making me want to lean over and kiss the guy. I'm the best, I reply. And it's not a boast, I really am that good.
Wait, well, hold on a second, Rain. I'm not trying to be a dick here, but
I cut Priest off before he can continue. I'm going to stop you there before I end up shoving that wrench somewhere the sun don't shine, I warn him. I'm a certified mechanic, and I have a degree in mechanical engineering. I've worked in garages my whole life.
Good enough for me. You're hired. You can start next Monday. That will give you time to settle in.
Kermit turns and walks away, leaving me with Saint and Priest. I stand with my hands on my hips and growl. Why do men assume that having tits means that I can't fix their cars, huh? I snap. Saint holds his hands up in capitulation, but not Priest. He just crosses his arms over his chest and glares back at me.
You know, you sure are a mouthy little thing,
he mentions as I walk toward him, swaying my hips. You aren't telling me anything I don't already know, I reply.
You need to learn your place, Rain.
He all but growls at me. I shake my head before lifting on my tiptoes and whispering in his ear. And you need to learn how quickly I can strip that pretty little bike of yours.
Nobody touches my bike but me.
I shrug. Fine by me. Saint, let's go eat. I'm starving. Saint just shakes his head in amusement, indicating for me to go ahead of him. But Priest holds his arm out in front of me, halting my movements.
The MC world is different from what you're used to, Rain.
He grits out. I know. If we were in my world, I'd have already cut your brakes. I answer, then walk back out into the bright sun to the sound of Saint's laughter.
Chapter 21. Priest. I watch Saint pull away with Rain wrapped tightly around him on the back of his bike, and feel a spark of jealousy that he gets to feel her hot little pussy pressed against him instead of me. You know, she's right. I get it. It's a man's world, especially here in the MC, but times are changing, my friend. If you keep trying to push her into becoming what you think makes the ideal old lady, you'll miss out on what she actually can bring to the table. It takes a special kind of woman to rule the roost, especially when she has to deal with you three. I have a feeling if anyone can do it, it's her, Kermit says from behind me. You got all that from spending 10 minutes in her company? I got that the second she opened her mouth. I'm more confused that you've spent longer than 10 minutes with her and haven't gotten it yet. He chuckles, slapping me on the back before he disappears into the garage. Fuck, I hate it when he has a point. What drew me to Rain was the fact that she is so different from the bitches we usually get here. Prime pussy might reel you in, but it only takes you so far if there is nothing but air between their ears. Rain is different. She's feisty, not easily intimidated, and yet she still somehow manages to have a vulnerability about her that tugs on places inside me I long thought were dormant. Watching her cry last night after talking to her brothers confirmed that I had made the right call. She would make an awesome old lady, and yet I had been trying to make her into the old ladies of days gone by, like my mom had been. My dad, my mom, and their second, Royce, had been lucky enough to experience that once-in-a-lifetime kind of love. My mom was a natural-born old lady, knowing when to defer to her men and stepping up when she needed to hold her own. Looking back at it with adult eyes, it's easy to see that underneath it all, she was naturally submissive to them both. When they were killed during a club war years ago, my mother became a shadow of the woman she once was. I think that's why when she found out she had cancer, she didn't even try to fight it. She just wanted to be reunited with the men she loved, even if that meant leaving me, a 10-year-old boy, alone. Comparing Rain to my mother is where I'm going wrong. Rain is not submissive, at least not outside the bedroom. She's defiant, argumentative, and opinionated. And because of all that, my dick has never been harder. Fuck it. I stalk over to my bike and climb on, revving her up before speeding out of the gates that the prospect swings wide. I blaze down the road after Saint and Rain, knowing exactly where they'll go. After all, there is only one place nearby that serves food worth getting up this early for. 10 minutes later, I pull up outside B's Diner. It looks like something out of a 50s movie. A lot of diners across the country strive to look this way, feeding off people's nostalgia. The difference is, B's Diner really was built in the 50s and has been here ever since, passing from generation to generation. Parking my bike beside Saint's, I climb off and head inside, pushing open the glass door etched with the diner's name in large red scroll writing. I spot them sitting in the back booth in the corner, our favorite spot. Saint, facing the door with his back to the wall, sees me the minute I enter. A throwback from being in prison and not wanting someone to be able to sneak up behind him. It's a habit he'll likely never break, even now as a free man. He's also always aware of his surroundings. I bet he knew the second I pulled up and had cataloged each of the other dozen or so diners the second he entered. He lifts his chin in acknowledgement, making Rain turn her head and scowl when she sees me. I slide into the booth beside her, grip a handful of her hair, and yank her forcefully toward me, taking her lips in a punishing kiss. She protests for about 3 seconds before her body goes lax and pliant in my arms as she responds to my touch. I have a feeling we've only touched the tip of the iceberg with Rain. When we do finally get in her pants, I'm expecting fireworks. I pull away reluctantly, knowing if I carry on, I'll end up bending her over the table and fucking her, regardless of the other diners. She blinks up at me, mumbling something about soul-stealing biker kisses before turning back to a smiling Saint.
So, what's good around here?
She asks, trying to sound unflustered, but I don't miss the hitch in her voice. I slide my hand over her thigh, letting it rest there, my pinky finger just grazing her pussy. She sucks in a deep breath, but when she doesn't shove me away, I leave it there, taking it as an invitation.
Hey guys, can I take your order?
Claire, the server, asks. We've been coming here for years, so she never blinks an eye anymore when faced with leather-wearing bikers. I'll take a coffee and a stack of pancakes with syrup and a side of bacon. I order, not even needing to think about it. I'll take the sausage and biscuits with a side of gravy and black coffee. Thanks, Claire. Saint adds. She turns to Rain.
And for you, Sugar?
Rain looks at the menu, then to Saint, then to me.
I'll have the same, please.
She answers with a smile.
Which one, pancakes or biscuits?
Claire asks, confused.
Oh, sorry, I mean, I'll take both meals, please. Pancakes, bacon, sausage, biscuits, and gravy. I'm starving.
Claire blinks at her for a moment, stunned, before smiling.
Well, okay then. I'll bring it out as soon as it's done.
She rips off the ticket and heads to the kitchen while Saint and I look at Rain with amusement. There is no way you'll eat all that, I tease her. She's only an itty-bitty thing.
Priest. When are you going to realize I'm not like other girls? I can eat all that and likely still be hungry in an hour. My brothers are the same way.
She tells me with a shrug. Saint points out the obvious. I bet your brothers aren't built like you, though.
Oh no, Tate's rack is far bigger than mine.
She jokes. How about a little bet? I coax.
Tell me what you're offering.
If you eat everything on your plate, I won't bitch about you working at the garage, and I'll even keep Bates off your back when he finds out about it later. She looks at me for a second before narrowing her eyes.
And if I lose?
And if you lose, I'll still do all those things, I admit. It's my way of saying sorry for being a dick earlier. But I also get to fuck you however I want to, whenever I want to, afterward. Her eyes widen a fraction at that as she squirms in her seat.
Okay, fine, deal.
She has no idea what she just agreed to, because Bees is famous for one other thing besides its quality of food, its portion size. She finds out 10 minutes later when the food arrives at our table. I stare at her in shock as she groans, her belly looking a little rounded after she's eaten so much. Holy fuck, I can't believe you ate all that. How the fuck did you manage to get all that inside you?
That's what she said.
She snarks before groaning again. I will never bet against you again, Saint adds, looking just as shocked as I am.
You didn't bet against me,
she points out, missing the exchange of cash beneath the table. And I never will, he tells her with a wink. Come on, let's get you out of here. I scoot out of the booth and drop enough cash on the table to cover the food and generous tip. Ever so slowly, she follows and pauses to stand in front of me with big puppy dog eyes, chewing on her bottom lip. What? I question warily.
Carry me?
She asks with a pout. I shake my head at her ridiculousness, but I can't pass up the opportunity to have her luscious curves in my arms either. What's in it for me? I ask, not even trying to hide my grin.
I promise not to throw up on you, and if you are super nice, I might let you snuggle me later.
She offers. I frown. I'm a biker for fuck's sake. I don't snuggle.
You do like naked snuggles, right?
She says with a grin of her own. Okay, so maybe this snuggling shit has some perks. Deal. I swing her up into my arms, pull her tight to my chest, and carry her outside to my bike, gently lowering her to her feet as Saint walks over with her jacket and the purple helmet he bought for her.
Thank you,
she tells him, leaning over to plant a kiss on his cheek. I take the helmet and slide it over her head, fastening the strap under her chin before helping her into her jacket.
So chivalrous,
she teases. Perks of being my old lady. I throw her a wink before climbing on my bike and holding out my hand for her to climb on behind me. Once she's on, she wraps her arms tightly around my waist and presses the side of her helmet against my cut. I've had bitches on my bike before, not often because they tend to get ideas, but nothing has ever felt as right as having Rain's ass on my bike and her hand inches from my cock as I tear down the highway.
Chapter 22. Rain. After all that food, I slipped into a food coma for a few hours, but it was so worth it. I'm damn lucky I have a high metabolism because that diner just became my new favorite place to eat. Thankfully, my food baby seems to have disappeared by the time I wake up, and I can zip up my jeans without feeling like dying. I slip on my boots, run some product into my hair, and scrunch it a little, giving it a beachy wave before brushing my teeth and slathering on some cotton candy lip gloss. I hear the music echoing off the stone walls as soon as I leave my room, making me realize nobody heard Bates and me this morning because the room itself must be soundproof. I wonder if they all are, or if it's just that one. I shake that thought off, really not wanting to dwell on why that room in particular would need soundproofing. I make my way down the stairs and follow the music into the main room. It's huge in here and must have been the central hub of the library in another life. The bookcases have been removed to make space for a couple of pool tables, a few scattered sofas, and some tables and chairs. I look around and see Jazz, the petite Asian girl with the gorgeous hair, dancing seductively for someone in what probably was once the kids' reading corner. Now it offers a stripper pole, an old jukebox, and lap dances for the horny. I shake my head and grin wryly. I'm not in Kansas anymore. I move deeper into the room, taking in the vast stone walls that reach skyward to ridiculously high ceilings, and head toward the center of the room. There, set in a square formation, is what I'm guessing was the library's reception desk. Now it's been repurposed into a fully stocked bar, which is perfect as you can serve people from each of the four sides. I can just imagine a little old lady clutching her pearls and shushing Cassius while he does body shots off one of the club bunnies, who is splayed out on one side of it. It looks like two prospects are working the bar tonight, maneuvering themselves effortlessly around Cassius like his antics are a regular occurrence, which they probably are. I make my way over to the closest prospect and order a bottle of beer, sipping at it while scanning the room for any of my men. I spot Bates first, talking to Kermit near the pool tables on the left. As he's busy, I decide not to approach him just yet. If Kermit is filling him in on my new employment status, I'm likely better off out of the way if he's going to react to me working in the garage, the same way Priest had. I can't see the other guys from my vantage point at the bar, so I decide to wander the room. Just as I'm about to step into the thick of the crowd, a hand reaches out to snag my arm. Looking up, I see Bitch McWhoreface looking smug as fuck. I have no idea why, as it was my legs Bates was between earlier. "Looking for something?" she asks sweetly. "Yeah, a doctor." She falters for a minute, clearly not expecting that answer. "Why?" "Because if you don't let go of my arm, I'm going to punch you in your pretty little face until it's nothing more than a bloody pulp," I answer, just as sweetly. If she had spilled my beer, I wouldn't have been so nice. She lets go immediately.
"How is it I'm hard already?"
I hear from behind me, just before hands slide onto my hips and a chin rests on my shoulder. Bates. Your inner psycho has a thing for my inner bitch.
"This psycho wants to be inner bitch,"
He whispers, both of us ignoring the drama llama calling Bates's name. Calling me a bitch will only make me bark "fuck off" at you before I bury your favorite gun in the backyard, I warn him. His lips twitch.
"Duly noted."
Are you just going to ignore me? Bitch McWhoreface shrieks. Bates and I look at her, me with exasperation, Bates with confusion, as if he has genuinely forgotten she was there, which makes me snort. Well, that was the plan, but you're like an STD that just won't go away, I tell her with a sigh. Bitch! Bates cuts her off with a growl.
"Stand the fuck down, Tracy."
It's Lexi. She pouts before wisely walking away. Burn. I chuckle before turning to Bates. So where are Thing 1 and Thing 2? I feel like I've been abandoned. He laughs, but moves me around the crowd of people in front of us and points to a couple of sofas in the far corner, where, sure enough, both my guys are drinking with the twins I'd met earlier. What were their damn names again?
"Come on."
He maneuvers me through the crowd, which is just as well. It seems there is a height requirement to get in here. Damn, I must have missed the memo. What's with all the damn giants? I yell when we finally do make it over to the guys.
"It's not that we're giants, Trouble. It's just that you're—"
Saint lifts his hand to wave over my body. An adorable pocket-sized ninja who will cut you if you say the S word? I fill in for him. His shoulders shake with laughter.
"Yes, that is exactly what I was going to say. Get your ass over here."
I do as I'm told, disengaging from Bates's grip as he snags a nearby chair and sits beside Priest. I move over to Saint, who yanks me down onto his lap, making a point of showing everyone who I belong to. Watch the beer, I warn him, before moving around to get comfortable. He groans right around the time I notice he's getting hard from all my shuffling. Sorry, I whisper, vowing to be good, but, well, this is me. As he continues talking to one of the McHuddy, I need to remember their names, twins, I continue to wiggle under the guise of getting comfortable. Eventually, he leans over and whispers in my ear, "I'm not a shy guy, Rain. So if you carry on teasing me, I'll shove these jeans down your shapely legs, slip your panties to one side, and bury myself inside you. Let everyone watch. I don't care because it will be my dick inside you and my cock you cream all over." "Oh my God," I whisper. The master has just schooled me in the art of teasing because Saint's dirty words alone are almost enough to make me come. "I'll be good," I promise. But that doesn't mean I won't spend the rest of the evening replaying his words in my head. "So, you got a family, Rain?" one of the twins asks me, effectively cooling my arousal. Yeah. There's my dad, and I have 5 brothers," I answer before looking at Priest. I don't know if they were told everything about me, so I'm unsure what I can say. When Priest offers me a nod with a wink, I take it as a green light that I'm okay to carry on. "5 brothers, damn. And where do you fall in the age scheme?" "I'm the baby, by 4 years." "Shit. I can't even imagine what dating was like for you." I laugh. "You have no idea." "We have a 17-year-old niece. Hers and I like to go over to her house when she has date night just to remind her boyfriend that she has 2 uncles and an MC. I laugh at that. As much as it drove me nuts growing up having crazy overprotective brothers, there was never a shadow of doubt in my mind about how much they loved me. "Urza." I click my fingers. "That's one of them." "Remind me of your name again. I can't keep calling you the McHottie twins," I tell him with an apologetic shrug. "Christ, lady, that's a blow to my ego. I'm Roman, the better-looking one." The guys around us laugh, except Urza, who smacks him on the back of the head. "I don't think you need anyone else around here to blow your ego, Roman," I tease. "And as for your poor niece, believe it or not, she's getting off lightly. I had to deal with 5 older brothers, who all stand over 6 feet tall, rocking up wearing scowls and enough firepower to take out an armed convoy. Let's just say I didn't end up dating much in high school." My guys find that hilarious. Of course they do. Lord help us if we ever have daughters. Whoa. Where the fuck did that thought come from? Jesus, Rain, you need to calm down. You've known these guys for 2 days and you're already thinking about babies? I must be having a mental breakdown brought on by stress and giant penises. "Where'd you go?" Sane asks, nudging me. "Huh?" "You were miles away again. What were you thinking about?" Hi, Rain. Say something, anything, but don't mention babies." "Giant cocks," I blurt out, then close my eyes in defeat. Brilliant, Rain. Well fucking done, you dirty little whore. I open my eyes and see everyone watching me with varying degrees of lust on their faces. What will it take for you all to forget that this whole little conversation just happened? "What conversation?" Kermit asks, walking over. "The one where Rain is thinking about giant cocks." Bates answers. Right, he has 0 filter, just fucking perfect. "Hey boss, how's it going?" I smile at the man who looks like he wants to bail. "Boss?" Bates questions, making me wince. Oops, I guess Kermit didn't say anything to him when they were talking earlier. "Oh, yeah, Kermit has kindly agreed to let me work in the garage," I reply. He looks at Kermit, then back to me. "And you want to work there?" he asks me. "Yeah, Bates, I really do," I answer softly. "Okay then, but Kermit, if she so much as breaks a nail, I'll break your fucking arm," he states casually before snagging my beer from my hand and necking the remainder of it. "Well, that went better than expected," Saint mumbles in my ear, his breath against my skin making me shiver. Probably because he didn't see me break that guy's wrist earlier. I joke. Of course, that's the exact fucking moment the music cuts off. "What?" Bates roars. I stand quickly and make my way over to him, pushing him down when he tries to stand and straddle his lap, putting my hands on either side of his face. A customer was being a dick, so I tapped his wrist with a wrench and made him cry like a big old baby. He never touched a single hair on my head, I swear. Bates looks at me intently, the anger swirling like a vortex in his crystal blue eyes. I have 5 brothers, Bates. I know how to look after myself. Trust me, I murmur, before dipping my head and brushing a soft kiss against his lips. Eventually, he relaxes, the tension seeping out of his body as he pulls me closer, deepening the kiss. I let him take control, sensing he needs this, and it's not exactly a hardship to be loved on a little by a smoking hot biker. Finally, when he's calm enough, I pull away and rest my forehead against his. Okay? I prompt him quietly.
Okay.
He grunts.
Holy fuck. She's the Bates Whisperer.
I turn in Bates's lap at the sound of Urza's voice, but don't move off him, knowing somehow he needs me close by for a minute. Oh, what's that now? I ask. Priest is the one to answer.
Bates has a temper. He didn't get his name by accident. Nothing calms him down until his anger burns out. At least until you,
he says, tipping his drink at me. I look up at Bates, who doesn't say anything. Anytime you need to burn off some anger, princess, I'm all yours. And there it is, the twitch of his lips. It's small, but it's there, so I know nobody is in danger of losing their lives tonight.
Chapter 23. Bates. Is she seriously asleep? Saint laughs. I look down with amusement at Rain in my lap as she snuggles farther into my neck, her breath deep and even, and feel something flutter in my chest. Hopefully, it's indigestion. I'm a biker, for fuck's sake. Apparently so. I mumble, not bothered about disturbing her. I'm pretty sure if she can sleep through the ruckus of a carnage party, she can sleep through anything. I'm going to take her up, I tell him, looking around for Priest, who disappeared with Cassius a while ago. You coming? I nod toward the door. He drains his beer and stands to follow as I carry Rain's slight form up the stairs to her room. I wait for Saint to unlock the door and walk inside, lowering her gently to the bed before stepping back. Saint slips off his cut and hangs it on the back of the chair by the window before walking over to stand beside me as we both stare down at her. She's oddly trusting given everything that's going on, he says, sounding bemused. Stranger still, the trust only seems to go as far as the 3 of us, and maybe Kermit. She spent most of the night on my lap so I could feel how tense she was, but she hid it well. The only time she completely relaxed, though, was when it was just the 3 of us. I strip out of my cut, placing it on the chair with his. This woman does something to me, and I can't figure out if I like it or not. People often say I have a short attention span and get bored easily, and yeah, that's all true. But when I find something that sparks my interest, I can become a tad obsessive. Maybe it's the fact that she isn't scared of me, or that she'll stand toe-to-toe with me when grown men twice her size cower in fear. Maybe it's both. What I do know is she stirs my blood and makes my cock as hard as steel. The question is, why? Saint muses, making me frown. What the hell were we talking about? Why what? I ask, pulling off my t-shirt and jeans. Why is she so trusting around us when we're the biggest threat to her? He replies, following suit and removing his own clothes. My eyes catch on the scar on his stomach for a second before I look up at him and shrug. Either she hasn't noticed how enticing she is to predators like us, I start, or she likes playing with wolves, Saint finishes, looking down as he licks his lips. Christ, she's so fucking hot. I grumble, my dick standing to attention as I slip my boxers off and toss them, along with my jeans and t-shirt, on the sofa against the far wall. Saint does the same, neither of us batting an eye at each other's nakedness. When you have the kind of shared relationship we do, you end up seeing more dick than a porn star. I watch as Saint bends and unlaces her boots, slipping them free from her feet, followed by her socks. When he moves back, I step forward and pop the button on her jeans. I slide the zipper down, lifting her a little so I can pull the tight material over her curvaceous ass and down her thighs. I have to squeeze my eyes shut for a minute and count to 10, or Rain's going to wake up in the morning to find my cum all over her chest. I've had my fair share of women, each one different from the last, but I swear none of them have made me lose my mind like this one. It takes every ounce of willpower I have not to climb between her legs and slip my weeping cock inside her. Saint's bark of laughter has me looking for the source of his mirth. I can't help but laugh too when I find it. Rain's tiny black cotton panties have a red stop sign on the front saying, "Access denied." We'll see about that, I mutter. Pulling the jeans from her legs, I toss them on the floor as Saint crawls up on the bed beside her. Somehow, he manages to wrangle her out of her tank top and bra without disturbing her. Jesus, she sleeps like she's dead, Saint chuckles, turning to look at me. He sees me staring at her cloth-covered pussy and smirks. You going to leave those on? Nope. Not a fucking chance. I stare down at her underwear for a minute, the last scrap of clothing hiding her from us, before walking over to my discarded jeans. I riffle around in the pockets until I find my flip knife, then toss the jeans away as I prowl back over to her. I don't bother trying to ease these off. She won't be needing them anymore. Access denied, I snort. She's funny. I'll give her that. I slip the blade under the edge of her panties and cut through the cloth with ease, repeating the process on the other side, leaving her bare. Fuck, I grumble, closing my eyes and counting to 10 again. This girl is gonna be the death of me. She waxes, Saint groans, clearly feeling my pain. Of course, I already knew she waxed, but seeing her like this makes my mouth water, craving her unique taste. I lift the knife to flick it closed and freeze when Rain's eyes spring open and fix on mine for a minute, before dropping to the knife. I'll admit this looks bad. I wince.
Waking up to a self-proclaimed psychopath leaning over me with a knife in his hand? It happens all the time,
she mumbles, rolling over and closing her eyes, muttering something about fucked up dreams. I look at Saint with wide eyes as he tries to hold back his laughter. I'm starting to worry that she might be crazier than I am, I admit, tossing the knife on the floor before sliding up beside her. I pull her into my arms, tucking her head under my chin as Saint yanks the comforter up over us before pressing his front to her back. My dick is really pissed at me right now, Saint says into the quiet room a few minutes later, making me laugh. The bed shakes a little as he joins me. I can feel the heat of her pussy. It's like a homing beacon, and my dick is locked on target. And that ass. He trails off with a groan. Well, you'd better get a handle on it. She broke a man's wrist today for being an ass. She'll likely snap your dick off if you try something. I warn, even though I'd like nothing more than to thrust my dick inside her. He grumbles something, but eventually falls asleep, leaving me lying there in the quiet for a little while, listening to them sleep and feeling strangely content. Jesus, when did I grow a pussy? The sound of a gasp has my eyes snapping open to find Rain looking at me with wide eyes. Hey, I say casually, keeping my tone calm so she doesn't freak out. She squirms.
So you and Priest decided to stay the night?
Me and Saint, but yeah, we didn't want you to wake up and freak out. I grimace, thinking that sounded better in my head.
So you thought you'd put me at ease by getting naked?
She whispers incredulously. Yeah, but we got you naked too, I point out helpfully.
Oh, I know,
she says with a whimper, making me frown.
Want to know how I clued into the fact we're all naked?
She asks breathlessly. I'm guessing my cock pressing against your belly was a bit of a giveaway. I tense, ready for her to throw a punch.
Close, but no, it's the dick I'm impaled on that really brought it home for me.
She gestures with her thumb over her shoulder. What? I yank the cover off and sit up, and see Saint still fast asleep behind her. Only his dick is lodged deep inside Rain. Fuck. I move to pull him away, but Rain grabs my arm to stop me.
It's not his fault. I was dreaming and pushed back against him. I was already wet and he just slid right on in. Jesus.
She gasps, her face flushed as she undulates her hips. I take in her glassy eyes and flushed cheeks and realize she isn't freaking out. She's turned on. How do you feel? I question, my voice husky as I lean back down beside her and cup one of her breasts, thumbing her rosy nipple.
I feel so full,
she answers, thrusting her hips back against Saint, who stirs and groans. I dip my head and suck her nipple into my mouth, making her pant. Oh, shit. I hear Saint curse as he finally realizes his dick has reached the motherland. Jesus, Rain, I'm sorry, he apologizes, and I release her nipple with a pop. I'm clean. I was tested inside, and I haven't been with anyone since before I got locked up, he rambles.
If you stop, I will kill you,
she growls. Oh, thank fuck. I don't think I could pull out even if you wanted me to. God, you're so tight.
You're just big. Now shut up and fuck me,
she snaps, making me laugh. He doesn't need telling twice. He thrusts into her, making her scream. Lifting her leg, he hooks it over his, giving himself better access and offering me a spectacular view of him stretching her wide. I suck two of my fingers into my mouth before moving them down to Rain's clit and circling the swollen nub. Her back arches. Saint grips her hip and holds her in place as he pistons inside her. Does that feel good, Trouble? I growl, pressing my fingers against her harder.
Yes, so good,
she replies breathlessly. Fuck, shit, fuck, Saint curses, pulling free from Rain and rolling her to her back before getting to his knees and finishing himself off over her tits. First time I've had sex in nearly 6 years. I swear next time I'll last longer, he tells her with regret in his voice.
I loved it,
she reassures him, reaching down and trailing his cum up over her breasts.
You can show me all your best moves later, but I really need to come,
she pleads. Your wish is my command. I smirk as Saint moves aside, and I flip her onto her hands and knees. Reaching over to the bedside drawer for the box of condoms, I slide one on as she looks over her shoulder at me.
Bates, I need you,
she gasps out. I know, Trouble. Now be a good girl and scream for me, I order as I place the tip of my cock at her entrance and drive it deep inside her. And scream for me she does. Fuck. I grit my teeth, giving her a moment to adjust to my size. I watch as Saint slides his head underneath her chest and begins sucking her nipples. When she starts pushing back against me, I pull back until just the tip remains inside her, then thrust in hard.
God fucking damn it, Bates,
she swears, sweat coating her skin as she stretches to accommodate me. You can take it, baby. You're such a good girl, I soothe, stroking my hand down her spine before thrusting inside her again, picking up my pace when her moans turn to gasps of pleasure. She pushes back thrust for thrust, squeezing my dick like a vice, making me wish I had Saint's excuse for blowing quickly. Play with her clit, Saint. I want her dripping.
Fuck yes,
she agrees, humming in approval when he strums his fingers over her.
Faster,
she begs. I don't know if she's talking to Saint or to me, but we both do as she asks. It's enough to push Rain over the edge, her pussy convulsing around me as she arches her back and comes. Fuck holding back any longer. I pick up my pace again, slamming into her over and over until I feel my balls draw up tight, and with a roar, I come to. We all just stay where we are for a minute, trying to steady our breathing as we wait for our heartbeats to return to normal.
Boys,
Rain pants out, looking over her shoulder at me.
I think we need to talk about you sneaking in bed with me when I'm asleep.
She tries to look mad, But she fails spectacularly when I pull free from her snug pussy, and she moans at the loss of me inside her. Let's get cleaned up first, and then we'll talk. She nods slowly. Before she can change her mind, I scoop her up and carry her to the shower, which is where Priest finds us 10 minutes later, after we get distracted again.
Chapter 24. Rain. Sitting around the table in the far back corner of the main room, I sip my hot coffee, biting back a smile at the three guys watching me warily. Why are you all staring at me like that? It's freaking me out. I look at Saint and Bates before my smirk drops as something occurs to me. Wait, did I do something wrong? I'm out of practice, that's all, but I'll get better. Oh, I can do this cool thing with my tongue where— Stop talking, Priest orders with a snap, making me shut up. He adjusts himself before turning his glare on Saint and Bates, but they only have eyes for me. You didn't do anything wrong. I'm just waiting for you to maim one or possibly both of us, Saint admits. Yeah, and if she doesn't, I'm fucking going to, Priest growls. Well, it's not really Saint's fault that I jumped his dick in my sleep, and Bates is, well, Bates. That should explain everything. Well, except for a hazy image that springs to mind. Question. I squint my eyes and focus on Bates, who freezes like a deer caught in the headlights. Do you own a knife? I'm wondering what the heck was a dream and what wasn't. And why did I end up naked in the first place? Saint and I undressed you. We wanted you to be comfortable, Bates answers softly. And the funny thing is, I believe him. They could have both fucked me 6 ways from Sunday last night, but they didn't. No, I did that part all by myself this morning. And the knife? I press. How else was I supposed to get your underwear off? He asks, trying to look innocent. I burst out laughing at the ridiculousness of it all. So you cut my jeans off too, then? I smirk, knowing damn well if he managed to get those over my ass and down my thighs when I have trouble putting the damn things on in the first place, then he should have had no difficulty sliding my panties down too. Well, no, but— Yeah, that's what I thought. You're lucky I'm in a good mood. I know, in theory, I should be freaking out, but I can't muster up the energy to feel anything other than relaxed and content. I guess a good dicking will do that to a girl. Bates rolls his eyes. You're in a good mood because of my dick. And there goes my good mood. It's one thing for me to think it, but another for the cocky asshole to throw it out there like that. I stare at Priest, who looks a little pissed and a whole lot jealous. Can I have my gun back? I mutter, still grumpy, that I haven't gotten it back since he took it away from me. Why? He asks warily. So I can shoot Princess over there. I mean, I have you and Saint. He's really more of a spare part. I tell him, squealing when Bates rounds the table and picks me up, tossing me over his shoulder so he can slap my ass hard. You fucker! Put me down! Behave yourself then, or I'll fill that sweet little mouth with— There's a cop at the gate. He says we have something that belongs to him. One of the prospects yells, making my blood run cold. Oh my God! I choke out, my coffee threatening to make a reappearance. Get her out of here, Priest demands. Bates doesn't waste any time. He tosses me to Cassius, who is now beside us like the whole thing was choreographed. Don't let her out of your sight, Bates orders as he follows Priest and Saint toward the entrance. I struggle to get free, but Cassius's grip is firm as he moves quickly, with me in his arms bridal style. He runs down the hall and up the stairs, bypassing my room and walking farther down the corridor to one of the others. Where are we going? Your room is soundproof. I want to be able to hear if anyone is coming, he answers, his deep voice rumbling out of his chest. Jesus, he isn't even out of breath. Meanwhile, I'm breathing as if I've run a marathon. Logically, I know the guys can handle themselves, but I'm reeling from the fact that Garrett found me already, knowing if he causes shit, it's because I led him to Carnage's door. Cassius pushes the door at the end of the corridor open, revealing a pair of white ass cheeks pumping away at a woman on the bed whose face I can't see. I'm blind! I cover my eyes, hearing the guy grunt and the woman scream as they reach their mutual climaxes. Nice to know I didn't stop them coming, for fuck's sake. At least it pulled me out of my impending panic. Cassius slides me down his body before moving over to the window and peering out. I move to follow him, studiously trying to avoid looking at the couple on the bed, but he holds his hand up for me to stop.
I don't want anyone seeing you,
he says, as the woman on the bed starts moaning again, capturing my attention. Already? I look at the couple oblivious to us who are at it once again. Talk about zero recovery time.
He's coming inside,
Cassius remarks. Yeah, I can see that. Thanks. I gag over the visual.
No, the cop is coming inside.
What? I wrap my arms around my waist, my attempt to distract myself with the fornicating couple no longer working. Fuck, he could pull his dick out and wave it in my face and I wouldn't notice. My mind is locked on the possibility that maybe the guys changed their minds about me. Maybe Garrett threatened them with something, and damn if that doesn't make my breath hitch as a sharp pain pierces my chest. A police captain could cause so many problems for these guys, and I have nobody to blame but myself. Fucking Garrett! That is, if it's even Garrett to begin with. What does he look like?
Blonde, skinny, with a pasty ass,
Cassius answers, making me frown before I glance at the bed and roll my eyes. Jesus, Cass, I meant the cop.
Oh, tall, built like a tank and dark like you.
My breath catches, and before he can stop me, I turn and run, pulling the door open despite Cassius's protests and charge down the staircase toward the sound of angry voices. My heart races a mile a minute because the man Cass described isn't Garrett, but someone else I know. I come to a halt at the foot of the staircase and yell his name. Tate! His head whips in my direction, which is just as well as it gives him time to brace himself when I run full force toward him and collide with him like a battering ram. He folds himself around me, letting me squeeze the life out of him for a second before I pull back and start slapping the shit out of him. Of all the stupid-ass fucking things you could have done! I emphasize each word with a slap.
Hey, knock it off,
he yells. I thought you were Garrett, you fucking dipshit. I nearly had a heart attack. He has the decency at least to look remorseful before wiping it clean.
Bikers, Rain, really? I thought you had better taste than that.
Oh, no, don't go there, Sir Fucks-a-lot. Who I do and how often I do them is nobody's business but mine and theirs. I snap, livid at him.
Theirs.
His voice goes eerily calm, making me realize I might have just set off a teeny tiny trigger.
I'm going to fucking kill you,
he roars at my guys, who are standing a few feet away wearing expressions ranging from pissed to downright amused. If you touch them, I will fuck you up, I warn, making the growing crowd around us snicker. Everyone but my guys and Tate, that is.
This isn't a joke, Rain. A girl is dead while you're here Do not finish that sentence,
Saint bellows. His voice is so sharp, I'm surprised his words don't draw blood. I don't dwell on Tate's thoughts on my sex life. I'm more interested in the other shit he spewed. A girl is dead? I question warily, making him wince.
Raindrop.
He sighs, likely wishing he could take it back, but it's too late for that. Tate has always been a hothead, reacting first without thinking.
A young woman was found at her home yesterday. Trav got called in to work it. He's the one that noticed the similarities and called me.
Similarities? I echo his words back to him, but I already know. I feel myself begin to shake, the room spinning for a moment as the implications become clear. Just when I think I'm going to pass out, Priest is there wrapping me up in his arms and murmuring reassurances in my ear, until I have myself under control again. I turn to face Tate, keeping my head against Priest's chest, and see him watching Priest and me with an assessing eye.
You care about her.
Tate stares at Priest, his face carefully blank.
You've had her in your life for 24 years. You know the effect she has on people.
Priest answers him lightly. Tate looks back to me, his eyes softening a little.
I had to see it for myself.
he explains, and I can't even be mad about it. I get it. You sure you weren't followed? He rolls his eyes at me. Right, of course not. Big bad SWAT guys don't get followed. I mutter. Come and sit down and tell us what's going on. I point to the table in the back we always seem to gravitate toward. Tate looks at the guys and hesitates. If they are going to be able to keep me safe, they have to know what's going on. When you go home later, they'll be the ones left picking up the pieces when I break. So, for once, please just do as I ask.
All right, Raindrop. Lead the way.
Spilling information about an active case in front of the club goes against everything he believes in. But he'll do it for me. You're my favorite brother, I tell him quietly, ignoring the churning in my stomach as he follows behind me to the corner.
I know, Rain,
he says with a smile, letting me know that whatever happens, we'll figure it out.
Chapter 25. Saint. As we gather around the table, I see the other MC members move away, giving us some privacy. I catch Erza's eye and indicate the table, letting him know to bring some coffee. He nods in response, knowing the drill, heading off to find one of the old ladies to fix up the drinks so he can deliver them for us. I don't want to prospect over here listening until I know what's going on.
Okay, Tate, spill it,
Rain says, taking the seat between her brother and me. Her brother is fucking huge, taller than anyone else here, and built like he pulls trucks with his teeth for a living. He might have the same coloring as Rain, and sitting beside each other, the similarities are obvious. But height-wise, Rain drew the short straw. This guy is a beast, and that's coming from someone who spent years doing nothing but working out. Watching Rain slap the shit out of him earlier would have been hilarious if it weren't for the croak in her voice or the shaking of her hands, showing how upset she had been. Tate looks at us warily. I get it, this is his kid's sister, but what he doesn't realize yet is that Rain is also our old lady, and that trumps everything else. Trev got the call. Young girl, early 20s, long black hair, tiny. He rambles off, pretty much describing Rain to a T. She tenses with every word he speaks. I slide a hand over her thigh, feeling her relax slightly, watching with satisfaction as her brother's eyes flare with anger. I'm a possessive fucker. The sooner he realizes it, the better.
Where did they find her?
Rain asks quietly, slipping her hand over mine and linking our fingers together. She was at home, in her bed. She had an alarm system that the guy somehow bypassed. He left no trace anywhere. Tate shakes his head, frustrated. So you don't know if it's the same guy. It could have been a coincidence that this girl looks like Rain. Bates points out. Aside from the fact that I don't believe in coincidences, he left a note. Tate says, looking at Rain with remorse.
Tell me,
she orders, squeezing my hand tighter.
You don't need all the details, Rain. Just fucking tell me, Tate, or so help me God.
He holds up his hand to cut off her rant, before pulling out his phone, opening it up, and placing it on the table next to her. I run the pad of my thumb over the back of her hand, trying to offer her some comfort. When the color drains from her face, I feel the overwhelming need to pick her up and get her out of here, knowing whatever is in that letter is going to leave a mark on her.
Sinners never know they are unworthy until his light touches them.
She reads out loud, sucking in a sharp breath before continuing.
I am his voice, his prophet. You are a selfish harlot, a temptress. You have been tested and deemed unworthy.
She pauses and swallows.
Only those on their knees will find salvation. No one will escape his rapture until the rain falls and washes away their sins.
Jesus, the guy is a whack-job religious nut. I curse. I've seen and heard some fucked up shit, but this guy is something else. You're not wrong there, but I'm failing to see what it has to do with Rain. Bates throws in, and I agree. Sure, the physical description is uncanny, but everything else is still all too vague. I can't see anything else tying this case to Rain. Even so, it doesn't stop the hairs from rising on the back of my neck. You didn't tell them about the note he left you? Tate asks, looking at Rain in surprise.
Not in detail, no, it seemed irrelevant,
she whispers, looking up at me with fear in her eyes. Christ, the fear swimming in those dark eyes of hers feels like a sucker punch to the stomach. I want to rip this guy apart with my bare hands just for putting that expression on her face. Note? Priest snaps out, pulling my attention away from my girl to her brother. Tate swipes something on his phone and pulls up another photo, spinning it around for the three of us to see as Rain looks away. Sinners never know they are unworthy until his light touches them. I am his voice, his prophet. You are a selfish harlot, a temptress, ungrateful and sullied. But our God has forgiven you, as he once did me. You will be tested, but the most devout will be reborn. Then, and only then, will you be a worthy vessel. Fuck, Bates spits. I try to hold my own temper back, but when Rain squeaks, I notice I'm squeezing the shit out of her hand. I loosen it immediately, lifting our linked hands and placing a kiss on the inside of her wrist, letting her scent calm me. She's safe, she's here. That's all that matters. There is no doubt in my mind this is the same guy. Even without the obvious similarities between the two notes, the fact that he uses Rain's name in the victim's note confirms it for me. Tate continues. Lifting the phone, he flicks the image back to the previous one, pointing to the line. No one will escape his rapture until the rain falls and washes away their sins. Rain falls, not rain falls. Fuck. So, it's a deliberate play on words? Priest snarls.
Is he saying he won't stop until I go back? I have to fall for him or something because the psycho thinks I'm special for some reason?
Rain asks on a shaky breath, her free hand covering her mouth as if she might be sick. Hey, I cup her jaw and turn her to face me. Take a deep breath. Nothing is going to happen to you, I swear it. She blows out a breath before nodding.
I'm okay,
she mumbles. I don't know if she's trying to reassure herself or me, but it's enough for now. I don't know what his endgame is, Rain. It doesn't matter either way because you aren't going anywhere near this asshole. Caden and Alex want you to stay down in Florida with them, Tate says, interrupting our moment. Not gonna happen, Bates snaps, standing up. This whole situation is going to deteriorate quickly if Bates loses his shit, but I can't fault him. Like fuck is Rain leaving. It wasn't a request, asshole, and I don't remember the part where I was talking to you, Tate replies. He stands so fast that his chair topples over behind him, landing in a thud as everyone goes on alert.
Enough, Tate, I'm fine where I am.
He whips his head around to look at Rain when she speaks. I know from the expression on his face that whatever he's about to say is going to piss her off. You're picking these guys over your brothers? He asks incredulously. Rain climbs to her feet, all 5'1" of her seething with anger, making my dick twitch. I'm a sick fuck, I know, but her temper has me fighting off images of her bent over the table with me paddling her ass. Psycho stalker and dickhead brother be damned. Realizing she isn't as intimidating as she hoped to be, Rain climbs onto her chair before facing him again.
I can't believe you just said that to me,
she says, surprising me with how calm she sounds. I thought for sure she would have ripped him a new one. He seems wary of her all of a sudden, like her calmness puts him on edge. I'll file that away for later. What do you expect me to believe, Rain? You up and disappear, then when I do find you, it's to see you shacked up here with a bunch of bikers. Why didn't you come to me? So his feelings are hurt. Fucking hell. I close my eyes and pinch the bridge of my nose to stop myself from saying something sarcastic and adding fuel to the fire.
You know I ran to keep you safe, right? I ran to keep Dad safe. Why the fuck do you think he's staying at Travis's?
He said you asked him to for your peace of mind, and we both know Dad will do anything for you.
Tate, use your big head for a change. Would Dad really leave the house he made a home with Mom just because I asked him to?
She presses, shaking her head at him. He looks at her then, searching her eyes. What haven't I been told? She sighs, rubbing her hands over her face before answering.
He was in my room while I slept. Twice, Tate. He left pictures of me, and I was oblivious to the whole thing. You know what a heavy sleeper I am. Imagine what he could have done to Dad or me as some twisted test or punishment,
she says, her chest heaving up and down. I freeze solid at her words, the ramifications of what she's saying sinking into my skin like poison. We could have lost her before we even had her.
Why the fuck didn't you tell me? Why didn't he?
Tate roars, picking up his chair and throwing it across the room. Priest and I stand as Bates edges closer to him. I get he's upset, but if he hurts her, I'll snap his neck like a twig.
Jesus, I don't know, Tate. Why didn't we tell you?
She snaps sarcastically, reaching over and snagging the collar of his t-shirt. Pulling him closer, she places a hand on either side of his face. Watching her with him, it's easy to see why Bates's temper doesn't faze her. She's clearly used to dealing with aggressive assholes.
We knew you'd lose your mind and kill Garrett, and the truth is we still don't know if it's him or not. Don't you get it? I was protecting you. All of you.
She finishes on a whisper. It's my job to keep you safe, Rain. He grumbles.
And it's mine to make sure you're alive to be able to do that. I might not be a cop and live by all the rules you do, but nobody will ever stick up for you guys more than I will, or love you as fiercely. Even when, most of the time, I want to kick your collective asses.
He sighs, bending so his head rests against her shoulder. I press close to her back, supporting her weight so she doesn't topple backward off the chair while she murmurs something to Tate, running her fingers through his hair. Nobody says anything, letting them have their moment before Tate pulls back and kisses the tip of her nose. I can't lose you, Raindrop. He echoes words her father said over the phone her first night here. It doesn't take a genius to figure out that Rain is the glue that holds their family together. She has this way about her. It's what makes it perfect for not just Bates, Priest, and me, but the whole of Carnage.
You won't lose me, Tate. I collected 3 bikers on my travels and found an impenetrable fortress to keep me safe.
She jokes. Want to explain how the fuck this came about? He asks her as he grabs another chair and sits down. I lift Rain down off the chair and onto my lap, wanting her close for a minute. You know I'm armed, right? Tate grunts, his eyes on my hand that's wrapped around Rain's thigh. I doubt very much you'd put our old lady at risk, asshole. I bite back, feeling Rain go deathly still in my lap. The silence in the room is deafening as the seconds tick by, before he speaks. Old lady, he finally bellows.
Chapter 26. Rain. It's a long story. I waved Tate off, trying to climb out from under the bus Saint just inadvertently tossed me under. I have time, he answers, as he grips the table so hard his fingertips turn white. How did you even find me? I hurry to change the subject. He throws me a look that says, seriously? You know what? Never mind. Do the others know where I am? Does Dad know? It's bad enough now having to deal with Tate, but I'm not ready to deal with them all ganging up on me just yet. No, your little secret is safe for now, but Rain, I'll only be able to hold them all for so long. Dad will lose his shit when he finds out you're here. He warns, but I just shrug. What else can I do? He's right, Dad will, but it changes nothing. He might be to start with, but he'll get over it, as long as I'm safe. Tate shakes his head like I'm stupid. You can't seriously be considering staying. Do you even know what being an old lady entails? More than you, I'm guessing. Tate, I'm a big girl. Don't be naive, Rain, he says, cutting me off. How the fuck are you expecting this to work? Your whole family is made up of cops, and now you're shacking up with a bunch of criminals who run guns and kill people. Real nice. Mom would be so proud. He snaps. His eyes widen and he shuts up when he realizes what he said. I stand, and Saint lets me, thankfully, because I'm 2 seconds away from losing my ever-loving mind. I know I shouldn't let his words get to me, that he's only being a dick because he's angry, but it doesn't make any of his worded barbs less painful as they lash against my skin. Stepping away from the table, I glance at my brother, my angry eyes locking on his remorseful ones. I let him see every ounce of hurt and disappointment I'm feeling before I focus on the 3 men who are quickly starting to mean something to me. Gunrunners. Figures. Thanks again, Derek. That true? You know what? Don't answer that. I can't handle any more right now. I shake my head, suddenly feeling alone in a club full of people. Maybe I don't have the right to be angry. After all, they didn't lie to me. But they didn't offer up the truth either, even knowing who my brothers and father are. They've made any chance I have at building a bridge between my 2 worlds near impossible. I might have been naive, assuming the Kings of Carnage merely skated the rules of the law, as opposed to trampling all over them. But Derek never corrected my assumptions either. That man sure has a lot to answer for. I fight back the tears as I look at them, feeling let down and pissed off. If I stay here any longer, I'll say something I can't take back. Moving over to Tate, I shake my head, blinking back the tears I refuse to let fall. Bending down, I place a kiss on his cheek, lingering for a moment, knowing this is likely something Tate won't be able to get past. If that's the case, then this could be our last goodbye. That thought alone snaps the last thread of control I have. I love you. I always will. But go home, Tate, I whisper, and walk away, letting the tears run freely when I'm sure nobody can see them. I ignore him calling my name and head upstairs to my bedroom, passing a grinning Lexi on the way up. She opens her mouth to say something, but I've already reached my bullshit limit for today. My tolerance for skank is at an all-time low. Pulling back my fist, I punch her in the face, stepping over her prone body when she drops to the ground with a howl. I make it to my bedroom door before a hand wraps around my wrist. I spin with my fist pulled back once more and find Tate looking at me with regret in his eyes. I see you remember to tuck your thumb over your fingers this time, he says softly, making me roll my eyes. The first time I ever threw a punch, I tucked my thumb under my fingers and dislocated it. My brothers have never let me live it down since. Assholes. What do you want, Tate? I swallow hard when my voice wobbles. I want to fix everything. I want you to be able to come home. I love you, Tate. But this is my home now. I don't tell him about the deal I made with the guys, or that even if I wanted to leave, they wouldn't let me. He would only toss me over his shoulder and shoot his way out. As pissed as I am with them right now, I don't want them hurt. And if I'm honest with myself, I want to stay, even knowing what I do. How fucked up is that? I don't say any of that, though. I just pull free from his grip and open the door to my room. Taking one last look at Tate, I close the door between us and lock myself inside.
Chapter 27. Priest. You fucked that up, I tell the big bastard as he makes his way back over to us. Judging from the look of guilt on his face, he knows that already. What game are you playing? He asks, moving closer, taking us in as we stand together. He isn't intimidated at all by the fact that he is outgunned and outmanned. I'd respect that if he hadn't just hurt my old lady. Nobody is playing at anything, Saint answers coldly, drawing his attention. Right, so you want to explain how my sister is now an old lady to the 3 presidents of Carnage? You only met her a couple of days ago. You know nothing about her, not a fucking thing. He seethes. We know enough, I tell him honestly, and it's the truth. I knew I wanted Rain the second I laid eyes on her, and it was never about a quick fuck. You're an idiot, Tate says with a laugh, shaking his head. Bates twists and punches him in the face, splitting his lip. Tate doesn't flinch. He just smiles, his white teeth now coated with blood. She'll come home eventually. He grins. Why? Because you're going to twist her head up and make her feel like shit if she doesn't, right? Are you going to give her an ultimatum? Make her pick between her men and her brothers? Bates spits at him, gearing up to punch him again. As much as I think he needs taking down a peg or two, it won't do us any favors with Rain to spill her brother's blood on Carnage floor. It will only desecrate everything we're trying to build with her, and I'll be damned if I give him exactly what he wants. You don't know your sister very well at all, if that's the case. She walked away from you to keep you all safe. She left her home, her job, her life, and walked into a motorcycle club for protection so that nobody she loved got caught in the crossfire. If you think she'll come running home because you've spat your pacifier out and had a temper tantrum, you are sadly mistaken. I might have only known her for a couple of days, but I already know she'll cut you all out of her life before she'll ever put you in danger. His shoulders drop as he looks at me, then to Saint, before scowling at Bates. Tell me what you're getting out of this, because we both know you're not doing this out of the kindness of your heart. We get her, Bates answers with a growl. Shit works differently in an MC. We don't date or waste time pussyfooting around. If we see something we like, we claim it as ours. So you claimed my sister, Tate snaps. No, she claimed us. The second she punched me in the face, she sealed her fate. You can play with her head and her heart, but I'm telling you now, Tate, I won't give her up. If you try to take her from us, Carnage will destroy you and anyone else who tries. Bates takes a step toward him again, but I halt his movements with my hand on his arm. And when you get bored? Tate asks, which just pisses me off even more. I get that she's your sister and you love her, but I'm guessing you already know that's not how we work here. She is our old lady. That means something to not just us three, but the whole club. We won't get bored. I'm doubtful anyone ever gets bored where Rain is concerned, so why don't you just spit out what's really bothering you? I growl. This guy is making it hard to remember why killing him would be a bad thing. Fine. Will you be faithful to her? He asks, surprising me. That's not what I thought he would say at all. Despite what she thinks right now, I do want her to be happy. Can you see yourself settling down with one woman for the rest of your lives? Especially when you have so much club pussy around here just throwing itself at you? It might come as a shock to you, but we do understand the concept of keeping our dicks in our pants. Yes, I'm sure you know other clubs take different views. Hell, I'm sure there are guys here who have them too, but not us three. And before you say anything, we don't buy into the if it happens on the road, it stays on the road bullshit either. There is no point in taking an old lady if that's the case. Like you said, if all we wanted was pussy, we have it here in abundance. But there comes a time in a man's life, no matter what kind of man he is or what kind of life he leads, when he wants more than quick fucks with faceless women. He doesn't say anything for a moment. He just looks at us, before nodding. And everything else? Like how you make your money and the rumors about you all? Or just that, rumors. No offense, Tate, but what we do or don't do has fuck all to do with you. Rain, yes, but not you. I'll give you this one caveat, though, because I'm feeling generous. Nothing will ever touch her. I won't allow it, I tell him quietly, offering him more than I would anyone else, out of respect for Rain. Nobody says anything. What is there to say? Tate will never be fully on board. His lifestyle and what he believes in are a complete contradiction to everything the MC is about. Fine, but hear me, presidents. He spits the word disrespectfully, and I feel the animosity rolling in waves off the other MC members in the room. If you or any of yours hurt her, I'll burn this place to the ground, and everyone in it, he vows. Careful, Tate. You sound a little like an outlaw yourself, Bates barks. There is nothing I won't do for my sister. The difference is, I know 101 ways to get rid of a body and leave no evidence. He turns and leaves just as Bates mutters under his breath, Yeah, well, you aren't the only one. Thankfully, Tate doesn't hear him as he walks through the clubhouse like he owns the place. Funnily enough, he'd make a good MC member if he didn't have that stick shoved so far up his ass. Saint sighs. Well, that was fun. Yeah, fun. Bates grunts. Now we have to deal with Rain, who wasn't privy to everything her brother just spilled. Shit, she's going to be pissed. Yeah, but she'll deal with it. I shrug. It's not like we'll give her much of a choice. She can be as pissed as she wants, but it won't change anything. The sooner she realizes that, the better. I turn and leave them to it, heading up the stairs to Rain, curious to see where her head is at. The anticipation of her fighting me makes my cock swell in anticipation. I won't hurt her, but spanking her ass until it's red before pinning her down and fucking it sounds like a great way to remind her who calls the shots here. If I wasn't such a dick, I might give her a minute to lick her wounds, but I'd rather lick her pussy and fuck the anger out of her than let her build a wall between us. Using my key, I open her door and frown for a minute when I realize the room is empty until I hear the shower. Stripping out of my clothes, I make my way into the steam-filled bathroom and see Rain sitting on the floor in the middle of the shower, hugging her knees to her chest as the water beats down relentlessly over her. Even the sight of her distress can't soften my dick, not with all her slick, wet skin on display. I pull open the door and step inside, but when she doesn't react, I slide my hands under her armpits and lift her to her feet, turning her into my chest, which is when I see the haunted look in her eyes. Hey, it's going to be okay, I tell her, pulling us out of the spray a little.
Try telling that to the dead girl,
she says as I cup her jaw. Rain, that is not your fault.
Bullshit. She's dead because I ran. My ass might be safe here, but anyone unlucky enough to have characteristics similar to me is now on some madman's hit list. How is that fair, priest? How am I supposed to live with the knowledge that every moment I'm here with you is a moment he is out there hurting someone else?
She turns away angrily, but I don't let her get far, knowing instinctively that she needs an outlet for her rage. I grip her around the throat and spin us, pushing her against the cold tile before slanting my mouth over hers in a brutal kiss. She shoves at me, but I ignore her protests, lifting one of her legs to hook over my hip. She bites down on my bottom lip, making me growl before she rakes her nails down my back, scoring tracks into my skin, making me hiss with approval. That what you need, baby? Do you want to make me hurt? Want me to bleed? I'm right here. Have at it, trouble. But if you're going to give it, you'd better be prepared to take it. I warn her, wanting her to fight me, needing this as much as she does.
Is that supposed to scare me?
She taunts as I glide my cock back and forth over her clit.
Do your worst. Fuck me, priest. Hurt me,
she urges, reaching up to grip my hair. She yanks hard, making my scalp burn and my cock jerk with approval. Patience, Rain. I'm not done playing. I'm in control here, not you. I scold before thrusting 2 fingers inside her. She gasps, throwing her head back, connecting with the tile behind her. She either doesn't feel it or doesn't care. I thrust in and out, dipping my head to suck a nipple into my mouth before grazing it with my teeth.
More,
she demands. No, you'll take what I give you. I slow my movements, giving her the exact opposite of what she wants and needs. I'm not going to hate fuck her because she somehow thinks she needs punishing for someone else's deeds. Seeing her sitting numbly on the shower floor, a shell of the woman I know her to be, just pisses me off. If she thinks I'm going to let her shut down, she has another thing coming. The fastest way to wake her the fuck up is to make her angry. I'll take her feral and hissing every damn time because it tells me she still has fight left inside her.
Priest,
she pants, but I keep my touches soft and gentle, adding to her growing frustration. It's not your fault, I tell her, speeding up for a moment, but stopping when she shakes her head. Say it, I prompt, but she glares at me defiantly. There's that fire I love. Say it, Rain, and I'll give you everything you need. I coax, sliding my fingers in and out of her faster, using my thumb to skim over her clit for a minute or two before dropping to my knees in front of her. Hooking her leg over my shoulder and with my fingers still inside her, I flick her clit with my tongue before sucking hard. She cries out, making me grin. Is this what you need, Trouble? The big bad biker on his knees worshipping you with his tongue and fingers?
Yes, oh God.
I'm not a man of God, despite my name, but I can make you see the light. Now say it."
"Fuck, it's not my fault,"
she cries. Shoving a third finger inside her, I nip her clit with my teeth. "Come for me, Rain," I order, fucking my fingers in and out of her hard and fast. She screams before her legs buckle, and I catch her as she falls. When a sob tears free from her, I know she's finally letting go, purging the shit that will only eat her up from the inside if she doesn't let it out. I scoop her up and walk her out of the shower before placing her on her feet and snagging a towel to wrap her up in. Tucking the remaining one around my waist, I pick her up once more. She doesn't protest, just wraps her toned legs around my hips and her arms around my neck. I carry her to the bed and climb on with her still in my arms and hold her close until she calms down. Finally, after what could have been minutes or hours, she looks up at me with wet eyes, making my breath catch in my throat. She wears her sorrow like a banner for the world to see, but beneath the storm brewing in her eyes, I see her fire burning within. She'll need the anger to fuel her, because that inferno racing through her veins at the injustice of it all is what will stop her from giving up. She'll need to dig deep into her reserves, because I have a feeling this guy is only going to cause more havoc until he's caught. Or worse, he captures this butterfly and rips off her wings, which will happen over my dead fucking body. I'll kill him and every man who thinks to hurt her.
"I'm sorry,"
she whispers, a pink hue covering her cheeks.
"Some badass old lady you picked, huh?"
She jokes, but she's so fucking wrong that it's not even funny. I rub my thumb over the apple of her cheek and bring my face closer to hers so our breaths mingle together, letting me breathe her in. If 100 women lined up beside you and I had to choose again, I'd pick you every single time, Trouble. I'm learning that old ladies are more than just sharp tongues and dangerous curves. I slide my hand from her face down her throat, skating my fingertips over her collarbone before smoothing them over her shoulder. They know when to give and when to pull back, when to hold strong and when to lean on someone else. An MC is about having people at your back, people who stand beside you, and people who will step in front of you if necessary. You are not alone, so you don't get to shoulder these problems without us. It's not how it works. Your load is heavy right now. There is no shame in letting us carry it for a while. Her lips part in surprise. What? I move my eyes over her face, taking in her expression, but not sure what it means.
"You surprise me sometimes, that's all. Just when I think I have you all figured out, you go and make me realize there is so much more to the man who wears his leather like armor."
Leather armor, huh? I like that, I admit, amused.
"I guess that makes you a warrior. What a lucky lady I am,"
she whispers, lifting her hand and tracing my lower lip with her thumb. I suck it into my mouth, making her gasp, but she doesn't pull it away. Her eyes stay locked on mine as my hands begin to rove over her body, taking in her dips and curves, memorizing the feel of her smell, her taste. I lean forward and take her lips in a far softer kiss than before. There is no anger or pain in this kiss. All those wasted emotions now lie in the bottom of the shower with her inhibitions. This kiss is about discovering each other, reading each other's bodies as they respond to our actions with sighs and moans. She gasps when my hand finds itself between the apex of her thighs, teasing gently, asking permission instead of demanding it. There will be times I'll take what I want how I want it. I'll make her plead, beg, and scream before granting her permission to come, torturing us both with my need to dominate and possess. But I can pull it back, too. I can give her soft and gentle when her fragile heart needs loving instead of fucking. Women are many things, so treating them as one-dimensional bodies whose sole aim is to provide you with a hole for your cock and an heir for your throne will lead to nothing but cold sheets on a lonely deathbed. Priest, she moans, pulling her lips from mine. Tell me what you need, Trouble. I want her to have control this time. I have a feeling that her power has been taken from her a lot lately, pushing her to make reckless decisions on the fly. I can't say I hate it, because her recklessness led her to carnage, but I know how differently this could have all played out.
I want you inside me. I feel so empty,
she tells me, looking desperate, her words tugging on me. Reaching over to the dresser, I snag a condom, slide it over my hard cock, and crawl between her legs. I slide myself backward and forward over her hot pussy, using Rain's wetness to coat my shaft before nudging at her entrance. Looking into those soulful eyes, I ask just once, because I'm man enough to admit this gentleman bullshit only goes so far. You sure? I hold myself in check as she wraps her hands around my neck.
Fuck me, priest,
she whispers. Her words are my undoing, and hers. I couldn't stop now if a tornado hit, and even then I'd likely keep on fucking her until we ended up in Oz in an explosion of colors and cum. I surge inside her, not giving her a chance to adjust. I don't have it in me. Even the voice in the back of my head that usually tells me to be cautious is ordering me to fuck her harder and deeper. The need to mark her so she knows who she belongs to is overriding everything else.
Yes,
she whimpers, thrusting her hips up to meet mine. I lift her legs and indicate for her to wrap them around me. When she does, I grab both her wrists in one of my hands and pin them to the bed above her head.
Harder,
she orders. You want it rough, baby? I thought you might need a little sweetness.
I don't need sweetness, priest. I need your strength and power.
Your wish is my command, I tell her, covering her body with mine. I press a little of my weight onto her, letting her feel me surround her as I surge back inside once more. I suck her exposed breasts into my mouth, alternating between the two as our towels tangle up somewhere between us. She tries to arch up into me, but my position stops her, keeping her moves restricted.
Is that the best you got?
She taunts, making me smirk. Oh, she wants to play, huh? I pull free and sit on my haunches before flipping her onto her stomach with ease. When she climbs to her knees, I slip back inside her, pushing her chest flat to the bed before slapping her ass hard twice. I'm in control, Trouble, not you. You do what I say when I say it. Now shut up and take my cock like a good girl. I grunt, thrusting into her.
Fuck you,
she gasps. Oh no, baby, fuck you. I growl before gripping her hips and fucking her brutally. Christ, you feel good. Whose pussy is this?
Mine,
she growls. I slap her ass again, hard. Whose pussy am I fucking, Rain?
It's mine,
she grinds out through gritted teeth. I don't think so. I slide my thumb into her pussy with my cock, making it nice and wet before leaning down over her and purring into her ear. Last chance, Rain. Whose pussy is this? She doesn't answer, the stubborn witch, but when I use my wet thumb to breach the tight ring of her ass, she yells out,
It's yours, priest. Yours and Bates's and Saint's.
Good girl, Rain. Now, was that really so difficult? You're so damn feisty. You like fighting me, huh? Does it turn you on? She mumbles, which I take as her agreement. I wrap my fist in her hair and pull until she is forced to get up on her knees. But even then, I keep a hold of her until we are both upright, her back to my chest with my cock still deep inside her. Tell me, Rain, how rough can you take it? I growl in her ear. Fuck sweet. I want to thrust so far inside her she can feel me in her throat.
Show me what you've got,
she purrs back. Releasing her hair, I slip my hand around her throat and squeeze, just enough to let her know I have control, but not enough to restrict her breathing. Yet. I allow her to angle her head just enough to the side that she can see me before I pull my cock out to the tip and thrust inside her so hard that my hand on her throat is the only thing stopping her from toppling forward. I smirk. Be careful what you wish for, Trouble.
Chapter 28. Rain. Priest's words are the only warning I get before he hammers into me. His eyes never leave mine as his grip on my throat tightens. His movements never falter, even as he speeds up and I sense him getting closer.
Touch yourself, Rain. I want to feel you ripple around my cock as you milk me dry.
His words send a pulse straight to my clit. I reach down through my slick folds and do as he asks, swirling a finger over the sensitive nub. I'm so close to the edge, wavering on the brink as I desperately try to wait for him to fall with me.
Come,
He orders, knowing how close I am. I refuse, wanting him to go with me. So I ignore him, swirling my clit as I try to hold out.
fuck, come.
He roars, tightening his grip on my throat so I can't breathe. He's impossible to ignore any longer. The sweet threat of punishment mixed with the wicked bite of pain as he bites down on the juncture where my shoulder meets my neck doesn't just push me over the edge. It picks me up and drags me down into oblivion. I must black out for a minute, because when I open my eyes again, I'm lying in Priest's arms once more, my head tucked under his chin, as the cold air of the room licks at my sweat-soaked skin. I think I need another shower, I croak out, surprised by my husky voice, but Jesus, I've never experienced anything quite like that before. His laughter washes over me, the intensity of the situation lighter now, somehow. Thank you.
You don't have to thank me for fucking you. Although that being said, it doesn't hurt my ego at all when a pretty little sex kitten wants to sing my praises from the rooftop.
Whatever you say, big guy. I pat his chest and pull back so I can look up at him. But I don't think you need your ego stroked. Trust me when I tell you, your ego is plenty big enough as it is.
Perhaps I need to show you again how big my ego is so you don't forget.
He mumbles, before rolling me onto my back and climbing between my legs once more. When we emerge from our sex nest later, the clubhouse is far busier, and there is no sign of Tate. I sigh, unsure if I'm glad about that or disappointed. Hands on my hips have me turning to find Saint behind me, his eyes moving over my face, down to my neck and the faint imprint of finger marks there, before a smile plays at the corner of his lips.
Feeling better?
He asks softly. I nod. Mentally, I do. Physically, I'm walking a little gingerly. I'm pretty sure the guys around here are drinking some kind of miracle penis grower. I'm not gonna lie. I was pissed you guys kept shit from me. But after Priest calmed me down, I realized I wasn't being fair to you. I forget with how intense things are between the four of us that we still hardly know each other. I've decided to cut you all some slack, but I reserve the right to be pissed about it later. Saint chuckles, shaking his head at me like I'm too cute. I'm not cute. I'm fearsome, damn it. But I'm also too mellow from my sex fest to let anything bother me right now. I just didn't like being blindsided like that in front of Tate, I admit. Seeing Tate look at me like he did hurt more than I'm willing to admit. I guess I have to remember that beneath the hero status I placed upon him as a little girl, he's still only human.
I'm sorry about the way that all played out. Your brother left already, but he said you knew where to reach him if you needed to.
I wrap my arms around myself, feeling the gulf between my two worlds widen. Tate was right in that respect, and it kills me to know that if I can't find some way to merge my worlds, I'll have to choose a side. It's okay. He needs space. We both do. Come on, feed me. Then amuse me for a little while. I'm not used to sitting around doing nothing. I smile. It's small, but real. I can't change anything right now, so I'm just going to have to suck it up and get on with things. I might have no idea how I'm going to navigate this old lady thing, but I won't figure anything out if I don't give this new life a chance.
Well, if you're bored, I'm sure we have bathrooms that need cleaning.
Saint's words interrupt my wayward thoughts. I glare up at him, making him laugh. I'm gonna pass, but thanks for that. I haven't even been brave enough to use any of the bathrooms here, besides the one in my room.
Smart woman.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you all along, I joke.
More like smart ass. Come on.
He swats my ass. Saint leads me into the brightly lit kitchen, which is mostly filled with women, except for the McHottie twins who are sitting at the table eating sandwiches. It's bizarre watching the two of them together. Even as they lift, bite, and chew, their movements are completely in sync with each other. A pinch on my arm has me cursing, "Hey, that hurt!" I snap at Saint, who looks at me before rolling his eyes. "Don't check out other men," he grunts. I huff out an exasperated breath. I'm pretty sure 3 bikers is the limit my body can handle, and even that might be pushing it. I wasn't checking them out, dumbass. I was watching them eat. I mean, look at them. If synchronized sandwich eating were an Olympic event, they'd take gold easily. I point at the twins, who look up at my words and grin. "You are such a goof." Saint chuckles, pulling the chair out at the table closest to us and waiting for me to sit. "Such a gentleman." I smile sweetly. "Only for you. Now, what are you in the mood for?" I look over at the McHottie twins and decide a sandwich sounds pretty good right now. "I'll have a PB&J sandwich if you have it, and a glass of milk." I could actually eat a couple of them, but I don't want to look like a pig in front of everyone else. A snort comes from the other side of the room, making me look over to see Lexi sporting a black eye and Kitty laughing about something while looking my way. "Is something wrong, ladies? I'm using that term loosely, real loosely in some cases," I say, looking at Lexi with a sweet smile. "You eat like a child," she snaps. I wait for her to say something else, but that seems to be it. I raise my eyebrows at her, wondering if this is the quality of insult I should expect. Maybe I should lower my expectations. "And your point is?" I'm not sure why I'm bothering to engage with her, other than it's funny to see her get so riled up. She huffs at that, adding in a hair toss for dramatic effect. "You do know a girl can't live on cock alone, right?" I ask her, making one of the twins choke. "I eat," she says defensively. "But do you have any idea how many calories and fat are in that stuff? They won't want you if you get fat." By they, I assume she means Saint, Bates, and Priest. I call bullshit, but even if that was the case, I don't measure my worth as a woman based on my ability to attract a male. "Thanks for the concern, but I have a pretty high metabolism. Besides, I just burned a bunch off with Priest, and boy, that man has some stamina. I wouldn't worry about what I put in my mouth, Tracy. I'm good." "It's Lexi," she snaps. "I know," I answer, because I do, but I still find it hilarious that Bates doesn't. "Whatever, bitch." She turns around but tenses when Saint snaps out her name. Oh, let her be, Saint. She's probably cranky because she hasn't had her daily dose of semen yet. Not my idea of a protein shake, but to each their own. I do wonder, though, if she knows how many calories are in a pint of man fat. I question, making him throw his head back and laugh. "Is that true? Are there really calories in cum?" one of the other girls asks. This one I'm not familiar with. "Apparently so, about 5 calories per teaspoon," I answer, hoping nobody asks why I know this. Which reminds me, I need to message Owen later and get him to erase my laptop browser history if anything happens to me. "Wow, you learn something new every day. I'm Lena, by the way. Chains and Widows old lady," she says with a wave. "Nice to meet you, Lena. I'm Rain." Ignore Lexi. She's just bitter that she couldn't get Bates to make her his old lady. Lena scowls in Lexi's direction. "Hey, Bates liked me just fine, but Priest doesn't like anybody, and Saint hasn't been interested in giving his dick to anyone since being inside. He probably prefers to take it now." Lexi mumbles the last part, likely thinking she was far quieter than she was. But that's the thing about old buildings. Sound echoes like crazy. Everyone in the kitchen turns to face her in shock. One of the twins even stands to make his move toward her, but nobody moves faster than me. I'm up off the chair and across the room with my hand wrapped around her hair, pulling her face down to my knee and smashing her nose against it before she's even realized anything is wrong. Looking at you makes me think of the saying, "You are what you eat," because you, Tracy, are a massive dick. How fucking dare she? I yank her closer, ignoring her wail as blood runs from her nose down her face. "An innocent man lost 5 years of his life, and you think it's a joking matter? Implying he might have magically turned gay shows how fucking ignorant you are. Plenty of men are into dick, but the fact you think being gay must be the only reason a man isn't into you is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. No, slutty McWhoreface. He doesn't want your rotten pussy because he knows he'll likely end up with a flesh-eating disease. Bates likes it. She spits. Bates is Bates. He's a fucking psychopath. He dices with death and gets hard doing it, but sweetie, he hasn't touched you since I came along. He might be certifiable, but he understands quality when he sees it. Now, I don't know all the ins and outs of MC rules, but I grew up with 5 brothers, and the saying is, if you can't take it, don't dish it out. You took your jab, now I'm taking mine. It's the only warning I give her before pulling back my arm and punching her in the nose, making her squeal like a pig. A crunch lets me know that this time it's broken, which pleases me. Even so, I throw a few more punches before a whistle has me looking up at the amused faces of the guys around me. Bates and Priest are now standing on either side of Saint, all of them wearing shit-eating grins. Oops, okay, I might have gotten a tiny bit carried away.
You can let her go now, Trouble.
Priest tells me. So I do, tossing her to the floor before walking over to the big industrial-sized sink and washing my hands.
Urza, get her out of here. She has been warned too many fucking times. I'm done with her shit.
Bates orders. That's when Lexi starts wailing on the floor, begging for forgiveness as Urza walks over to grab her. He bends to pick her up, but she lunges away with a scream, making me roll my eyes. Bates, no, please, I'm sorry, she pleads. But I've had enough. I bend down and grab her by her hair and start dragging her skinny ass across the floor, out of the kitchen and into the large hallway, all the while ignoring her screams. She might be taller than me, but I'm stronger than I look. It was survival of the fittest in the foster household. My brothers might have protected me from outside dangers, but at home, I was just one of the boys, which meant if they hurt me, I was expected to hurt them back twice as bad. I drag her across the black and white tile and out the massive door, pulling her down the steps before tossing her aside and wiping my hands on my jeans. You should have gone with Urza, dumbass, I tell her. I walk up the steps past a laughing Urza and back into the kitchen where everyone is talking animatedly. Now, where's this sandwich? Chapter 29. Rain. I'm in the bay Kermit allocated to me, underneath the '92 Ford Bronco, when a foot taps mine. With a sigh, I wipe my hands on the rag I have tucked into my overall pocket and slide out from underneath the truck on the squeaky-wheeled creeper. Yes? I ask patiently, when I see Priest looking down at me. So far, he's been out to check up on me twice. Saint has been here 3 times, and even Bates has been out, although I'm sure he just came to feel me up.
I brought you some lunch,
he offers. Okay, so I forgive him. You can piss me off like nobody's business, but chances are if you bring me food or coffee, I'll forgive you. So, what do we got? I question, walking out to the picnic tables outside.
One of the old ladies made sandwiches. There are some chips in here too,
he says, pulling the food out of the bag and placing it on the table.
And 2 Cokes.
Oh, thank God. It's hotter than Hades' balls in the garage. You really need some AC. I complain.
We have it. The damn thing is just always conking out.
He shrugs. Can I take a look? He opens his mouth to tell me no, I can tell, but he stops himself and with a reluctant sigh, agrees.
Knock yourself out, but be careful. The thing is old as fuck and as temperamental as Kermit. Fuck you!
We hear yelled from inside the garage, making us both laugh.
So, how is your first day going?
Priest asks, while I bite into the juicy roast beef sandwich and groan in appreciation. I swallow before answering, not even trying to hide my smile. It's good. The guys are a hoot and Kermit is a sweetheart.
The fuck I am!
Kermit roars from inside, making me smile. You know what would make it even better? I ask him, finishing the sandwich far quicker than usual. I didn't realize how hungry I was until I started eating.
What's that?
If you guys stop hovering. I swear you're worse than my brothers. I frown, thinking about them, but brush it aside. I don't have time to dwell on them right now.
We aren't hovering,
Priest argues. You're hovering, I repeat.
We don't hover, he grunts. You're hovering, Kermit yells.
Priest's shoulders drop.
Okay, fine. Well, back off. We just know what the guys can be like. We wanted to make sure you hadn't bitten off more than you could chew.
Priest, the second I stepped through Carnage gates, I knew I had bitten off more than I could chew. I've been winging it ever since, I admit, making him laugh.
Only you could bag 3 presidents and a job while winging it.
I'm good under pressure.
You punched Bates,
he reminds me, making me throw my hands up in exasperation. It was one time. Why does everyone keep bringing it up? I snarl, making his shoulders shake with laughter.
Maybe it's because you're still alive. People are wondering what kind of voodoo your pussy has bespelled him with.
He whispers in my ear. You're all nuts. And just saying, referring to my tunnel of loving as a voodoo pussy means your ticket for a ride later has been revoked.
Tunnel of loving. Jesus, never call it that again.
Cave of wonder? Cavern of... No, not cavern. That makes it sound ginormous. I muse, drifting off while I try to think of a more fitting name.
Okay, as fascinating as that conversation has been, you have a walk-in to take care of, Rain.
Kermit calls, poking his head around the corner. Gotta go. Kiss me, handsome. I tell Priest with a smile, tossing all my trash in the bag.
So demanding,
he teases, slanting his mouth over mine in a kiss that is not suitable for work. Now I'm going to be working all afternoon in wet lace panties, damn it. The rest of the afternoon passes by quickly as I patch up the leak on the Bronco and tune up a truck that had been lifted so high I needed a step to climb inside it, much to the guy's amusement. We had a walk-in who refused to let me touch his car as he didn't want me fucking it up, so I shrugged my shoulders and left him to it. Whether I liked it or not, the customer is always right. But I'd forgotten for a moment I was in a biker garage. Kermit pointed out a sign on the door saying he had the right to refuse service before telling him to promptly fuck off. The guy stood there with his mouth gaping, looking at the other guys who were all staring at him like he was shit on their shoe. Eventually he took the hint and stormed off, huffing and puffing. All in all, everything had run smoothly, and I'd loved every second of it. Some girls live for shoes and getting their nails done, but not me. My nails always have grease underneath them no matter how hard I scrub, and the only kind of shopping I like is for car parts and food. Sliding out from under the car, I find the place empty except for Kermit, who is tidying up the workstation on the far side of the garage. I wipe my hands and tidy up my area, pleased as fuck I had my toolbox in my trunk. I nearly bust a gut at the guys' faces when they saw it. They all looked at me like I was a little girl playing grown-up when I rocked up this morning carrying my purple toolkit, containing all my purple glittery handled equipment. Despite what they think, though, it's not a fashion statement or a nod to the fact I'm a girl, but a neat trick I figured out my first year on the job. Tools go missing in a workplace daily. People borrow stuff without asking and forget to return it. Some people will just outright steal from you. But it's been my experience that no self-respecting manly man wanted a purple glitter wrench, even if it functioned in the same way as a regular one. Heading toward the back where the bathroom is, I strip the top of my coveralls down, tying the arms at my waist, revealing my black tank which is soaked through with sweat. I grab my shirt from the locker Kermit gave me and head to the bathroom, stripping out of the overalls, leaving myself in my tank and a lace purple thong. Splashing some cold water on my face, I use my now wet hands to smooth my hair back away from my face. I'm just about to slip my cut-off shorts on when the door opens. Sorry, Kermit, it's occupied, I call out with a laugh, thinking if he finds me half naked, he will scar himself for life and have nobody else to blame but himself for not having a lock on the door or a separate bathroom for women to change in. When the door pushes open, I realize it's not Kermit, but the prospect from the front gate that I met the first night I arrived. I hadn't seen him since, not that I'd been looking, but still. He stands there staring at me, so I glare back. Mind fucking off? Clearly this room is taken. Give me 5 and it's all yours, I tell him.
No thanks. I think I'll stay right here. I like the view,
the stupid asshole answers. You know, Bates will pull your spine out your asshole when he finds out you've been watching his old lady get changed. Now I'm tired and hungry and in no mood to deal with stupid little boys.
Fuck Bates, and fuck you too. He won't know anything because you won't say shit. I can make your stay here a pleasant one, or I can make it rough. Your choice.
Are you serious right now? You're a freaking prospect, and if I get my say, not for much longer. You have no authority here. I'm higher up on the power scale than you are, you fucking tool.
Bitch!
He seethes, reaching out surprisingly quickly to grab a handful of my hair. I twist to the side and evade him, but only just. It's a tight squeeze in here, and I'm practically naked while he's wearing steel-toed boots and is likely armed.
You know, I was trying to be nice,
he says with a sigh, grabbing me. This time I let him pull me tight against him. I can feel his bulge against my stomach, but I ignore it, fighting back the panic as I let my hands grip his waist, pretending to shove him off while feeling for a weapon. Bingo. His gun is in the back of his jeans, which means he will have to take it out to open his pants. Focus, Rain. I'll have time to freak out later.
Nah, I think I'll just get rid of you and make it look like you ran away.
He carries on, clearly liking the sound of his own bullshit. No, I'm sorry, I'll be good. Please don't hurt me. I tell him, making myself sound small and meek. It's not exactly difficult, knowing what will happen if I can't gain the upper hand here. I try to pull away, but he grips my hair harder, making me wince. In a sick kind of way, the pain helps because it pushes down my fear and lets the anger take the wheel. Pulling harder, I grit my teeth as strands of hair rip free from my head. Oh, he's going to pay for that. Sorry, I was trying to get on my knees. I thought you wanted me to suck you off? I tell him with faked confusion.
Now we're talking. Try anything funny and I'll snap your pretty little neck.
I nod when he loosens his grip and lower myself to a kneeling position in front of him, trying not to think about what might be on this floor.
Good girl. So pretty. You deserve someone better than Bates. He's a fucking nut job.
He pets my hair. Yes, because you are just the picture of sanity, I think. But I keep my opinion to myself. I watch out of the corner of my eye as he pulls his gun from his jeans and places it on the sink. With his eyes firmly on me, I reach up and unbuckle his belt and loosen his jeans, pulling them down to his ankles. If nothing else, that will hinder his ability to get away. There is a wet patch on the front of his boxers that makes me want to gag. I don't know what's worse, the thought of it being pre-cum or piss. Either way, I'll pass. Oh, it's so big. I fake gasp at the material-covered cock, making him look down at his dick. Gotcha. I pull back my arm and punch him as hard as I can in his dick, before standing and grabbing the gun, flicking the safety off and aiming at him while he falls to the floor and tries to stop himself from throwing up.
Wait, I'm sorry.
He gasps out between choked breaths. Too late, I reply, before shooting him in his hand as he tries to leverage himself up. When he crumples in on himself, I shoot him in the ass, just for good measure, before flicking the safety back on and emptying the clip into the sink. I toss the gun into the toilet bowl in the perfect three-pointer shot. She shoots, she scores. I pull my shorts on, and I'm just doing up the button when the door flies open, revealing Kermit with a gun aimed right at me. He takes in the scene, looking from me to Dickface before asking in a pissed-off voice,
"What the fuck is going on? That's what I want to know,"
Priest says, shoving his way into the bathroom and grabbing my arms. For a second, I think he wants to shake me, so I brace myself, but he just runs his hands up my arms over my body. Priest, I'm fine, I tell him, before wincing when he tugs me by the back of my head to pull me close. Okay, so my head is a little tender where he pulled my hair, but I promise I'm fine. The air around us turns electric, the anger so palpable I can feel it in the room like a separate entity. I know this means Bates has arrived. I turn and see him over Kermit's shoulder. Kermit takes a look to see who's behind him and wisely steps aside. The idiot on the floor chooses that moment to roll over, drawing attention to himself. Bates's eyes move from me to the guy on the floor with his jeans around his ankles. I see the moment it clicks into place what this guy was going to do and why he is now on the floor bleeding. Bates bends down and picks the douche up by his throat, ignoring Priest when he calls his name, and walks over to the mirror above the sink. He smashes the guy's head into the reflective glass over and over until the guy passes out and the mirror is smeared with his blood. Bates tosses him to the floor, then kicks him in the dick for good measure before stalking toward me. "Bates!" Priest yells. But I'm not scared. He swings me up into his arms and carries me out of the tiny bathroom and down the stairs, out of the garage, and into the early evening sun. People have gathered around, watching and wondering what the fuck is going on, I'm sure, but they don't stop and ask. Nobody sets foot near Bates, giving him a wide berth and making our journey up to my room easier to navigate. We make it upstairs without being stopped and without speaking a single word to each other. He places me on my feet by the bed before locking the door. Turning to face me, he stalks back to where I'm still standing with a look on his face that can only mean one of two things. He's either going to lose his shit, or he's going to fuck me senseless. Either way, I'm prepared.
Chapter 30. Bates. I try to pull the anger back, but the red mist suffocates me with what-ifs. Prowling toward her slowly, I wait for her to flinch or scurry away. Not that it matters. I'm not letting either of us leave this room until the demon inside me quenches his thirst. In the bathroom, the demon wanted bloody vengeance. The only thing stopping me from ripping the prospect's head from his shoulders had been the faint scent of Rain's perfume that had managed to penetrate my senses. Now she stands in front of me, barefoot from where I hauled her out of the garage, looking calm as she waits for my next move. She doesn't tense up or back away from me fearfully. She stands languid and ready for whatever I throw at her. "Strip," I order, my voice a guttural growl. She obeys immediately. Clenching my fists at my side to stop myself from reaching out and grabbing her, I watch as she pulls her black tank top over her head and quickly unfastens her bra, dropping both items to the floor. Next, she pops the button on her shorts and shimmies out of them, followed by the tiny scrap of purple lace, leaving her bare to me. I move my eyes over her body, taking in every delicious inch of her skin while I search for marks, bruises, or any kind of blemishes that would result in one dead prospect. "Turn." She does as I ask, as I continue my inspection of her. Luckily for the prospect, she seems mark-free. That doesn't mean he'll be walking away. That would be pretty difficult with the 2 broken legs I plan to give him. "Bend over." She pauses for a minute before bending over, keeping her legs straight while planting her elbows on the bed in front of her. Walking around her, I move to the dresser and pull out a strip of condoms and a bottle of lube. I turn and see her watching me, the first hint of wariness flashing across her face, but she masks it well. I don't say anything to comfort her. I just move to the chair by the window and drag it directly behind Rain's perfect ass. I like that she's wary. She'd be stupid not to be. I might not want to physically hurt her, but the dark in me feeds off her fear, urging me to push her past her limits. Tossing the lube and condoms on the chair, I undo my belt and unfasten my jeans, shucking them down my legs with my boxers until they catch on my boots. Bending, I pull the whole mess off and toss them out of the way before sitting on the edge of the chair, my face in line with the prize. So delicious and wet, and all fucking mine. "Bates, what are you—" "No talking." I snap before grabbing her ass and pulling her cheeks apart. Leaning forward, I lick from her clit to her ass in one swipe, growling as her taste explodes on my tongue. She whimpers, but manages to refrain from talking as I spend the next 30 minutes torturing her with my tongue and fingers. I flick, lick, and suck until she's a quivering wreck. A fist pounding at the door makes me growl, but I ignore it like I did the last 2 times. But this time, the bastards are persistent. I stand as Rain moves to cover herself. Don't fucking move, I bark, daring her to disobey. Yanking the door open, I don't worry about exposing Rain to anyone, because there are only two fuckers crazy enough to come here when I'm this close to the edge. They're the reason I left my key in the door, or they would have already barged inside. What the fuck do you want? I snarl, trying to remind myself why I might regret knocking them both out. Nope, I can't think of a single reason why I would regret it. We came to check on Rain. Holy shit, Saint gasps, catching sight of her. Priest shoves past me at Saint's exclamation, freezing in the doorway. Fuck, Rain? He asks, but I knock him out of the way. Don't speak, I remind her. I turn to Saint and Priest and glare at them. Stay if you must, but lock the fucking door and don't interfere unless I ask you for something. Bates, Saint protests, but I ignore him, turning back to Rain. Now, we'll have to start over. You can blame these two assholes for that. Fuck knows I am. She mules, but doesn't fight me. Don't come. She pants, but nods her head. I start over, delving my tongue back inside her hot, wet pussy, aware of the others standing either side of me, watching intently. I tease her clit and slide my fingers in and out of her, working her into a frenzy. When my hand is dripping with her arousal and she's wound up as much as me, I stop. Picking up the bottle from the chair, I lube up my fingers and turn back to Rain. She jumps when I press one against the tiny rosebud of her ass, applying just enough pressure to slip through the tight ring of muscle. I slide my finger inside her, holding it still for a moment before sliding it slowly in and out. She's so hot and tight, I want to fist my cock and blow my cum all over her ass. Soon, I promise myself. When I'm sure she can handle more, I add a second finger, scissoring them inside her. She's tense, worried, I'm sure, about what I'm going to do next. But I know she's not ready for my dick in her ass. At least not yet. Not without working up to it. That doesn't mean she can't take someone else's, though. Get undressed or fuck off, I tell Priest and Saint, giving them the only two options available to them. Unsurprisingly, they begin to strip, so I turn my attention back to Rain, who hasn't moved. Good girl. I climb up on the bed and sit on the pillows with my back against the headboard and call her to me. Crawl to me, Rain, nice and slow. I want to see those tits sway. She lifts a knee onto the bed and climbs up, crawling toward me. Staring at her flushed face and her glassy, lust-filled eyes, I have to grip the bedsheet to stop myself from picking her up and slamming her down on my cock. I want to wrap my hands around her neck and squeeze until her eyes roll into the back of her head before spilling myself inside her. If she knew what I was thinking, she'd run, or she'd try to, but I would hunt her down and fuck her into submission. Eyeing my cock, she notices the condom I slipped on after I lubed her ass and looks at me for permission. I want you to slide your pussy down my dick and fuck yourself nice and slow. She moves without complaint, straddling me until her pussy lips brush over the tip of my engorged cock as she coats the condom with her juices. Taking a deep breath, she grips the bed frame and stares into my eyes as she slowly slides down the length of my rock-hard cock. We both groan as she takes me all in, holding herself still for a moment while she adjusts to my size before lifting, slipping me almost all the way out before gliding back down. She repeats her actions over and over as Priest climbs up on the bed behind her. Saint sits in the chair I vacated, watching the scene play out while stroking his cock. Rain is oblivious to everyone but me until Priest's hands reach around to cup her breasts. When I'm done fucking you, Saint and Priest are going to take you together, I tell her, and I'll love every second of watching my brothers consume her. But for now, she's mine. She looks at me, ready to protest, but swallows it down at whatever she sees on my face. They won't hurt you, I soothe as she groans and closes her eyes while Priest pinches her nipples and bites along the column of her neck. Eyes on me, Rain. Brace yourself. Priest pulls back as I wrap both arms tightly around her and yank her down on me hard, taking control of her movements. Using my arms, I move her up and down faster and faster. Her pussy ripples around me, making something snap. I reach up and wrap a hand around her neck and squeeze, letting the demon out to play a little. She looks at me with pleading eyes, so I squeeze harder, cutting off her air completely, watching as her face goes red and her eyes widen. Come, I order, letting go of her throat. She sucks in a greedy breath and chokes out a groan as her pussy clamps down around me so tightly it almost hurts. I follow right behind her, roaring loudly as I empty myself into the condom, purging everything I have into her while I grip her tightly to me, and we ride out the wave together. With the demon inside sated, temporarily at least, I watch her for any signs of distress. Lifting her head, she gazes at me before raising her hands and cupping my cheeks. "Better now?" she asks quietly, knowing I needed this, giving me total control over her while I fought to hold my demons back. Fuck. How this woman manages to slay me open with just 2 words, I don't know. But she did. I'm good, but Rain... She watches me, waiting for me to finish. I close my eyes for a second, trying to find the right words. I won't always be in control like that. Sometimes I'll get triggered and won't even know it until there's blood on my hands, I admit. "You won't hurt me," she whispers, so damn sure of herself and me. "You don't know what I'm capable of, Rain." "Actually, I do. I see the darkness in your eyes you think you keep so well hidden. I felt the threat in your words and in your hands. It almost made me want to disobey you so you could punish me, but you never took more than I was willing to give." I shake my head at her, amused and annoyed that she won't heed my warning. This crazy, beautiful girl has no idea what this monster wants to do to her. I might be protective of her when it comes to others, but who the fuck's gonna save her from me? The sweetness that oozes from her does nothing to soothe the overwhelming need to possess her and fuck her until she's unconscious, and even then, I won't stop. I want to drink her cum and taste her blood to see which essence is sweeter, while her eyes cloud with pain moments before ecstasy takes over. I want to break her apart just because I can, cutting into her skin with my teeth and leaving finger-shaped bruises on the body that now belongs to me. "I'm not afraid of you, Bates," she says, pressing a kiss to the corner of my lips. "I just hope to God that's not your downfall," I tell her honestly, because bent, broken, or shattered, I'll never let her go. I lift her gently off me so I can deal with the condom and see Priest and Saint watching us quietly, waiting to love on Rain a little. I nod to them, knowing she needs that now after how rough I was with her. "Are you ready for more?" I ask her. She looks over her shoulder and sees Saint and Priest both watching her with their hands on their cocks, and smiles. "Show me what you've got, boys." I shake my head and smirk. She might just be as crazy as me.
Chapter 31. Rain. I watch as Bates makes his way to the bathroom to dispose of the condom before Saint blocks my view.
"You okay?"
He asks me quietly, so I nod and smile. "I'm fine, I swear."
"Good. Now climb on top of Priest and take him inside you like you did Bates. Nice and slow."
I nod, knowing I'm going to be deliciously sore tomorrow. Priest is lying flat on the bed with a beckoning smile. I climb on top of him and sink down over his hard cock. He steadies me with his hands on my hips.
"Good girl. Now lean down and feed me those tits."
I lean over and cup a breast, holding it up for him, and gasp when he sucks one of my nipples into his mouth. A hand on my back has me leaning down farther, The snap of a bottle opening and the cool splash of lube against my ass has me tensing up, even as Priest runs a hand up and down my spine.
Relax.
Priest whispers, as I feel the head of Saint's cock at my tiny opening. Oh, God, I moan, panting as my nerves kick in.
Push out. As I push in, it will only sting for a minute.
Saint tells me, That's easy for you to say. You're not the one being impaled. I wince as he pushes the head inside me. Fuck, fuck, fuck. I grit out. I must be out of my freaking mind. I expect him to give me a second to adjust, but as soon as I push out as he says, he glides deep inside me. I'm not gonna lie, it's uncomfortable as hell. When he pulls back, I'm almost tempted to tell him to stop. The alien sensation's still too painful to understand why people rave about it. When he slides back inside me, Priest reaches down to stroke my clit. The bite of pain and fullness somehow intensifies everything I'm feeling, adding a new dynamic to the pleasure that's beginning to build.
You good?
Saint asks as I puff out a frustrated breath. Yes, no, maybe, I don't know, I'm so damn full. But I need something more, I babble, making Priest look up at my face and smile. This is not one of his sweet smiles he reserves just for me. This is the smile that makes him one of the formidable kings of carnage. It's dark, dangerous, and oh so tempting to the good girl in me. These men are the kind of men that fathers warn their daughters about. They'll bring nothing but trouble and heartache, but like an addict, my need for them is all-consuming. Even knowing the fall might break me, I'll gladly trade in my halo and panties for the elusive high only they can give me.
I know what you need. Trouble.
He coos before looking over his shoulder at Saint.
Fuck her.
Priest demands of him. Saint doesn't argue as he starts sliding in and out of me, harder and faster. When he pulls back, Priest thrusts up. When Priest slides back, Saint pushes deep, both of them working in tandem. I might have felt disgruntled that this is not their first rodeo on the tag team circuit if I wasn't a big believer in practice makes perfect. Because holy fucking shit, I get it now. And they must have practiced a lot. I cry out, a wild sound filled with reckless abandon as I let go. Being sandwiched between them means there is nothing I can do except hang on and enjoy the ride.
She can handle more than that. Stop treating her like she's made of glass and fuck her.
Bates orders from somewhere behind me. I want to tell him to shut the fuck up, that I can't handle anything else. But then they speed up again. And I'm lost in a sea of sensations so wicked and illicit, I feel like I should go to church and pray. Or at least repent, because nothing this decadent could be considered anything but sinful. When teeth lock onto my nipple, it's game over. Everything narrows down to the dueling sensations of pleasure and pain as I detonate around them, dragging them both over the edge with me as they roar out their releases. Saint rolls off me after a minute or two, placing a soft kiss between my shoulder blades. Once he's off the bed, another set of hands tugs me up. I wince when Priest's dick slips out of me, but grip onto Bates as he carries me to the bathroom to clean up. He climbs into the shower with me in his arms, not bothering to wait for the water to heat up, and just stands there, letting the water beat down over us as my erratically beating heartbeat returns to normal. Bates? He grunts. I'm hungry, I admit, just as my stomach lets out a loud gurgle. He laughs before lowering me to the ground and washing me with surprisingly gentle hands as Saint and Priest join us. Have I told you how much I love this shower? I ask, because I do. It's massive, which is apparent as it now has 4 people comfortably inside it, and it has 3 separate huge powerful shower heads.
I think you might have mentioned it once or twice,
Priest says with a smile. Well, it's worth repeating it, I point out, because if there were such a thing as shower porn, this one right here would be spank bank material. My stomach growls again as Saint turns off the water, making everyone turn to look at me. I have 3 strapping men at my disposal, and yet I still don't have a burger in my hand. I'm really disappointed with the service. I sigh, then squeal when Priest slaps my ass.
Come on, wench. Let me feed you. Then we need to talk.
Priest says while pulling me out of the shower. I nod, looking back at Bates, who is serious-faced once more, and wonder how many times I'll have to fuck him to calm him down after he finds out all the details. Shit. I'm gonna need some ice and maybe a cooling pad to sit on. Chapter 32. Rain.
So he just pushed his way into the bathroom and demanded a blowjob.
Saint asks incredulously. Pretty much. I told him he was a nut job and that Bates would kill him, but he seemed to think I would keep it all a secret from him. When I told him to fuck off, he decided that he would just use me and get rid of me, telling you all I ran away, which is why I had to switch up my tactics. You just can't reason with crazy. Can you, Bates? I ask, drawing his attention to me as I see his jaw tick and his fist clench. Do you need me to sit on your lap so you can pet me? He looks at me sharply, his lips opening for a minute before the corner of his mouth ticks up in a smile. He pushes his chair back and opens his legs wider, indicating for me to join him. I climb off my chair and crawl into his lap as Saint and Priest watch on with small smiles of their own. Everyone watches Bates like he's a ticking time bomb, and me like I'm snuggled up to a hand grenade.
Carry on.
Priest orders as I look around. It's weird being in the room they call church, as this is supposed to be a no-fly zone for the women. No female gets to come in here, no matter what. But Bates refused to let me out of his sight, and the others didn't want any of the club girls, prospects, or hang-arounds to hear anything. He had the advantage. I was half naked. I carry on, until Bates cuts me off by squeezing me hard enough to make me yelp. I pinch his arm until he loosens his grip. He was armed, I continued, so I needed to find a way to turn the tables. Oh, that reminds me, I need my damn gun back. I glare at Priest. That would have been much easier to get out of if I'd been armed from the start, and then I wouldn't have had to get down on my fucking knees to disable the guy. As soon as the last words leave my mouth, I know I said too much. Bates has reached his limit today. I feel every muscle in the man I'm sitting on locked tight as he shuts down, ready for the psychopath to come out to play again. For a moment, I relish in the knowledge that I have the ability to make Big Bad Bates go nuclear over me. But then I remember that conjugal visits in prison are gross and give my inner hussy a slap.
Shit, everyone out.
Priest yells. But I shake my head and force my elbow back hard into the exact spot my brother Alex taught me, turning to watch as Bates's eyes roll into the back of his head before he slumps down into his chair. Turning back to face everyone, I see them all looking at me like they don't know what to say or do, before Kermit starts laughing his head off. Big, deep echoes of laughter join around the room as people's shock gives way to their mirth. All of them more at ease now Bates is in the land of Nod for a minute.
Girl, you have some brass monkeys.
Cass gets out between laughs before shaking his head. I shrug. I didn't want him hurting himself or any of you, and I'll never get the damn story finished if he has a rage blackout.
How do you always seem to know what to do around him?
One of the McHottie twins asks. I can't tell which one from here. I'm going to start making them wear giant name badges or get one of them to dye their hair. I used to have a pet bear. I sigh, waiting for the inevitable 20 questions. Trick, who had been drinking at the time, spits his beer all over the table.
Sorry, what?
Widow asks. A bear. My dad used to take my brothers and me hunting and fishing every summer up in the mountains. We always stayed at the same cabin year in, year out. There was a bear sanctuary of some kind nearby, and this one bear, Tarantino, always somehow managed to escape and wander over to our property. Anyway, after a while we bonded, but he was still a bear, and bears get cranky. Bates reminds me of a bear.
I'm not sure how your brothers or father survived raising you,
Saint admits with a laugh. I can't argue with that. You should have seen my father's face the day he came out and saw me sitting next to Tarantino, feeding him half my peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Anywho. Turning to make sure Bates is still out cold, which he is, I carry on talking, changing the subject back to the one at hand. Let's get this over with before Bates wakes up. The guy wanted a blowjob, so I got to my knees, undid his jeans, and pulled them to his ankles so he couldn't run away. His gun was in the waistband of his jeans. He had to move it when I pulled them down, so the genius placed it on the sink. As soon as it was in my reach, I punched him in the dick as hard as I could and then grabbed the gun.
I'm guessing he went for you again and you shot him.
Cassius asks, trying to fill in the blanks. Oh, no. He was blabbering about how sorry he was while he rolled around the floor. I shot him because he's an asshole who wanted to rape and kill me. I was going to shoot his little pecker off, but I didn't want him to bleed out before you guys got to him. Priest stares at me as a groan breaks through the stunned silence of the room. I grimace as Bates stirs, and everyone takes that as their cue to leave.
What the fuck?
Bates curses, coming around and seeing me perched on his lap still. He looks around the room and sees there's only Priest and Saint left.
What happened?
You fainted, Princess. You must have low blood sugar or something. Come on, let's go get you a snack. I answer easily, hopping off his lap, but I don't get far as he wraps his hand around my wrist.
Rain.
He growls. Yes, Bates? I reply innocently, as he looks to Saint and Priest, who are trying hard not to laugh.
Did she knock me out?
Bates asks incredulously, which kind of makes me want to do it again. I told you, you fainted. I huff as he turns and glares at me. Fine. I might have given you a teeny tiny love tap, but you were about to lose your mind.
You can't just go around knocking me out.
He roars. Well, it was that or drop to my knees and blow you, but it's so hard to talk with a dick in your mouth. That shuts him up. He looks at me for a moment before yanking me toward him. Before I can catch my balance, his large hands are on my shoulders, pushing down on me, leaving me no choice but to kneel between his open thighs.
How about you make it up to me?
He coaxes, his voice deep and filled with hunger instead of malice. Damn biker is always so needy, I grumble. But I happily do as he asks and unzip him with a smirk.
Chapter 33. Saint. Life goes on in that inevitable way that it does. Things settled down at Carnage after the incident with the prospect, and Rain returned to work, with Bates shadowing her the first week. The shadowing came to an abrupt halt in a scene that started with a purple wrench launched at Bates's head, and ending with Rain bent over the hood of a 1967 Chevy Impala. Not that we need an excuse to fuck Rain, but now that Bates and Priest have been tested and given the all-clear, they have become insatiable since she gave them the green light to fuck her bare. The club accepted Rain into the fold. Even the club bunnies came around and grudgingly offered her their loyalty and respect. I think most people are still in awe over a 5'1" woman who can manhandle Bates better than any of the rest of us. It hasn't been all smooth sailing, though. Tate remains distant, only calling to let us know there had been another murder. Same MO as before, same note. Those were dark days for Rain as she struggled to deal with the guilt of living, knowing other girls were not so lucky. I park my bike and climb off, grabbing the food I had picked up from Bees, and head toward the garage to find Rain. We have another club visiting tonight, so the chance of finding a quiet moment alone with her will be slim. I figured I could bring her some burger and some dick, which will have to tide us over until later. Yo, Axel, I yell, spotting the VP bent over the hood of a truck. Where's Rain? I ask after I fail to spot her.
She had a migraine. You know what she's like. She tried to soldier on, but when she started puking, Kermit sent her to bed.
Fuck. I toss him the burger, knowing she won't be able to stomach it now. Lunch is on me. I turn and walk out, jogging over to the clubhouse and up to her room. I don't knock. I use my key to unlock the door and push it open quietly. All the blinds are drawn, leaving the room in darkness, and the AC is set at an almost frigid temperature. Rain's lying in the fetal position in the center of the bed, looking tiny in nothing more than one of my t-shirts. I walk over, slip off my boots and my cut before climbing up beside her. She rolls toward me and moans, burrowing into me as I wrap my arm around her. "Anything I can do?" I whisper.
"No. I'm waiting for the painkillers to kick in. Then hopefully I'll sleep it off. I don't think I'll be up for the party later. I'm sorry,"
she whispers back, sounding miserable. "Hush now. It's not your fault. Close your eyes and rest. I've got you." We lie in the dark in silence, me listening to the steady rhythm of her heartbeat until she eventually relaxes completely and drifts off to sleep. Once I know she's in a deep sleep, I gently roll her away and pull myself free. I climb off the bed and lift the cover over her legs before slipping my boots and cut back on. With one final look, I unlock the door and head out to find Priest and Bates. I find them both out back watching the prospects set up a fire pit. People are already drinking, Priest included from the look of the beer in his hand. Some of the brothers look to have clocked off earlier in preparation for tonight's festivities. But then that's Carnage for you. The boys need no excuse to party.
"Hey, you're back early,"
Bates states when he sees me. The MC owns a chain of clubs and bars, but it's not often any of the three of us are needed there. Once a month, though, one of us checks in with each place to make sure shit is running smoothly. Today had been my turn, and the first time I made the rounds since getting out. Yeah, it must be a full moon or something, but there was nothing significant to deal with at any of them. A couple of strippers got booted from Foxy's for being high and offering under-the-table services, but everything else was fine. I shrug. Bates snorts.
"That makes a change."
He's not wrong. Usually if something can go wrong, it will. "Well, I thought I'd surprise Rain with lunch, but she's not feeling well, so what's wrong with her?" Bates interrupts me. I guess he didn't realize Kermit sent her back early. "She's upstairs trying to sleep off a migraine. Kermit kicked her out when she started puking. It goes without saying she won't be coming down tonight."
"Fuck."
Bates moves to step past me, but I stop him. "Just let her sleep, man. It's the only thing that will really work." He grunts, but stays put. "It's just as well. Since Tammy found out she's pregnant, she's done nothing but puke, according to Trix, so she hasn't finished with Rain's property patch yet. I can't say I was looking forward to having to kick the shit out of any Raven soul fucker that tried to touch her," Priest admits. "With her room being soundproofed, it's the best place for her." Bates reluctantly agrees. He likes having Rain in his lap, acting as a buffer. I stop talking when I see a couple of hang-arounds approach.
"Hey guys, are you partying alone tonight?"
They ask, giggling together like a pair of drunk sorority girls. Actually, that might not be far off the mark. "We'll be here," Priest answers before taking a swig of his beer. "But if you're looking for Dick, you'll need to find another group of brothers," he tells them, making their faces fall.
"But we want to taste one of the presidents,"
the blonde one pouts.
"Or all of you,"
the dark-haired girl says with a wink. "Not interested," I bark, turning my back on them, effectively shutting them out. When a small hand touches my back, I spin, ready to grab her and kick her out, but a voice stops me.
"You know, if their old lady sees you touching them when you've already been told no, she'll rip the ratty-ass extensions out of your head before strangling you with them,"
Lena says with a smirk. Her old men, Widow and Chains behind her, nod in agreement.
"Fine."
The dark-haired one rolls her eyes before grabbing her friend.
"Let's go, Trixie."
I watch them stomp off, tottering over the uneven ground in their high heels, before I aim an amused smile at Lena. "Thanks, darling," I tell her with a wink. She shakes her head and smiles.
"It's easier than having to clean up the bloodshed if Rain got to them before me."
Well, I can't argue with that, can I?
Chapter 34. Rain. A ringing phone breaks me out of my sleep, much to my disgust. I feel like I've only just rolled into bed. Turning to see the clock, the red numbers blink angrily, letting me know it's 1 a.m. and I'm alone. Reaching over blindly, I bash my wrist on the bedside table, making me curse before I eventually find the blasted phone. It isn't until I stare at the screen and recognize the number that a wave of dread washes over me. No way would Tate call me at 1 a.m. for a chat. Wide awake now, I sit up and tap the answer button. Tate?
Raindrop.
His voice is filled with sadness. Tell me, I whisper. Crawling out of bed, I flick on the light as I tear through the drawers one-handed looking for something to wear.
Travis was shot tonight. He's in surgery right now, but it's not looking good, Rain.
Travis was shot. Travis was shot? The words echo in my head. No, please, not that. Please, Tate, tell me this is a fucked up joke, please. I beg. But it's not, and I know it. Tate would never joke about something like this.
I'm sorry, Raindrop. So goddamn sorry.
I'm on my way, I tell him, swiping angrily at my tears.
No, it's too dangerous, Rain.
He yells. Fuck that, and fuck you too for thinking I would stay away when he needs me. I'll call when I'm on my way. I hang up before he can speak. He won't change my mind, not a fucking chance. I shove my legs into the first pair of jeans I find and leave Saint's t-shirt on, not even bothering with a bra. Flip-flops beside the bed will do for footwear. Everything else I can buy when I get there. Snagging my phone, wallet, and keys, I shove them in my pockets before heading down the stairs in a haze. The party I bailed on earlier, thanks to a headache from hell, which hasn't completely gone, is still in full force. Swarms of people are drinking and fucking the night away, and for some reason it makes me feel dirty. I've been here falling for 3 men like I'm on vacation, and now one of my brothers is dying. I used to see Trav daily, but I haven't laid eyes on him since I ran, and now I might not even make it back in time to say goodbye before he's gone. I scan the room looking for my guys, but it's so crowded I can't see anything. The air is thick with smoke because nobody in the MC gives a fuck about smoking indoors, and right now it's making everything harder to see. I move toward the far corner of the room, where the guys tend to gravitate, and spot Bates and Saint on one of the 2 sofas and the McHottie twins on the other. Urza has a club bunny on her knees in front of him, sucking his dick, as he laughs at something his brother says. I can't see Priest anywhere, but they will know where he is. I shove through the crowd, wishing, and not for the first time, that I had inherited some of my dad's height like all my brothers, when I walk smack bang into the back of someone. Ow! Motherfucker! I grit out, rubbing my nose. Looking up, I'm surprised to see Priest scowling at me, and the club bunny Kitty hanging off his arm.
What are you doing down here?
He yells. Looking for you, I answer, glancing at Kitty, who grins maliciously at me. Collecting strays? I ask, as he looks down and frowns at Kitty, pulling his arm free from hers. I wait for an explanation, but when I don't get one, I shove past him, not having time to deal with this bullshit right now.
Where the fuck do you think you're going? You can't just wander around down here when we have another club in without a property patch on.
He bites out. To be honest, I had forgotten all about there being another club here tonight. One of their allies, the Raven something or other. Then get me a property patch already, Priest. I don't have time for this shit. I pull away from him as Kitty reaches out for his arm once more. He shoves her hand away and turns to say something to her, so I use that as my excuse to leave. When I make it a foot from the sofa, Saint, who is sitting with the corner at his back, spots me and stands with a frown on his face. I walk straight over to him and don't stop until I plow into his chest. He wraps his arms tightly around me as I sense Bates's hulking form press up against my back. I take a moment to draw some strength from them both. It's so loud in here I can barely hear myself think, but I try anyway. I have to go back to LA, I yell, feeling Bates go rock solid behind me.
What are you talking about?
Saint questions, searching my eyes for answers. Travis is in the hospital. It's not good, Saint. I tell him and swallow hard.
You know this could be a trap,
he warns me, but I just shake my head. Saint, I don't care if I have to walk through a hail of gunfire to get there. I'm going.
Okay, Trouble, but you're not going alone. Let's go pack up, and I'll let the VPs know what's going on.
I shake my head, wanting to leave right now, but he grips my chin and forces me to listen. I'll be quick, but you are not going alone. Okay, but please hurry, I urge as he turns me into Bates's arms and disappears into the crowd.
Come on, let's get out of here,
Bates says, placing a kiss on my forehead.
Damn, boys, she sure has you pussy whipped.
Some obnoxious asshole comments as we turn to move.
If I have a choice between spending time with my old lady or your ugly mug, I'll pick Rain every single time,
Bates tells him.
Ah, come on, stay. The party is just getting started. Now, you say old lady, but I don't see a patch. You up for sharing?
Before Bates can answer, Priest appears and grips him by the collar of his shirt.
I don't fucking think so. All right, Priest, Jesus.
The guy shoves Priest off, and that's when I notice his patch, showing he's the VP of the Raven Souls. Not wanting to cause beef between two clubs, I try to smooth things over so I can get the fuck out of here. Sorry, I have my hands full with these guys already, I tell him with a tight smile, moving to step around him.
This is why you can't go wandering around without a property patch. The guys will think you're free pussy and want a sample.
Priest growls. What the fuck is your problem? I snap.
Ignore him. He's drunk.
Bates urges, tugging me through the crowd and back up to my room.
Pack lightly. Only stuff you can fit in a backpack or the saddlebags. I'll go and grab what I need from my room. I'll be 5 minutes.
He waits for me to nod before leaving. I do as he asks, grabbing shit blindly for the backpack, not bothered with what I'm packing. Who even cares? I'm just fastening the bag when Priest storms into the room with a face like thunder. He takes one look at the bag in my hand before yanking it from my grip and tossing it across the room. It hits the lamp beside the bed, and both items crash to the floor.
You don't get to leave. Not now, not ever. You agreed to be our old lady, and that's for life or until I say differently.
He yells at me. Until you say differently? I question, but he's too angry to hear the warning tone in my voice.
That's right, sweetheart. My clubhouse, my rules. And one of those rules says that sweet pussy of yours is mine. I dare you to try and take it from me.
I stare at him, beyond tired, struggling to deal with the onslaught of emotions warring for domination within me, and shake my head. I don't know what the fuck your problem is, Priest. You were fine when I saw you earlier, and now you're acting like a dick. But newsflash, asshole, I don't have to listen to you spewing your bullshit. I am sick to death of the men in my life thinking they get to control me. Do you remember what happened to the last guy who pushed his luck? I ask, referring to the prospect I shot twice.
I'd like to see you try anything when you're cuffed to the bed.
He purrs. But it's not in his usual sexually dominating way. It's a threat, plain and simple, and my body goes alert at his words as I slip into fight or flight mode. I blink rapidly, wrapping my arms around myself so I don't claw his pretty face. My grief and anger are warring for dominance, and although I don't want to hurt him, I will if I have to. He must sense that because he smiles wickedly at me before he lunges. I'm airborne for a moment before I find myself on my back on the bed, with Priest's body pressing into mine. My lips tremble from the effort of trying to hold myself together. If my brother dies, and I miss my chance to say goodbye because of you, I'll be gone, and you'll never fucking see me again. I whisper, with tears thick in my voice. He rears back like I stuck him.
What?
Travis has been shot. I'm going home to say goodbye. If you try to stop me, I'll break both your legs and walk over you to get to him. I vow, my muscles tight in anticipation of a fight.
Your brother?
He asks, sounding confused. Yeah, you remember I have 5 of those, right? I swallow down the thought that I might only have 4 come morning. Believe it or not everything is about you, Priest. Now get the fuck off me! I growl. He doesn't move, though, because why would he? He never fucking listens. Instead, he smooths the hair off my face.
Baby,
he whispers. But it's too much. I can handle his anger, but I can't handle his softness right now. If I crack now, everything will spill out of me, and I fear I won't stop screaming until my voice gives out. Get off me! I grit out, my voice sounding shrill. Rain. He tries again, but I'm done. So fucking done. Get off me! Get off! Get off! Get off! I scream as I lose it, beating at his chest with everything I have, before my screams become sobs and my sobs become whimpers. He doesn't let me go, though. He just holds me tight as I fall apart in his arms. I hear the door open, but I don't move, too emotionally spent to even lift my head, all the fight gone from me. Please, God, don't take my brother from me.
What the fuck?
I hear Bates snap, but I keep my eyes closed and continue to silently beg God not to take Travis.
She's okay. She just needed to let it out. What's the plan?
Priest asks, slipping back into president mode.
Saint is talking to the VPs. I called Orion. We're going to stay with them for protection while we're there. Sounds good. Have one of the prospects get the truck ready, and have him put my bike in the back. I've drunk too much to drive, and Rain isn't in any state to be on the back of a bike. On it. You got her?
Bate asks quietly.
Yeah, man. I got her.
The door closes again. Then Priest pulls away from me a little, looking down at my tear-stained face.
Come on, Trouble.
He sits me on the end of the bed before collecting my boots and some socks, which is just as well as the flip-flops fell off when he tossed me on the bed. I watch as Priest gets to his knees and slips the socks on my feet before helping me into my boots, all without saying a word. If the villain of our tale weren't currently calling the shots, this would feel like the biker version of a Cinderella story. But fairy tales are for dreamers. I trade glass slippers for motorcycle boots, princes for kings, and kingdoms for the Carnage Clubhouse every damn time. If this whole nightmare has taught me anything, it's that there is no such thing as good and bad people. How can we divide things into such stark contrasts of black and white, when even the creators of heaven and hell blur the lines at times? Priest slips his hands under my arms and pulls me up, before lifting the t-shirt over my head, pausing for a moment when my braless breasts bounce. He moves to the drawer and grabs a purple lacy bra and a black tank top, before walking back over to me and helping me get dressed. There's something strangely intimate about having him dress me, even more so than when he's stripping me out of my clothes. Moving over to the other set of drawers that contain a bunch of the guy's things, he pulls out a huge black hoodie before walking back to me and sliding it over my head. Immediately, it feels like I'm being hugged as his scent envelops me.
There now. Let's get moving.
He grabs the backpack he tossed earlier before snagging my hand and tugging me out the door, all without me saying a word. I feel if I speak now, this spell might get broken, and he will revert to the drunken asshole he was moments ago. I let him pull me along, giving in to the numbness taking over. He doesn't engage the partygoers, even as a few of them spill into the hallway. We make our way outside and over to an idling truck in the corner of the lot. I'm surprised to see all three of the guys' bikes in the back when we approach. Saint is behind the wheel, and Bates is waiting in the passenger seat. So when Priest opens the back door for me, I climb in and shuffle over to make space for him. I thought you guys would want to ride, I say quietly, as Priest removes his cut before climbing in, placing it on the seat in the middle. I notice then that Bates and Saint have hung their cuts on the back of their seats. Why do you take them off when you ride in a car? I noticed Bates did it that first day he moved my car into the compound. I ask, trying to focus on something other than Travis.
We're riding with you because we thought you might need us,
Saint answers, before nodding to Bates's cut.
As for the cuts, it's against the bylaws to wear your cut in a cage. You get fined for doing that shit.
Cage? I question, when Priest slams the door closed and Saint wastes no time pulling away.
Car.
Priest is the one to answer this time.
After riding a bike for so long, being in a car is like being in a cage.
I nod. Makes sense, I guess. He tugs me closer to him, so I go without protest, pressing my head against his shoulder so he can wrap his arm around me. I close my eyes as they talk quietly to each other, allowing the hum of the engine to lull me to sleep, where all of this is a dream. And when I wake up, Travis will be okay. He has to be.
Chapter 35. Saint.
So, do you want to tell us what the hell that was about earlier with Rain?
Bates asks, keeping his voice low so he doesn't disturb Rain, even though she usually sleeps like the dead. She caught me off guard. Priest answers vaguely.
What's that supposed to mean?
Bates barks. Shit, I didn't want to say anything until I had checked it out, but now with all this, fuck. I watch in the rearview mirror as Priest swipes his hand over his face. Kitty told me tonight that Lexi is pregnant. He finally answers quietly. Fuck. And she says it's yours? I question, but as soon as the words come out, I know that's not it at all. I turn to look at Bates briefly before looking back at the road.
Fuck,
Bates groans.
That's bullshit. I never fucked her, or anyone for that matter, ungloved until Rain.
Yeah, well, she claims it's yours, and she's willing to do a DNA test. Apparently that's why she was so keen to get you to make her your old lady.
I'm not buying this bullshit.
Bates snorts, but I don't miss the way his hands fist at his sides. Only one way to find out. She dropped that on me a second before I spotted Rain. From the look on Rain's face, I thought she had overheard us talking. Now I know it's because of her brother, but I swear I took one look at her pale face and went on the attack. I didn't want her to leave us, not because there might now be a baby involved, which is more than she signed up for. She can't leave, Bates grits out. I'm not saying she will, I just don't know. I reacted without thought. I was waiting for Kitty to throw it in her face, but thankfully she didn't. We have to tell her. Even if this is all Lexi being a conniving bitch, Rain still needs to know. I tell them. The truck is quiet now, except for the low hum of the radio.
It can wait until after we get home. She has enough on her plate. She doesn't need to be dealing with this on top of everything else, too.
Bates sighs. It's shitty, but he's right. Her focus needs to be on her brother right now. Are we heading to the clubhouse first or the hospital? Priest eventually asks, after a half hour of silence, each of us likely wondering why it feels like everything is about to blow up in our faces. Hospital first. Rain said it wasn't looking good. I didn't have a chance to ask much more than that. To be honest, I don't think she knows anything more than that. She just wants to be there in case she has to say goodbye. He sighs. Fuck. Yeah, that about sums up tonight. By the time we pull up outside the hospital, the sky is awash with pinks and purples as night turns into day. Priest nudges Rain awake as I park. She opens her eyes in confusion for a moment before reality comes crashing back down. She hurries to unbuckle her belt before reaching to yank open the car door. Wait, Bates yells, making her freeze. He grabs his cut and climbs out, first slipping it on as she waits. We all follow suit before I open Rain's door and she climbs out, moving around to Bates's side. He takes her hand, pushing her toward the entrance as I lock up. With Priest beside me, we follow behind, staying out of the way as Rain stops at the reception desk to talk to a harried-looking receptionist who points us in the right direction. We bypass the packed elevators and climb the stairs to the third floor, spilling out from the stairwell into a dimly lit waiting room. I'm about to ask if we're in the right place when I see a bunch of men who can't be anything other than Rain's brothers. They all have the exact coloring, dark hair, and dark eyes. It's clear the brothers all work out from the size of them. Team that with their height, and I can see precisely why dating would have been impossible for Rain. Hell, the shortest of the bunch still looks like he's about 6'1". They all look like giants compared to Rain, especially next to the big bastard that spots her first. She lets go of Bates's hand and runs full out, straight into his arms. He picks her up and holds her tightly to him, his eyes squeezed shut as he soaks her in before passing her off to the brother beside him. The two of them stand out from the rest due to their military uniforms, so I'm guessing these two must be Caden and Alex. Tate walks over to us as Rain hugs her family. "How is he?" I ask him quietly. "Actually, not as bad as they initially thought. He made it through the night and even woke up for a little while." My shoulders sag in relief for a man I've never met, knowing the loss of him would have devastated Rain. "I told her not to come," he admits, turning to look at her as she hugs the shorter one of the bunch. "You had to know she wouldn't listen. If it had been you, you'd have come, and you know it." He doesn't argue with that because he knows I'm right. "What happened?" Bates asks him as the two soldier brothers eye us from across the room. Tate motions for us to step to the side a little so there is no chance of anyone overhearing. "There was another victim, a young girl. Same as before, only when Trav arrived on the scene, he was shot at. You think this asshole was waiting around on the off chance he was going to be the investigating officer?" I question. "Unless it was this Garrett guy. He would know Travis would respond to the call," Bates adds. "Except Garrett was on the call with Travis. They were both shot at, so whoever the shooter is, it's not Garrett." "Fuck," Priest grunts. Fuck indeed. This meant we still have no idea who this asshole is, and the one suspect we had is now in the clear. "Either Garrett or Travis see the shooter?" Bates asks. "No, Garrett is at the scene now, but he was here earlier. He says they were ambushed from behind." What a fucking mess. I shut up when I see Rain approaching with her brothers behind her.
"Hey guys, these are my brothers, Caden, Alex, and Owen."
She introduces them before taking a breath and stepping forward. She turns so she is standing between Bates and me with Priest at her back. Her brothers don't miss the move either. Whether intentional or not, a line in the sand has been drawn and a side has been chosen.
"This is Saint, Bates, and Priest, my men,"
she adds, not shying away from who we are to her, even after Tate's reaction to our relationship back at the clubhouse. If I didn't know before that this girl was destined to be ours, this moment would have cemented it. "Your men," the guy Rain introduced as Caden says incredulously. She slips her hand into mine and squeezes, so I squeeze back, letting her know I've got her back.
"Yes, Caden, my men. Before you pull a Tate and say something you can't take back, now is not the time or the place. I came here to see..."
"Raindrop?" She shuts up at the sound of her name being called and looks around her brothers as they part.
"Daddy,"
she whispers before walking away from us and into the arms of an older-looking man who had come from the corridor adjacent to the waiting room. "Her men?" Caden repeats quietly, but with no less venom. "Yeah, her men. Now back the fuck off." Bates growls out. "No, fuck that. That's my sister you're in love with. Yeah, I know. I knew it the moment she punched me in the face, and not you, your brothers, or a crazy fucking stalker will take her from us," Bates swears, and not a man in the room doubts his words. "She punched you in the face?" the youngest one asks, looking impressed. Bates just nods once, done talking. Alex looks Bates up and down before smirking. "Please tell me she remembered to tuck her thumb over her fingers."
Chapter 36. Rain. I take a deep breath as I leave behind the tension of the room and make my way in to see Travis. He's asleep, but that is so much better than what I was expecting when I arrived here. Dad says he's pulled through the worst of it. A bullet punctured his lung and nicked his heart, but thankfully they were able to repair the damage, although it was touch and go for a while. I sit beside him in the uncomfortable chair and slip my hand into his, feeling strangely alone. Trav has always been larger than life. As the second oldest, he was busy with parties and girls when I tried following him around as a kid, but he always made time for me. He was the one who learned how to do braids, teaching the rest of the foster men so I could go to school with pretty hair like my friends. "You need to wake up, because I have a feeling there might be a fight in the waiting room in a minute and I could really use a brother on my side." Trav would take my side, even if he didn't agree with my choices, just to be different from the others. He was a pain in the ass like that, stubborn and pig-headed to a fault.
He's going to be okay, you know. Travis is a fighter.
I turn at the sound of my dad's voice as he sits in the chair next to mine. I'm not surprised to see him breaking the one visitor only rule. Cops can be persuasive and nothing means more to him than his kids. I know. It's just hard seeing him like this. Trav's personality is so big and he's always on the go. Seeing him so still like this, it's unnerving, I admit.
Tell me about it.
He chuckles.
So, want to talk about the elephant in the room?
Why, Father, are you calling me fat? I ask with my hand on my chest, making him roll his eyes. He sighs.
Rain.
I love them, I admit quietly, telling him what I'm only just admitting to myself while waiting for his words of judgment.
And that, Rain, is all any father can ask for,
he says softly, making me turn to look at him. Really? You're not going to say anything about who they are, how many there are, and the kind of lifestyle they lead? I ask in surprise.
Your mother and I always knew you were going to be special. I'll be honest, I'm still surprised you've made it this far without getting arrested for some of the stunts you've pulled.
Hey! I protest. But I don't add anything because he's not lying. I've always been a boundary pusher by nature, rebelling against the rules my brothers conformed so easily to.
But Rain, you have the biggest heart of anyone I know. And when you love hard. Am I surprised you feel for 3 men what some could only hope to feel for one? Maybe. But when I think about it, somehow instinctually, I always knew one would never be enough to fill all those empty spaces inside you.
I stare at him with my mouth open in shock.
I can't say I'm happy about their lifestyle choices, not because they're bikers, but because their club isn't exactly squeaky clean,
he points out, staring at me intently. He cuts me off before I continue.
Don't lie to me.
I'm not going to. I don't know all the details about what they do, or how they make their money. It's club business, which means they keep that shit far away from me. But I'm not stupid or naive enough to think they color within the lines.
And you can live with that. Because at the end of the day, Rain, that's what this boils down to. Not me or Tate, Travis, Alex, Caden, or Owen. Just you, Rain. It's your choice. But you have to go into it with your eyes wide open. Because whatever you choose could and likely will have consequences.
Like losing my family? I whisper.
Never,
he answers adamantly.
Those boys are stubborn and hard-headed just like your mother was.
I laugh at that, because we both know they get those traits from him.
But they would no sooner cut you out of their lives than they would cut off their own arms. They are a part of you as much as you are a part of them. Just give them time to come to terms with it.
Come to terms with it? I'm not dying. I wince, looking at Trav, realizing how insensitive that sounded.
No, you're not. But they're still losing you.
Daddy, I say softly, feeling choked up. You aren't losing me. You'll never lose me. But I'm not a little girl anymore. And having this guy stalking me has only made me realize I've been living half a life, safe in the bubble that you and my brothers provide for me. He smiles indulgently at me, which is when I realize he likely knew this was going to happen. He was just waiting for me to figure it out.
You were never destined to wear glass slippers, my darling daughter. You were meant to break glass ceilings.
Wow, that's beautiful. You're pretty good at this parenting gig.
I got it from Google, along with 80% of everything else I taught you,
he admits with a shrug, making me laugh. And the other 20%?
I winged it.
He winces, making me laugh even harder. Pulling up at the giant iron gates of Carnage 2 hours later, I feel my exhaustion weighing me down. Trav didn't wake while I was there, not that I expected him to. Eventually, the nurses kicked us all out, sick of these simmering tensions in the waiting room. I peer up at the compound and note how different it is to our Carnage clubhouse back in Vegas. The building looks like it might have once been a warehouse of some kind and is mostly hidden from the road by a vast wooded area. If I had just been driving past, I would have missed it completely. When the tall gates swing open, Saint pulls the truck inside and parks it in the corner next to a lifted black truck with pretty 6-inch rims. I remember to wait before climbing out this time, playing with the strings of my hoodie, while I sit patiently for the guys to climb out and for Priest to open the door for me. I hand each of them their cuts and watch as they lift their bikes from the back of the truck. Holy bulging muscles, Batman! As they move to park them at the end of the row of other bikes, a pretty blonde and 3 hulking men walk out of the main doors and stand on the top step looking down at us. I wait for my guys to move back over to me, unsure what the protocol is here. They crowd around me, almost protectively, as Bates whispers in my ear,
You don't have a property patch on, so you need to stay with one of the 3 of us at all times, okay?
I nod at his words, having no issue with that. I don't know anyone here, and it wouldn't make a great impression if I shot someone when I've only just been given back my gun.
Saint, it's good to see you.
The big guy with the inky black hair and pretty blue eyes says. Walking down the steps toward us, he reaches out and shakes Saint's hand.
You too, Orion. How's fatherhood treating you? I heard you had a little one while I was inside. It's amazing. And exhausting.
He laughs, and it's a nice sounding laugh that makes me tingle. If I didn't have 3 seriously hot guys of my own, I would be licking this guy like a popsicle.
Bates, Priest.
He nods respectfully before turning to me.
And who do we have here?
I hold my hand out to introduce myself, but Bates yanks it back, making me roll my eyes.
This is Rain, our old lady. Rain, this is Orion, the president.
Priest answers, just as the guys he mentioned walk down the steps toward us, the blonde woman moving with them.
And the woman between them is Luna.
Priest introduces as she sizes me up. Hey. I offer her a wave as she looks at me with suspicion. So, you're a cop? She questions. No, but I am partial to handcuffs, I answer, making her fight to hide a grin. I have to ask, how did you wind up as old lady to these guys? You look so well adjusted. She comments with a shake of her head. I'm the one who laughs at that. I punched Bates in the face. Apparently, that's all it takes. I reply, making Gage, the dark-haired guy with the black eyes beside her, grin. Holy fuck, I said it before, but it's worth repeating. These boys are fine. Oh, I like you. She smiles before linking her arm with mine and leading me inside.
Luna.
I turn with Luna when Priest calls her name.
She doesn't have a property patch yet, so don't let her out of your sight, okay?
Sure thing, she replies sweetly, making him scowl at her with suspicion.
Luna, 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 what delicious morsel have you brought me now?
A handsome dark-haired man asks with a smile on his face. This is Rain. Diesel, she is Bates, Priest's, and Saint's old lady, so I would keep your cock locked up tight or Bates will rip it off and feed it to you. She warns him.
Typical. All the good pussy is always taken.
He complains. Might have something to do with the fact you call us pussy. I mean, you're cute and all, but you aren't nearly hot enough to get away with that shit. I tell him with a smirk, making Luna cackle beside me.
Hey, I'm hot, damn it.
He protests before lifting his t-shirt to reveal an impressive set of abs. Meh, I've seen better, I say indifferently.
What? I don't believe you. Tell her I'm hot, Luna. Clearly she needs her eyes checked.
He looks at me with a grin that seems eerily similar to Orion's. I wonder if this is his brother. Hey guys, I call over to my men, who are a few feet away talking to a couple of bikers I haven't met yet. Can I borrow you for 2 seconds?
Kinda busy over here,
one of the guys answers, but not one of mine. Oh, sorry, I wasn't talking to you. I'm talking to the ones who will be getting sex later if they humor me.
Fuck, I'm sorry. Tell me what you need and I'm yours.
The guy backtracks, making me laugh.
Fuck off, rebel.
Bates snaps before shoving the other guy so hard he sprawls across the floor.
What's up, trouble?
Saint asks, reaching me first, Priest and Bates right behind him. I'm just trying to help Diesel out here. He is a resident of La La Land. I'm trying to bring him back down to earth. Tell her I'm hot, damn it! Diesel yells, making Bates scowl at him.
Can't say you're my type.
Priest answers wryly. Can you lift your shirt again, Diesel? I feel like I might have judged you prematurely. I should take a second look, in case I was wrong. Looking smug, he lifts his shirt to reveal his still nicely toned abs. No, not wrong. I sigh, making Luna laugh again. Turning to face my guys, I pout playfully. Can you lift your shirts for me, please? I'm not sure they'll do it until I see the twinkle in Bates's eyes. One by one, they lift their t-shirts and hold them for a moment. Holy Mother of God, Luna says with a whimper from beside me.
Hey!
Gage yells, making a beeline for us, but she ignores him in favor of getting a closer look at the ab vest in front of her.
Oh, come on!
Diesel throws up his hands. It's like they've been photoshopped. Luna whispers to me, reaching out to touch Saint's stomach, but she quickly finds herself up and over Gage's shoulder after he appears behind her. It's just as well. I would hate to have to break her hand. Thanks, guys, I tell them, turning back to this Diesel guy. Not gonna lie, this guy is hot, with his dark hair, bright blue eyes, and dimpled smile. If I didn't have the holy trinity of hot guys at my back, I'd likely find him a whole lot more appealing. Plus, he seems a little too stable for my liking. I tend to lean more towards men of the unhinged variety. Now, that is the difference between a 5-course meal, I point at my guys before looking back at Diesel, and something off the dollar menu. I tease. He mumbles something about going to the gym before turning around and walking off.
I'm not sure I like the idea of you and Luna together.
I look up at the sound of the amused voice and find Halo staring at me from beside Priest. This guy looks like he could be a model. Blonde to Diesel's dark, with a definite resemblance to the actor who plays Thor. And now I'm thinking about his mighty hammer. I resent that, but I'll let you get away with it if you let me stand here and stare at you for a minute because you sure are pretty, I answer without thinking. See? I told you, pretty boy, I hear Luna shout, but I can't see her because Bates has stepped into my pathway.
Pretty,
he growls. Oops, let's not antagonize the bad man. Did I say pretty? I meant feminine. I like men who put the hot in psychotic. Don't worry, princess, I tell him with a quick kiss. Or at least it was supposed to be a quick kiss, but Bates now feels the need to show every man here who I belong to. Oh well, there are worse things in life than having a biker feeling you up.
Did she just call him princess?
I hear someone ask, but I'm too busy trying not to have an orgasm in a room full of strangers to pay it much attention. Bates pulls away, eventually making someone groan. Oh, right, that would be me.
Damn, just when it was getting good.
Diesel grumbles. When the hell did he come back?
It's like you want him to kill you,
I hear Orion say with a snort before Halo speaks.
Come on, I'll show you to your room, and then you can get some shut-eye before visiting hours start up again at the hospital.
Even though I slept the whole way here, I'm still tired, and the guys must be beat from being up all night. That would be great. Thank you, I tell him gratefully. Bates slings his arm over my shoulder and leads us behind Halo across the large room to the door at the back, which in turn leads us up a long corridor where I assume all the bedrooms are.
Here, we've given you the large one at the end. There are a couple of beds in here, so I'm sure you'll make it work. I'll have someone come and let you know when it's dinner time, which will give you time to eat before getting back to the hospital. Thanks, man.
Saint answers him as we all make our way into the basic-looking room with a small attached bathroom and 2 king-sized beds.
I'll have a prospect run up with your stuff if you want to give me the keys,
Halo offers. Saint hands him the keys as I walk over to the nearest bed and faceplant on it.
I don't suppose you have a prospect who would drive it back to Vegas, do you?
Saint asks him.
Jarvis is just the guy,
Halo answers with a gleam in his eye, making me think someone had done something to piss the guy off. Wait, How will he get home? I ask, feeling bad for the guy.
That's for him to figure out. Being a prospect means you need to show you can think on your feet. And if you can't, then you can fuck off.
Halo says succinctly. Well, okay then, I reply as I roll over. He offers the guys a nod and leaves. Okay, let's wait for the prospect to bring our stuff up, then we could crash, I mumble, before burying my head in the pillows. If anyone says anything after that, it's lost on me. Chapter 37. Rain.
Food's up!
A voice yells through the door, followed by a loud knock, making my eyes snap open. A body stirs behind me, so I lift my head and see Bates wrapped around me, with Saint sprawled out on the other bed behind him. Priest is asleep in front of me, snoring lightly, so I poke him gently, laughing when he jumps. Someone knocked to say the food is ready? I say quietly.
Jesus. I must have been more wiped out than I realized if you, the coma queen, heard it and I didn't.
I poke the smartass again, but harder.
Hey.
He laughs before kissing me gently and climbing off the bed. I roll over to wake Bates, but find him staring at me. Hey, princess, food time. He rolls over, but not off the bed, on top of me, squishing me. I gasp.
What will it take for you to stop calling me that?
He asks, with a calculating look in his eye. I don't know. It kind of suits you. I guess we'll have to come up with an alternative.
Oh, this ought to be good.
Saint comments from the other bed. I smile at the sound of his voice. You could always help me, I offer as he climbs off the bed and heads to the bathroom as Priest walks out of it.
I think it will pale in comparison to anything you could come up with.
Saint calls over his shoulder.
What's this now?
Priest asks, shoving Bates off me and pulling me to my feet. Bates wants a new nickname, I inform him, grabbing my backpack from beside the door. He shakes his head and laughs.
Some people never learn. Nothing could be as bad as princess,
Bates complains. Challenge accepted, I reply sweetly, swapping places with Saint when he's finished. When we have all freshened up, we make our way downstairs to the bar area where the tables are full of people eating. Luna is in the corner, and as soon as she spots us, she waves us over. We move toward her and her guys as everyone turns to watch us. Or me, at least. It's like being the new kid at school again. You'd have thought I was walking around naked with the way everyone is looking at me, I say to Luna as a way of greeting. They're all a bunch of horn dogs, but it's more than that. They're curious about the woman who won over the top dogs, she points out. I'm just me. I'm not anything special, I tell her, as I take the seat next to hers, the guys taking the last remaining seats beside me.
I'm pretty sure that's exactly what makes you special,
Gage interjects, turning at the sound of a baby's cry. That's when I spot the baby seat on the floor beside him. Before he can do so much as move, Bates is out of his chair, unfastening the little buckles that keep her secure. He lifts her tiny body to rest against his shoulder. Now nobody is looking at me. They're all looking at the 6'4" psychopath holding a tiny baby girl like she's made of glass. I grip my stomach and groan, making Priest look at me in alarm.
What's wrong?
I think my ovaries are doing the Macarena, I whisper. You and me both, sister, Luna admits.
I'm happy to knock you up again. You just say the word,
Gage offers Luna, not skipping a beat. Ruby is barely a month old. The baby-making factory is closed for the foreseeable future, she tells him in no uncertain terms. When he stares at her, looking utterly dejected, she adds, But we can practice making one. She turns to look at me and sighs. I miss sex. I bet. But you have what, 2 weeks until they can start parking their cars in your garage, right? Orion chokes on his coffee a little, so Luna reaches out and rubs his back. Yes, 2 long, hard weeks, she moans.
Not helping,
Halo growls, clearly adjusting himself. Luna and I snicker to ourselves as a couple of prospects bring us some plates of food. Lasagna and garlic bread. Comfort food at its finest. Yum. So, what do you do when you're not being hunted by a stalker? Luna asks, taking a bite of her food. When nobody answers, she pauses and looks around. What? Too soon? I can't help but laugh. This woman is nuts. I'm a mechanic. Seriously, that's awesome. What about you? There is silence for a beat before she answers. I make custom gift baskets. Oh, I'll have to take your number. I'm shit at giving gifts. This way I can get you to pull something together for me and I can just take all the credit. I admit, making her laugh. That's usually what happens. She grins before baby Ruby starts crying again, this time in earnest. Sorry, Bates, but when she's like this, only my boobies will do. She is just like her father's. Luna tells him as her guys smile on unapologetically. Bates hands a squalling Ruby over reluctantly before turning to look at me, then down to my belly. Let me stop you right there, Princess. This is not an episode of Pimp My Womb where one of you guys toss a coin, douse me with cum, and hope it ends with me giving birth to a little crotch goblin. No offense, Ruby. I say to the little girl, who is now discreetly sucking away at Luna's boob that is partially hidden by a blanket. Everyone laughs, but I ignore them with a huff.
What time do we need to head back to the hospital?
Priest changes the subject, his gruff voice making me look up at his tone, but his eyes are focused on Bates. I don't know what the hell they are all silently communicating with each other, but it makes Bates flinch. That only lets me know it's something big, so I make a mental note to ask them about it later. Visiting hours start again at 7. I answer, taking a bite of my food.
Okay, let's eat and head over then.
He adds, as everyone around the table goes quiet, sensing the odd tension that has suddenly appeared.
Are you stopping here for the night or heading back to Vegas?
Asks Orion, who had been sitting quietly observing our little group.
We'll probably crash here, then head back early if things with her brother are okay. If not, we'll stay as long as needed. The club is in good hands with Trick and Axel.
Priest responds, pushing his food around his plate.
Well, the room's yours as long as you need it.
Orion offers. Thank you, I tell him quietly.
You're Carnage. That makes you family.
I have something I want to do tonight, and you'll be the perfect partner in crime. I'll come find you when you're back, Luna says with a devious smile.
Not happening, Luna.
Bates growls.
Did you forget she has a stalker after her?
Saint questions, his voice tight.
Over my dead body.
Priest snarls. I lean forward, shove my plate aside, and bang my head against the table a few times before facing Luna. It's the boobs, I tell her. She sighs. It always is.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Priest grunts. I'm talking about you assuming Luna is some kind of airhead who would take me out and get me shot, or that I'd willingly put myself in danger just willy-nilly like that. I'm talking about the fact that Luna knows I don't have a property patch and what that can mean for me. So my question is, do you think Luna is out to get me, or just a dumb blonde with a nice rack? They are nice, aren't they? It's the milk. It keeps them nice and round. Luna adds, making me look down at her chest, where I can see sleepy, milk-drunk Ruby peeking out at the blanket. I can't really tell right now, but from what I saw earlier, they look nice. Perfect size for motorboating. Do they feel different to touch now you're breastfeeding? A little heavier, for sure. You can feel them later and let me know what you think. Yours are nice, too. I bet your brothers hated it when they grew in. Girl, you have no idea. You'd be surprised. Mine were a nightmare. We all grew up in the middle of nowhere, bumfuck Tennessee. The dating pool wasn't exactly swimming with many prize catches to begin with, but Oz and Zig scared off everyone within a 50-mile radius. Even when they left home, I was still deemed as untouchable. As soon as I turned 18, I flew the nest and moved clear across the country. I felt like a kid in a candy store when I got here. Well, if the candy was Dick's, that is. I laugh at that, knowing the feeling. I get that. Even now, my brothers still see me as a little girl in my school uniform with pigtails. Maybe I should dress up in my slutty schoolgirl Halloween costume and scar them for life. I muse. Oh, yes, do it, but please let me be there to see their faces. She laughs. I know they love me, but being out from under their shadows really was the best thing I did. And it will be for you too. I mean, what kind of trouble could we possibly find ourselves in? Really, if you think about it, they made everything so much worse than it could have been. I point out. Yep, that's exactly what I've been saying all along. Put a girl on a diet, and all she'll crave is sugar. She winks. Stands to reason a dick diet will make us cock-hungry bitches. Yep, totally their fault that instead of a nice guy with a 9-to-5 job and a pretty little house with a white picket fence, we go for bad boys with big egos and even bigger dicks, and not just one, but 3. I pause for a minute, my eyes widening. We've become dick hoarders, I whisper. Oh my God, that would be an awesome reality TV show, Luna exclaims excitedly. A cough draws my attention to the rest of the table, where every male is watching us both with varying shades of lust and amusement. I can keep an eye on the ladies. It's no problem, an amused voice says from behind us. I turn and look up into the pretty eyes of another biker I haven't met yet, with a scar on his neck. Fuck off, Lucky. Stay the hell away from my woman. Bates growls at him, but Lucky just winks at me before walking away. Come on, let's get out of here before you two start a riot, Sane says with an exasperated sigh, pulling me to my feet. Fine, but you need to say sorry to Luna first for making shitty assumptions. They look at me like I've grown a second head. You can look at me like that all you want, but no sorry means no nookie. I cross my arms over my chest and tap my foot. I am totally crushing on you right now, Luna tells me with a sigh. Nobody else says anything, so I walk away, heading toward the bikes, knowing they won't be far behind me. When you've pulled your heads out of your asses, I'll be waiting outside. I pass Diesel, who is staring at me with his mouth open. Take a picture. It will last longer, I tease before pulling the main door open. Wait, is that an option? He yells, making me laugh as I head out into the warm evening air.
Chapter 38. Bates. I sit in the back of the room, giving Rain a semblance of privacy as she chats away to her unconscious brother. Priest and Saint are outside dealing with the rest of the Foster clan, which leaves me to stew on the mess I have waiting for me back home. It's not that I don't want to be a father. Far from it. If I thought Orion, Gage, and Halo wouldn't strangle me with my own intestine, I'd steal Ruby and take her back to Vegas with us. But the thought of having a baby with anyone but Rain makes me feel sick.
Are you going to tell me what's bothering you, or do I have to guess?
Rain asks into the quiet room, making me sigh. She's too damn observant. When I was holding Ruby and looked at Rain, she knew what I was thinking. It was Priest that remembered I might have already fathered a kid out there. I winced, feeling guilty that I'd somehow managed to forget, and Rain locked onto it. I knew she would question me later.
Bates, whatever it is, just spit it out so we can figure it out between us. I really don't like being kept in the dark.
Shit. I scrub my hand down my face and move across the room, taking the seat beside hers. I know why Priest was being a dick last night. Kitty approached him to say that Lexi is pregnant. I say quietly, the words sounding like a shotgun.
And she says it's yours?
Rain asks softly, her voice void of any kind of emotion. Yeah, but I swear I've never slept with her ungloved. I answer, my body coiled tight, ready to grab her, to stop her from running if necessary.
How far gone is she?
I don't know. According to Priest, she's known for a while, and that's why she's been trying to get me to make her my old lady. She looks up at me sharply, something working behind her eyes.
And if she is pregnant and you're the father?
I slide my hand over her thigh. keeping her in place, hating how tense she feels. Then I'll be the best father I can be. Fuck, who am I kidding? I'm going to fuck this up so bad, I admit. She flips my hand over and links her fingers with mine, and I take my first deep breath since telling her. I'm sorry, I say, and turn to look at her. She doesn't deserve any of this, but can't let her go. She offers me a shaky smile.
It's not what I envisioned for us, but that's okay. I've realized there isn't much I won't do for the people I love. So if that means I'm going to be a stepmom to a baby Bates, then so be it.
Her voice catches at the end, telling me how hard those words were for her to say. But I don't doubt for a second she means them. I swallow hard, then again when I realize how dry my mouth is. I just stare at this woman and wonder where the fuck she came from. You love me? I squeeze her hand, feeling elated but unworthy.
You caught that, huh?
She smiles. You sure? I'm not exactly easy to love, I remind her.
Nothing worth having is easy, Bates,
she whispers. The air crackles around us as I lean forward and place a kiss on her forehead. You're it for me, Trouble. I don't know what the future holds, but I know whatever happens, I'll be by your side, and we'll face everything together. I kiss her softly, pouring everything I feel into it, letting my mouth do the talking, even though words fail me. I'm gonna kick your ass. We pull apart, both turning at the choked voice and see dark eyes just like Rain's watching us intently. Rain check, I offer him magnanimously, even though the ass just ruined the moment. Deal, Travis agrees with a groan.
Holy fuck, Travis, you scared the shit out of me. You are so lucky you didn't die because I'm going to kill you.
Rain snaps before dissolving into tears. I pull her into my arms and hold her tight while she sobs into my shoulder, muttering about asshole brothers before getting control of herself. When the sobs turn to sniffles, she looks up at me and sniffs.
Sorry I made you wet.
I open my mouth, but she puts her hand over it.
Don't say it,
she warns, before climbing off me and moving over to her brother. Oh, hey, remember me? I got shot, but sure, let's make this all about you, he states, making her laugh.
Shut up, you know you're my favorite.
I know. He smiles at her before turning to me, but his look isn't hostile like his brothers tend to be. You love her? More than anything, I answer truthfully as Rain sucks in a sharp breath. Yeah, you'll do. Don't let my brothers scare you off. I look at him with a raised right hand. Right, he chuckles before coughing.
Take it easy, Trav.
Rain soothes, reaching for the glass of water beside the bed. I'm fine, Raindrop, but you need to go.
What? Trav, I'm not leaving you. I want to make sure you're okay first.
Rain, I promise I'm okay now. You can't get rid of me that easily, but you need to go. He looks at me, looks at my cut, then back at my face. Keep her locked down at the clubhouse. This guy is escalating, and he is taking risks hoping to draw Rain out. Get her out of here, he tells me, making me go on alert.
Trav,
she implores. Please, Rain, for me. She drops her head in defeat before nodding.
Okay, Trav.
She leans down and places a kiss on his forehead.
I love you.
Right back at you, Raindrop. Hey, pass me my things. He nods to the pile of stuff on one of the chairs in the corner.
You're not going to try and get dressed, are you?
She asks him warily. No. Even if I wanted to, I don't have it in me. I just want this. He reaches into the pocket of his folded pants and pulls out a silver cross. Mom gave this to me on my birthday the year before she died. I'm convinced it's kept me safe all this time.
I hate to state the obvious here, Trav, but you were shot and nearly died.
Rain reminds him softly, making my lips twitch. The catch came loose and it fell off. I bent to pick it up and the bullet that was meant for my head missed. He fired a second shot, as you know, but I'm only here now talking to you because of this. Take it. Let it keep you safe for a while.
Trav,
Rain whispers, clearly touched by the gesture. Mom would want you to have it. I want you to have it, Now take it and send my knucklehead brothers in. And Rain, try and cut them some slack, yeah. They're used to being the only men in your life, and now they have to share you with him.
Yeah, about that.
She trails off, looking at me with a grin. What? He asks, looking warily between the two of us.
Bates is my old man,
she says. He nods slowly, as if he expected that.
but so are priest and saint. Okay, love you, bye.
She yells, walking out of the room, leaving me to deal with the fallout. Oh, she is so getting spanked for that.
So, are we going straight home tonight now?
Rain asks as I help her off the back of my bike. Priest and Saint walk over after dismounting from their bikes before I can answer. What is it? Saint asks, looking from Rain to me. Rain wants to know if we are heading back tonight, given Trav's insistence on us leaving. No, I think we'll wait until first light and then leave when the roads are still quiet. I want to make a few calls while we're here anyway and see what's been going on, Priest answers. We've had a couple of prospects watching her brothers as much as we could. That one of them got shot doesn't sit right with any of us. It's why Halo is pissed at Jarvis. For a smart kid, he dropped the ball somewhere. Being a Carnage prospect means following orders no matter what they are. When Jarvis was questioned, he admitted he had gone home to catch some sleep, thinking Travis had retired for the night without calling someone else in to take over from him. Cops get called in throughout the night, especially when there seems to be a serial killer on the loose. Come on, let's get you inside, Priest says, slinging his arm over Rain's shoulder and kissing her temple. We head inside to the low thrum of AC/DC playing in the background. From what I can see, most of the members are here, but there's no party, which is just as well. I don't think any of us, Rain in particular, is in the mood for that.
Hey, Trouble.
We look over when Luna calls, drawing everyone's attention to us. Rain laughs.
I take it someone told you my middle name?
She grins.
It's like you were born to be an old lady.
Rain looks up at me and smiles.
Yeah, fate has a warped sense of humor for sure.
30 minutes later, with the girls camped out in Luna's room with enough junk food to sink a ship, the guys and I gather in Orion's office. So, what have you found out? I start, kicking back on the sofa. Orion is sitting behind his desk. Halo is perched on the other end of the couch, and Gage is leaning against the wall behind Orion. Priest and Saint sit in the two chairs facing Orion's desk. Saint's posture is slouched, making him look relaxed, but I know he could be up and throwing a knife into someone's skull in a second if needed. Priest leans back with his arms over his chest, his I don't give a fuck attitude mirroring mine. This Derek guy doesn't exist, Orion spits out without preamble. What? Rain was working for him before she came to Vegas, and her brother Owen said he had been in an explosion, so I can assure you he does, Priest says. Derek King, 52 years old, owner of King's Cars and Bike Repairs, but up until 5.5 years ago, there was no Derek King. I have someone looking deeper, but as of yet, that's what we have, Orion admits, rubbing a frustrated hand over his face. What about the hospital he was staying in? Saint asks, while I try to figure out what this all means. He checked out against doctor's orders and disappeared. Nobody has seen or heard from him since. We asked the people who work for him, and they have no clue what's going on. They're being paid to stay at home while the repairs are being made to the garage. We tried to trace the money back to its source, but it leads to a dummy corporation, which makes no sense when we are talking about a fucking garage. What about his family? I put out there, as nobody has mentioned them yet.
What family?
Halo asks with interest.
From what we found, this guy has nobody.
Owen said that he was being taken care of by his family. I shrug, remembering the phone call the first night Rain was at Carnage.
We'll keep looking. The hospital doesn't keep records of who visits, but someone might remember something.
Are we thinking this Derek guy is Rain's stalker? Gage speaks up for the first time. Fuck, I hope not. It's been hard enough for Rain to think about a stranger doing this, but knowing it could be someone she cares about will kill her.
Chapter 39. Rain. It's early when we leave. The rest of the clubhouse, barring the prospects, are still fast asleep. Luna and her guys went home last night to their house at the back of the compound to relieve their sitter. I had already said my goodbyes, and even though it was a shitty situation that brought us here, I could see Luna and me fast becoming friends. We'd been on the road for a couple of hours when my bladder decides it can't go any further, so the guys pull over at a mom-and-pop roadside cafe. I hurry inside, the guys hot on my heels. After a rather undignified dance, the waitress points to the restrooms and I leave them to order us some coffee. When I walk out, Saint is leaning against the wall, waiting for me. I should have known they wouldn't let me go far.
May as well eat while we're here so we don't have to stop again. You might want to take it easy on the coffee trouble.
Hush now. You'll hurt Coffee's feelings. It's very protective of me. And honey, just saying, Coffee is likely the only reason I remember to put pants on in the morning.
Well, now I really dislike coffee,
He purrs, making me shiver. He backs me up against the wall and places his hand on my hip, making me yelp.
What the fuck?
Saint lifts the hem of my top, and when he sees white gauze, he starts to lose his mind. Saint, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. It's a surprise for you guys. Please shut the fuck up about it before you have Bates and Priest running over here. I snap. He looks at the gauze, which extends from my hip to halfway up my ribs, then up to my face.
Did you get a tattoo?
I pout. Damn it, Saint. You're ruining my surprise. He yanks me toward him and shoves me back into the room I just vacated. What the fuck, Saint? He crowds me against the sink, his big body leaning down over mine.
You get my name on you, baby?
He asks, his voice rumbling over my skin like an electrical current heading south and zapping my clit. I don't answer, but that doesn't stop Saint from lowering the zipper and pushing my jeans down over my hips. Pulling at the edge of the tape, he carefully peels back the bandage to peek beneath it.
Holy fuck,
he hisses. I look down at the design, twisted vines with thorns, decaying black roses, and 3 Gothic crowns woven within them, each etched with one of their names. Oh, so gently, he sticks the bandage back down before abruptly spinning me around and bending me over the sink. My jeans get shoved down farther, quickly followed by my underwear. What the hell, Saint? But Saint isn't listening to me. I hear him undo his belt and the telltale sound of his zipper being lowered before his hot cock glides across my pussy lips. I can't part my legs wider to accommodate him because of my jeans, so I just stay still, with my ass out, while Saint reaches around to strum my clit.
you wet for me, trouble?
He growls in my ear as my juices coat his cock. Always, I admit with a husky voice.
Good girl,
He praises, before nudging his cockhead at my entrance and surging inside. Fuck, Saint, I gasp out.
you branded me into your skin.
He grunts, pulling back before thrusting back into me.
You'll carry me with you forever.
He growls before thrusting in again, my hips pressing against the sink hard enough to leave bruises. I might have you inked into my skin, but you guys have been embedding in my heart from the beginning. He hammers into me at a brutal pace, hard, fast, and reckless, just the way I like him. We both race toward the edge, the promised pleasure so close and yet just out of reach, until Saint pinches my clit hard, and I free fall into the abyss. Saint pulls free from me and shoots his cum into the porcelain basin beside me with a guttural groan. When I look at him in question, he smirks before tucking his cock back inside his pants.
As much as I like to see my cum leaking out of you, I didn't think it would make for a comfortable ride home.
And he wonders why I fell in love with him. I mumble, cleaning myself up as best I can.
Did you just say you love me?
He asks, spinning me to face him. I know it's soon, but when you know, you know. My mom and dad were married a month after they met and were happy together until the day she died. Yeah, I did. What are you going to do about it? I challenge him with my hands on my hips.
I'm gonna love you right back.
He croaks before stealing a kiss, which brands me as his far more than some pretty ink ever could. Before we can get carried away again, Saint takes my hand and pulls us out the door, down the short corridor, and out into the brightly lit cafe. Priest and Bates look up when we enter, with knowing smirks on their faces. We make our way toward them, through the busy tables of people eating their lunch, chatting with each other over the low hum of the television playing from behind the counter.
You know, I was starting to worry. Now I'm just jealous.
Priest whispers into my ear when we reach them. He pulls the chair out beside me to sit, when something on TV catches my attention, making me freeze.
What? What is it?
Priest asks, following the direction I'm looking. But I can't answer him. I can't drag my eyes away from the screen where a truck is on fire outside a church, the wooden cross behind it also in flames like a burning effigy. I take in the scene as it unfolds. The pretty reporter is talking to the camera, but I don't hear her words. All I see is the burning truck. The truck we arrived in only hours ago. A truck with the words, "Rain must fall," scratched into the side of it. The ride back to the Vegas chapter of Carnage was uneventful, but we could have driven through a circus of flying monkeys and I likely wouldn't have noticed. I felt numb as I turned over the what-ifs in my head. What if we drove the truck back instead of Jarvis? Would we still have been targeted? Or would he have killed my men outright and just taken me? How many more people were going to have to die before this guy was caught, or he managed to get his hands on me? Priest lifts me off the back of his bike and pulls the helmet free from my head, tossing it to someone behind me. It's a hot day here in the desert. I can see it in the flushed faces of the people around me, but I'm chilled to the bone. Priest wraps his arms around me, holding me tightly, forcing me to breathe him in. I feel the tears prick my eyes and have to fight back the sob in my throat, not wanting to cry in front of everyone.
Come on, let's go lie down for a little bit. Saint and Bates can fill the others in on what's happened.
I try to protest, knowing his men need him. Priest shakes his head, anticipating what I was about to say.
You need me more than they do right now, so that's where I'll be.
I don't argue with him. When he picks me up, I wrap my legs around his hips, my arms around his neck, and hold on tight. We don't stop to talk to anyone. Priest heads straight for my room, where he lays us both on the bed fully clothed.
Talk to me, Trouble. Tell me what's going on inside that head of yours.
When is this going to stop, Priest? When will it be enough? I ask him. But we both know the answer to that. It will only stop when whoever is doing this gets me in their clutches.
None of this is your fault, Rain. I know you feel guilty, but none of this is on you. It's all on that sick fuck. I get it. I feel guilty too. I'm supposed to be this mighty president, and yet my old lady lives in terror because I can't find and catch this guy.
It's not your job to catch him, Priest, I whisper, rolling so I'm half over his body, looking down into his troubled eyes.
And it's not your job to offer yourself up as a sacrificial lamb in hopes of saving the others. Don't think I haven't seen that look in your eyes. If you give up now, he wins. All those lives lost will have been in vain. And what about what losing you would do to everyone you'd leave behind? Think about Carnage, your brothers, your dad. I know it would kill me, as sure as a bullet, if I lost you now.
I sigh and lay my head over his heart, listening to the rhythmic beat, using it to keep me grounded, when all I want to do is wail like a banshee at the injustice of it all.
We won't let him win, but you have to keep fighting. So I don't want to hear any more of this white flag bullshit, okay?
I nod, breathing him in. How do you always manage to talk me down from the ledge? I ask softly.
Hey, I have skills outside the bedroom, you know?
He teases, smoothing my hair back from my face as he reverses our positions and leans down over me.
I'm sorry about before. I was a dick the night of the party. I have no excuse.
I cut him off. I know about the baby. Bates told me. You're right. You were a dick, but I get it. It was at the situation, not me. I was just an easy target.
It was still a dick move. I'll try to keep that in check in the future.
His eyes rove over my face, one of his rough hands cupping my jaw.
About the baby.
I'm not entirely convinced she's pregnant, or if she is, that it's truly Bates's baby. It feels a little convenient, like a last-ditch stunt from a desperate woman. But if it turns out she is, and the baby is Bates's kid, then I'll love it as much as I love his or her daddy, as much as I love all my guys. I answer softly. He presses his forehead against mine before taking a deep, relieved breath.
Fuck. I'm so glad you feel this shit too. I thought I was losing my mind.
Nah, not your mind. Just your heart. I smile.
Take it. It's all yours, baby. I have something else to give you too,
He says with a smirk on his face. I feel his cock hardening against me, giving me a fair indication of what else he wants to give me. Is that right? I purr, reaching down between us just as a fist thunders at the door.
The police are here with a warrant,
A voice yells. Priest and I freeze for a second before scrambling off the bed. Chapter 40. Rain. We head downstairs at a fast clip, the place already in chaos as the police tear the clubhouse apart. I watch on helplessly as the cops swarm the bar, pointing their guns at all the club members, ordering them to get on their knees with their arms behind their heads. The guys move ahead of me, but quickly find themselves pinned to the floor by a swarm of cops.
Where is Rain Foster?
One of them asks. I step forward, despite someone trying to pull me back. I'm Rain. What's going on? I ask, looking at the detective closest to me. He steps forward and snags my arm, spinning me around and pulling both arms behind my back.
Rain Foster, you are under arrest for the attempted murder of a police officer. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be provided for you. Do you understand the rights I have read to you?
He asks in a monotone voice. I nod my head on autopilot, but my eyes stay fixed on my guys, who are now on their feet and pushing themselves to the front of the crowd. Holy fuck! What the hell is happening?
What the fuck is going on?
Priest yells at the cop, cuffing me, his words echoing my thoughts.
Sir, step back,
He says to Priest in a no-nonsense voice.
I'll step back when you get your fucking hands off my old lady.
Priest argues, and I see a cop moving in close to him. Shit. The last thing I want is for Priest to get arrested too. Hey, I'm okay. Call my dad and my brothers, they'll know what to do. I try to reassure him, even though I'm shaking like a leaf. Bates shoves past Priest and grips my hair, ignoring the asshole holding my wrists, and kisses me hard, before he is pulled off me and tossed to the floor by a cop, who stops Bates's movements with a knee between his shoulder blades.
What are you gonna do, asshole? Arrest me for kissing my girl.
Bates mocks before looking up at me.
Hang tight, Trouble. We'll get you out of there. This is all bullshit.
In that respect, I'm not worried. Anything they think they might have on me is superficial at best, because I've been locked down here at the club. And any time I've left, I've been with people who can give me an alibi. What's freaking me out is being separated from my guys and leaving the safety of Carnage when there is still a killer on the loose. I know. Don't take too long, okay? I manage to keep the wobble out of my voice, but I know he can see how scared I am by the look in my eye.
We'll be right behind you,
He vows, which helps, knowing that no matter what, these guys will be in my corner.
Let's go.
The cop yanks me back just as my eyes connect with Saints, who looks like he wants to rip the cop's head off.
Yo, detective. Remember me?
The guy pulling me turns to Saint before using me as a shield. What a swell guy.
Yeah, you remember me. You were the one who hauled me off to jail. But you were just a beat cop then. You felt like such a big man taking me in. But guess what, asshole? I was innocent, and you are about to do the same damn thing all over again. How is this going to look to the press, huh? Because you can bet your ass that will be the first call I make.
The guy hesitates for a moment, but in the end ignores Saint and pulls me toward the door. I keep my eyes on Saint as he mouths to me not to say a word. I nod in response, knowing the deal. A banging makes me jump, but it continues getting louder and louder as each member stomps or hits the tables or the floor in solidarity as I walk past, each offering me their strength and loyalty, bringing tears to my eyes. I smile, despite the shitty situation, and look up as we reach the door, each of my guys now standing side by side, promising me retribution. I love you, I yell at them, making all the Carnage members around us hoot and holler even as the cops try to get them to be quiet. It might not be the best time to announce my feelings for them to the world, but it's worth it, to see the amused smiles on their faces. It's the image I'll keep in mind until they come for me. The stomping of feet and clapping of hands continues as the detective leads me across the compound and out the gates, which are wide open. He checks the traffic before walking me over to a squad car parked across the road. Opening the back door, he places his hand on my head for me to dip inside. You know, I really am innocent, I tell him, ignoring the guy in the driver's seat as I focus on the detective. A look of regret crosses his features briefly before disappearing. I know, he answers, closing the door and tapping the roof. What the hell? You heard that, right? I yell through the grate separating me from the driver. He said he knew I was innocent, so why the hell am I being arrested? I snap, frustrated. The guy looks up, his eyes locking with mine in the rearview mirror, before they return to the main road. But it's enough for the bile to rush up the back of my throat. You? How? Why? Of all the people I thought it could be, Jake Rowlands, Owen's competition for the detective position, was not one of them. I bend over and throw up in the footwell before I can do anything else, just managing to avoid splashing it on myself. I sit up and twist, trying to open the door. But of course it's a cop car and doesn't open from the inside. So I start hammering on the glass. Now, Rain, is there really any need for such dramatics? Jake sighs before he slams on the brakes. My body flies forward, my head hitting the partition so hard it makes my vision blur. Be a good girl, Rain. Everything is going to be fine. You'll see, he tells me as the edges of my vision narrow, and I lose the battle to stay awake. Chapter 41. Rain. When I come to, it's to find myself lying on a bed in what looks like a rundown shack. My hands are cuffed to the metal headboard above my head, but even so, it doesn't stop me from pulling and yanking until I can feel the metal cut into my skin and blood coat my fingers. The door opens, making my movements freeze, as Jake walks through carrying a tray holding a bottle of water, an apple, and a sandwich. He places it on the floor beside the bed. I promised I would wait, but Rain, how you tempt a man. He sighs, rubbing his hand over his bulge. Touch her and die. I'd been so focused on Jake I'd failed to notice the man who entered behind him. Garrett, I whisper. Jesus fuck. I never thought I'd be relieved to see him of all people. Hello, Raindrop, he whispers, using the name my brothers and father call me. Sorry, Captain, but you have to admit she looks fucking delectable all spread out like this. I can't wait to feel her tight pussy fisting my cock. Jake's words cut off as Garrett's fist smashes into his face, making him fall backward to the floor. I feel tears slip over my cheeks when the reality of my situation unravels. Garrett's not here to save me. He and Jake are in on it together. What the fuck, man? I did everything you asked of me. You swore I would get a piece. Jake bites out, but freezes when Garrett pulls his gun and points it at him. I let you fuck those others so a match could be made to your DNA found at the last scene. I just left the notes. Garrett smirks, his eyes cold as ice. I didn't leave any evidence and you know it. Jake spits out, trying to get up. Are you sure about that? Garrett taunts. Jake looks at him with dread-filled eyes.
You set me up.
He sounds genuinely surprised, although I don't know why. Garrett is clearly a nut job.
But how? It's all about misdirection, Jake. I need people to look one way so I can go the other. I made sure your DNA was found at the last scene, which should have been recovered right about now. Add to that, Travis and I were shot at, and I have an airtight alibi for the night her house was trashed. Well, I couldn't possibly be the perpetrator. Now could I?
He smiles.
But I did everything you asked. Exactly how you told me to.
Jake retorts. But his voice wavers now as his situation sinks in.
I know.
Garrett replies before pulling the trigger and blowing out the back of Jake's brain. Whimpering, I turn my head away as my ears ring from the deafening noise. I want to scream, but shock renders me mute. The callous and senseless violence scorched into my brain, serving as a horrifying prelude of things to come. The bed sinks beside me. Then Garrett's fingers grip my chin hard, turning me to face him.
Behave, or I'll be forced to correct your behavior,
he orders, his voice stern and in control. Correct my behavior? You've lost your fucking mind. You had Jake kidnap me and then you killed him. I shout, kicking out my legs wildly, my panic overruling my common sense. You won't get away with this.
Sure I will.
He cuts me off with an indulgent smile.
I always do.
I look at him then. Really look at him. And the wild gleam in his eye that he tries to hide, but is always there just below the surface. You didn't just leave the notes, did you? Jake didn't kill those girls, you did. I whisper.
I let Jake have his fun, but their last breaths were mine. It was me who needed to grant them absolution.
A sob escapes when I think of the terror those poor girls must have felt, the impotence of their situation dawning on them, like it is on me, before the utter helplessness suffocated them, their screams and pleas going unheard. Shh, Garrett coos, stroking my hair, which makes my skin crawl and my body start to shake.
They didn't mean anything to me. I just needed something to keep me going until I could make you mine,
he whispers. I don't understand any of this, I tell him, remembering reading something somewhere that said to try and get your abductor to talk to you. If they cared for you, it would be harder for them to hurt you, in theory, anyway.
You don't need to understand, Raindrop. I'll take care of you, just like I always have.
He answers, bizarrely. I don't move an inch. Fuck. I barely breathe as he strokes his fingers through my hair before reaching down and picking up the tray of food on the floor. Can you take these off? They're hurting me, I ask softly, yanking on the handcuffs so they clank. His smile disappears as he dumps the tray on my lap, the apple rolling off and bouncing onto the floor as he leans down over me.
Do you think I'm a stupid man, Rain?
Yes, I fucking do. No, Garrett, I answer meekly, hoping I can play subservient long enough to catch him off guard. Right now, it isn't much of an act. My natural defiance is struggling under the need to curl up and cry my eyes out. Fear doesn't make you weak. Logically, I know that. But if I give in to the debilitating terror that coats my tongue and scratches at my skin, I'll never make it out of here alive.
Why would you ask me to remove the cuffs, when we both know you would only do something stupid like try to run? I really don't want to hurt you, Rain, but I will if I have to. Just be patient. Once you've been cleansed, you'll see. Everything will be better.
Cleansed? Oh God, I do not like the sound of that. Please, please, God, let someone find me.
Now eat. I have things I need to prepare.
He reaches over and lifts the sandwich and holds it out for me to bite. So I do, knowing that earning his wrath while I'm cuffed is not a smart move. I take a few more bites, but I know that if I eat any more of the peanut butter sandwich, I'll just throw it back up again. I'm sorry, I can't eat anymore. I have an upset stomach. He looks like he wants to argue, but just sighs as he places it back on the tray and lifts the water bottle. He opens it and holds it to my lips, but I shake my head, not trusting him not to have done something to it. He pinches my nose, making me gasp, and when I do, he tips the water into my mouth, spilling some, until he forces my head back, leaving me no choice but to swallow or choke.
Why do you always have to make things more difficult?
He sighs, tossing the now empty bottle on the tray before picking it up and heading out of the room. I take a relieved breath, but it's short-lived when he returns moments later with a long white gown, like something a virgin sacrifice would wear in one of those B-rated horror movies.
Now, let's get you ready,
He says with a broad smile as he walks back over to me. I try to protest, but the room starts to spin, making him blur in and out of focus. What? My slurred voice cuts off as my head lolls to the side. Tears run freely down my face as my fuzzy mind connects the dots. I was right to be worried about the water. What did you give me? I attempt to ask, but I sound drunk as the words all jumble together.
Just something to help you relax.
He soothes. I can't move. Even when he uncuffs me, my hands just fall uselessly to my sides, and no matter how hard I try, I can't lift them at all. Any chance I had at keeping the panic at bay is gone as I moan in despair. Please, please, please stop, I beg. But my lips don't move, my voice trapped in my throat. He doesn't even look up at me as he pulls off my boots and my socks, not even mentioning the gun that falls out. He pops it inside my boot before leaning over and removing my jeans, leaving my legs bare. No, God, please no. My tears are running in earnest now, threatening to drown me in my own sorrow as he sits me up like I'm a rag doll and pulls my t-shirt over my head. Next, he unclips my bra, freeing my breasts as I scream and howl inside my head at him to stop. He lowers me back down, almost reverently taking in my body with hungry eyes, until he comes to the bandage just above my hip.
What is this?
He asks, but of course I can't answer. I can't do a damn thing as he pulls at the tape, peeling back the gauze to reveal the tattoo underneath. He stares at it for a minute, his ice-cold eyes igniting with fire. He roars in anger.
No, this will never do. You must be cleansed,
he screams, storming out of the room. I can hear him banging around, but try as I might, I can't make my body move. I just lie there waiting for him to come back, praying he kills me quickly. I hear his footsteps get louder as he returns, and sob when I see that, in his hand, is a hunting knife. I scream, or at least I try to, but it sounds like a high-pitched keening noise a wounded animal would make. He moves his eyes over to me clinically before they return to my tattoo. When he lifts them to look into mine, they are filled with grim determination.
I can fix this. I can fix everything,
he says before reaching down and slicing through my skin like butter. The pain is so intense, it freezes the breath in my lungs. This time, when the blackness comes for me, I don't fight it. I welcome it with open arms.
Chapter 42. Priest. We pull up at the station and park, the whole club behind us waiting in solidarity for their queen to be released. I swing the door to the precinct open and wait as Bates and Saint follow in behind me. I walk straight up to the desk and hit the buzzer repeatedly until a harassed-looking woman in her late 40s, early 50s appears. Yes, she answers, sliding back the reinforced window a little. Rain Foster. She was brought in an hour ago. We have her lawyer on his way and her family en route from L.A. They're all cops and are really fucking interested to hear what you have to say about arresting their daughter and sister for something she didn't do. Fuck, she wasn't even in the state when it happened. She frowns at my words, but checks the file on her desk before shaking her head.
The arresting officer called in to say there had been an accident. I'm sorry, but it seems the squad car she was meant to be arriving in went over an embankment, and they couldn't reach it before it was engulfed in flames.
She tells me regretfully. The world slows down in that second. Every heartbeat is painful and sluggish as my brain tries to process what she's telling me. Where? I yell, refusing to believe this bullshit.
Sir, you can't.
I said, where is she? That's my fucking old lady, I shout at her. Eventually, she answers, probably breaking protocol to do it, but I don't even stop to thank her as I tear out of the police station with the guys hot on my heels. Once outside, I bend over and suck in as much air as I can. Christ, it feels like I'm having a heart attack. What is it? What's going on? Roman asks as Bates drops to his knees and roars. The sound is so wretched and filled with such pain that I'm sure my ears are bleeding as well as my heart. Saint just stands there, his fists turning white where he's squeezing them so hard. I wouldn't be surprised if he breaks his fingers. They said there was an accident. They couldn't get to her in time. I tell them, my voice not sounding anything like mine. This can't be happening. 2 hours ago, she was wrapped up in my arms, and now she's gone. I can't accept this. I won't. What the fuck? Roman grits out. Rumbles move through the crowd, followed by shouts of disbelief and despair as I turn to face Bates and Saint, who are looking at me like they expect me to fix it. I shove my way through them and climb on my bike, signaling for the others to follow suit. I refuse to believe this shit until I see it with my own eyes, I tell them, and pull out into traffic, hearing the roar of thunder that is the sound of dozens of bikes following behind me. We drive to the spot the cop told me to head to, starkly refusing to believe any of this is true. It can't be, because I never told her I loved her. Sure, I implied it, but the woman I love deserved to hear those fucking words from my mouth. Especially if in her last moments she... No, I shut that shit down. Until I see a body, she's still alive. I won't give up on her that easily. Not now, not ever. I pull over, my eyes widening at the sight of the mangled and bent barrier. I dump my bike on the ground next to a fire truck before climbing over the twisted metal, shrugging off hands that try to hold me back. I can see flames licking the squad car, but they seem controlled as the fire department douses the wreckage with water. I lose my balance and slip on my ass some of the way down the embankment before hands steady me. I look up as Bates grips my arm and grabs the hand Saint holds out for me. He pulls me to my feet, helping me get my balance before we move as close to the wreckage as we can. "You can't be here," a firefighter yells as he jogs over to us, but I ignore him, trying to see inside the car. "Our woman is in there. Just please tell me if she is okay. I swear we won't get in your way, but please, man, I'm begging you." He cuts me off by putting his hand on my arm, compassion in his eyes. "The car is empty, sir. It was hard to tell to start with because we couldn't get close, but it's definitely empty. Whoever was inside bailed." "So where the fuck are they?" Bates roars. "They?" the firefighter asks, holding out his radio to relay the information. "Yes, our old lady, Rain Foster, was in the back, which means the cop driving had to have survived too to let her out." He nods and calls it in as I turn to look back at the guys. The relief coursing through me is staggering. She's alive. Jesus fuck. But I'm going to spank the shit out of her for giving me a heart attack. "If she got out, though, where the hell is she?" shouts Bates, looking around. There could be a million reasons why she's not here. So why do I suddenly have a very bad feeling about this? Chapter 43. Bates. As much as I'm relieved she's not in that car, I can't shake the sense of foreboding. I won't relax until she's home and safe in my arms. I look around the area for clues, something that might point to which direction she might have taken, but I can't find anything. I make my way back up to the road and fill the rest of the crew in on what's going on, and that's when I see it. I don't know why my eyes are drawn to that spot, but for some reason I'm fixated on the curved area of asphalt where the road hits the gravel. It gives way to a winding footpath that takes you to fuck knows where, but it's a hell of a way off the beaten track. I push past Urza, but my focus is on whatever it is that captured my attention. And there it is again. The light catches it just right and guides me over. I bend down to pick it up, recognizing the chain Rain's brother gave her in the hospital last night. The heavy silver cross sparkles in the sun like an omen. "She's been here," I call out to whoever is listening. I look toward the footpath once more. If she's injured, she might have crawled to safety. I make my way toward the path as priest and saint climb over the barrier and head straight to me. "What did you find?" Saint yells. I hold out the chain. "This is the chain Travis gave her at the hospital last night. She was here. I think she might have crawled up there." I point at the almost hidden path. "Let's split up," Priest shouts to the guys. "I want everyone to fan out in groups of 2 or 3. Go as far as you can and call in if you find anything," he orders, before turning back to me with a nod. "Let's do this, but first someone needs to call Rain's dad and brothers," I say, but I'm not volunteering. I'm too close to the edge right now to keep calm when they lose their shit. We start to make our way through the brush, the vegetation scratching against the leather of my cut and gouging my arms, but I don't care. The pain is a welcome reprieve right now. I listen to Priest talking on his cell, but don't pay much attention to him until he stops dead and growls. "Are you fucking kidding me? No, don't tell me to calm down. Why didn't one of you assholes call us? I swear if anything happens to her, this is on you," he snaps, hanging up and shoving his phone into his pocket, before walking over to the small crop of trees to the right of us. Before I can ask him what the fuck is going on, he pulls his arm back and launches it into the trunk of the tree. The skin on his knuckles splits instantly, but it doesn't stop him from hitting it again and again before turning back to us, his chest heaving with exhaustion. Tests confirmed that DNA belonging to Jake Rowlands, a cop that works alongside Rain's brothers, was found at each of the murder scenes. He's been MIA for 2 days. Officers went to pick him up this morning, but his place was empty and his squad car was missing. Did they run a trace on it? Wait. Saint stops himself before pulling out his phone. "Check the fucking car," he barks into the phone, as Priest and I stare at each other in confusion. "The squad car's on fire. The flames took most of our attention. Can you see if it's a Vegas-issue squad car or if it's an LAPD one?" He nods before mumbling, "Thanks," then hangs up, turning to us. "If I'm right, that car down there will be Rollins's, and he has our girl." "Fuck!" He yanks his hair as his phone rings. "Yep," I can see by his face his suspicions have been confirmed. He shoves his phone into his pocket and stares at us darkly. "Are you saying Rain was arrested on bogus charges so we would hand her over to a monster?" I ask them, knowing why everything felt so wrong. That sense of foreboding was my brain's way of warning me. I knew this guy had her. I could feel it. I felt something malevolent stirring in the air all day. "Let's go," Priest calls, trudging forward. "We don't even know where the fuck he would take her," Saint points out. "Well, what do you want to do, Saint? Stand around and wait for her brothers to come hold your hand?" "Fuck you, Bates. I'm as pissed as you are," he barks. "Yeah, then stop bitching and fucking move. Rain only has room in her life for one psycho, and that's me." I shove past him, catching up with Priest. We walk in silence for the next hour, coming across nothing of interest. If it weren't for the snapped twigs and broken branches that suggest someone passed through in a hurry, I would have turned back a while ago. But something is driving me forward. Some instinct tells me to push on and not give up yet. It's the same feeling that led me to find Rain's broken chain. When an hour turns into 2, we stop and check in with the other members, but nobody has seen anything. I storm forward, leaving the others behind, praying I haven't fucked up and led these guys on a merry goose chase and wasted all this time while my girl is in the hands of a killer. I'm about to suggest turning back when a small shack with 4 sets of tire tracks out front comes into view. Fuck. Saint, priest, I shout as I scan for a vehicle. Something made those tracks, but there's nothing here. Hearing their footsteps behind me, I turn to face them. Saint, go in the back. Priest, round the building, keeping your eyes on the windows. I'm going in the front. I don't wait for them to agree or disagree. We don't have time for bullshitting. I draw my gun and make my way over to the door, not bothering with being quiet. They would have already heard me shout to the guys earlier, so no point in being stealthy now. As soon as my feet hit the top step of the deck, I kick in the flimsy front door and watch with satisfaction as it swings open, splintering on its hinges. I move quickly, peeking around each corner to make sure I'm not about to get ambushed, but the small, dated kitchen and the 70s-style living room with mismatched furniture are empty. I meet Saint as he comes through the back door and nods in the direction of the hallway, indicating he'll take one room while I take the other. I pass him as he swings open the door to a bathroom, but I don't pay any more attention to him as I swing open the last door and suck in a sharp breath. The floral wallpaper gives the room an old-fashioned whimsical feel, mocking the chaos swirling inside me. But it's the body in a pool of blood on the floor, staring at me, unseeing, that gives me pause. That has to be Jake, Saint says when I'm thinking, taking in the navy blue standard issue police uniform. Priest moves over to the body and bends down. No badge or shield, but I'll be damned if I touch him and leave my DNA on him. If this guy is Jake Rowlands, then why the uniform? I'm sure Tate mentioned something about this guy making detective over Owen. Because a detective wouldn't be driving a squad car, I tell them, trying to piece bits together, even though there are still more questions than answers. Call it in, Priest says to Saint, who nods and steps outside. Gun's here too, but it's not Jake's. His is still in its holster, Priest observes as I move to the neat pile of clothes in the corner that for some reason seems so out of place. So if Rain's not here, where is she? If she shot him and ran, then where the fuck did this gun come from? I had my hands all over her before she left, and she was not carrying this. I slide my gun into the back of my jeans and lift the top item from the folded clothes. It's nothing out of the ordinary. A woman's white-fitted t-shirt with a little heart logo on the chest. The next item is a tank top with a name scrolled across the chest. Archer's Bar. I don't remember seeing the top at all. Still, I remember the logo on the front because it was plastered all over the television screen as being the last place bartender Jody McAllister, victim number 2, had been seen before she was attacked in her apartment. The next item, a pair of black skinny jeans with Diamante on the back pockets, I recognized straight away. I peeled Rain out of them last night before bed. I lift them and hand them to Saint, who walks over to me, shoving his phone in his pocket. Cops are on their way. Wait, these are Rain's, he tells me, worry evident in his voice. I know what he's thinking. Some asshole undressed our girl because she sure as shit isn't out there thinking about her appearance. And there is only one reason I can think of why he would do that. So is that, Priest says, reaching over to the next item on the pile and lifting a white tank top with a black rose on the front. Fuck! Saint spits when we see what was underneath the tank top. Rain's pretty purple lacy bra and panties. I feel my blood boil staring at them, knowing what that means. I turn to the body on the floor, my moves almost robotic. I want to resurrect the fucker so I can kill him again. This isn't right, Saint mumbles, making my head snap back to look at him. Of course it's not fucking right. Rain is out there somewhere. He cuts me off with a growl. Fucking listen for a minute. Rain was wearing these clothes. Smell them. I reach for him so I can snap his neck, but he grabs the tank top from Priest's hands and shoves it under my nose. The car was on fire, but these clothes don't smell of smoke. So they got out before it caught alight, Priest reasons. There's also no blood. If she was in the back of that car when it went careening over the edge, why is her white tank top blood-free? Even without all that, if Rain shot her abductor, she wouldn't walk out of here naked when her undamaged clothes are right there, Saint yells. I hold the top tight to my nose, breathing her scent in, letting it settle me. He's right, but that can only mean one thing. Someone else has her. I say what we've all concluded. Saint opens his mouth to answer, but stops when Priest's cell phone rings. Priest whips out the phone and listens to whatever the caller has to say. I stare at Saint as a thought occurs to me. Whoever has her must be familiar with the area. I've lived here my whole life and never knew about this place. I thought it might have been stumbled upon, but this feels like it was planned. On our way, Priest says into the phone before hanging up. Tate and Owen are at the station, he reveals, looking around the room for any more clues before we leave. What about everyone else? Kaden is guarding Travis at the hospital. Her dad and Alex have located this Derek guy and are bringing him in for questioning. Well, if they have him, we can strike him off our list of suspects, Saint adds. Yeah, but here's the thing. Travis called Garrett to get him to bring in Derek, so Rain's dad and brother could come help down here. He told them he's out of town on family business and hung up on him. Fuck. He was ruled out for a reason, but I'd bet my bike that asshole's in Vegas. Shit, we need to find her. Let's get down there and find out what the fuck is going on, Priest growls. He steps to push past me, his leg catching on the side of the blanket and moving it slightly so I can see the space on the floor it previously hid. My eyes catch on the small, dark red mark on the floor, the unmistakable stain of blood. Priest, wait. He turns to look at me, so I point to the spot on the floor. Splatter? He questions, but it's too far away from Jake and the pool of blood he's lying in. I walk over to the bed, unease making my movements sluggish. Grabbing the edge of the comforter, I look up at Saint and Priest, who watch me warily. Keeping my eyes on them, I slowly pull the comforter back. Saint goes white, and Priest storms out, letting me know it's bad, so I steel myself before turning around. It doesn't matter how much I tried to prepare myself. It's impossible to make yourself ready for something like this, because underneath the unassuming floral blanket is a previously white sheet soaked in blood. Blood I know in my soul is Rain's.
Chapter 44. Rain. A drip, drip, drip noise rings loudly in my ears as the fog starts to lift. The veil of sleep slips from my mind as the pain pulls me from my oblivion with a gasp. The bedroom from before is gone, and in its place is the stuff of nightmares. My brain refuses to process what it's seeing. None of this is real. I have to be dreaming. I shut my eyes again quickly as the world spins, but when I open them again, everything remains the same. Whatever drug he gave me is beginning to wear off, and the pain in my hands and chest is becoming unbearable. In fact, it's my hands that hurt more than anything. I roll my head, unable to lift it as it's still too heavy. I'm lying on the floor with my arms stretched out on either side of me at 2 o'clock and 10 o'clock positions. I can't turn my head far enough to see what my wrists are being restrained with, but when I try to pull them free, the pain is so horrendous, I almost black out again. The only relief I feel is that I'm no longer naked, but dressed in that hideous old-fashioned white gown. My body trembles. Whether from the shock or the frigid temperatures in here, I don't know. Each shudder sends pain through my hands like they're being stabbed with shards of jagged glass. I turn my head to the right and whimper. The images I thought were from a nightmare are very much real. The room I'm being held in looks like some kind of church that time forgot, a place where the congregation came to pray and got struck down by a vengeful God, if the decomposing bodies in the front pews are anything to go by. The smell alone is horrific enough to have me gagging and throwing up what little is in my stomach. With no way for me to move, the vomit runs out of my mouth, down the side of my face and into my tangled hair, further adding to my humiliation. Pins and needles begin to spread over my arms, while oddly, a numbness has taken over the tips of my fingers, likely due to lack of blood flow. My head moves a little more freely now, allowing me to lift it a touch to look down my body. I wiggle my bare feet before my eyes catch on the red staining the center of the dress I'm wearing. Oh God, I remember. The tattoo, the knife. Garrett. I look around sharply, staring into the room shrouded with shadows, trying to find him. But I'm alone. Just me and a bunch of corpses. I swallow down the impending hysteria and scan the rest of the room. All the windows are boarded up, and the only door I can see is the main one at the end of the aisle, through the pews. Through the rows of bodies. Meaning, if I can free myself, I'll have to crawl through them. I suck in a deep breath through my mouth and blow it out, trying to keep the stench of death from making me throw up again. But deep breathing is impossible with my body shaking so much. Turning my head as far as I can, I try to get a look at what kind of restraints I'm working with, but I can't figure it out. My vision is still a little blurry, but it looks like my hand is just resting on the floor. I try to lift it again, but white-hot pain rushes through me. I turn my head to look at the other side, and it's the same. My wrists are free from bindings, but I'm still somehow tethered to the floor. I don't understand. Did he use some kind of industrial glue? What the fuck? I give up struggling when the pain is so intense I end up puking again, and the black haziness threatens to pull me under once more. I can't afford to pass out right now. I stare at my feet, ignoring everything else in the room while I try to get my escalating panic under control. My eyes lift, bringing them to the wall directly in front of me, and the huge wooden cross that stretches from the floor to the ceiling. I stare at the figure of Jesus as his head hangs low and pray for him to help me, for him to send someone to find me. I take in his dirty gown twisted around his body and his arms stretched out wide, a nail embedded deep in each hand. I whip my head around to look out at the pews of people before focusing on my hands as my brain slots the puzzle pieces together, revealing the most heinous of images. He's nailed my hands to the floor in a modern-day crucifixion. I don't think of the consequences or that I'll likely draw attention to myself. I don't think at all. I just scream, long and loud until my voice gives out and all I can do is whimper. That's when the door opens, bringing with it part 2 of my nightmare. The large wooden door swings wide, but no additional light seeps in. Is it nighttime? How long have I been missing?
Rain, I see you are awake. Welcome to your rebirth,
Garrett says jovially, with his arms spread wide. Where the hell am I? I croak, each word feeling like a razor blade inside my throat.
Ah, this is All Saints' Chapel. I used to come here every day as a child until my father died and my mother lost her way.
His voice drifts off as he looks to the front pew.
Not that it mattered in the end. She came home eventually,
he says softly, looking at the corpse wearing a dirty yellow tea dress with faded tiny red printed flowers scattered all over it. You came here as a child? I don't understand. Where are we? Come on, Rain. Keep him talking, distract him, do anything but be his fucking victim.
Oh, we are still in the city of sin, but here the sinners either pay or find their redemption. God only forgives the worthy. That's why I'm here to help him continue his work. I too lost my way once, but God granted me redemption and spared my life. I am now simply his vessel for testing others,
he explains, moving toward me until he is standing on the altar, looking down at me. Garrett, you have to let me go. I need to go to the hospital. I try to plead with him, but he shakes his head and speaks like he is talking to an errant child.
It's all part of your purification. Be strong, and you'll pull through. Then you can take your rightful place at my side as my wife in the Garden of Eden.
He smiles, dropping to his knees beside me and leaning down to kiss me. I shake my head without thought, which has anger washing over his face a moment before his fist smashes into my stomach, painfully forcing the air from my lungs.
The only reason you're being so defiant is that you prostituted yourself out and now feel sullied and unworthy. You are right in your thinking, Rain. Biker whores are only good for two things, fucking and sucking. Is that what you want, Raindrop? To be a biker whore that gets passed around on every dick until you're too old, and they toss you out on your hooker heels where you start selling yourself on the streets?
No, Garrett, that's not it. He cuts me off, too far gone in his rant to even hear me.
This is all your fault, you know. Everything was fine until you came along and started to unravel things. We could have been happy, but now I have to take time away so I can wash the taint from your soul.
I don't bother trying to tell him he was the one to come along, or that I'll take my tarnished soul over his absence of one. He seethes.
And now you dragged me back to this place, back to Carnage, when I finally made a life for myself.
My mind is stuck on the word carnage. What do you know about carnage? He smirks at me then, and there is something about that look that's familiar, but not because I've seen it on him, because I've seen it on someone else. Oh my God.
I always knew you were a smart cookie. Shame you had to go and spoil yourself. And with my son, of all people. It doesn't matter now. You're mine and he can't have you. None of them can.
Chapter 45. Saint. We end up meeting Rain's brothers back at the clubhouse after the cops made it perfectly clear we weren't welcome at the station anymore. It didn't matter that all this happened because of their colossal fuck-up. As the gates swing open, I get the first glimpse of Rain's brothers since her kidnapping, and can see the toll it has taken on them. They walk right up to us, not intimidated in the least, but then they aren't exactly small guys. "Welcome to Carnage," Priest says to Owen. "Sorry it's not under better circumstances. Follow me." He turns, expecting them to follow. They do, with Bates and me behind them. Now isn't the time for a pissing contest. We take them into the room usually reserved for church. It's gotta be the first time a cop has ever been invited over the threshold. But that just goes to show how vital Rain is, not only to us, but the club. Tate introduces himself to the club members sitting around the table, waiting for everyone to arrive. "I'm Tate. This is Owen. We're the oldest and youngest of Rain's brothers." Tate stands against the far wall with a scowl on his face as Owen takes an empty seat that Erza offers to him. Priest briefly introduces everyone to the brothers, then goes over everything we have figured out so far. Owen looks white as a ghost when we get to the part about the blood-soaked sheets. But Tate looks about ready to destroy this room and everyone in it. "Now, tell us what you know." Surprisingly, it's Owen that speaks up. "Going all the way back to the beginning, everything started when Garrett asked Rain out, and she turned him down flat. Apart from the huge age gap between them, he gave her a seriously bad vibe. I've learned to trust Rain's bad feelings over the years, finding out the hard way that she's actually a really good judge of character." I snort at that. Even Tate cracks a smile. I guess that was until she came here, where we fucked up her perception of good and bad, dirtying the image enough to fit our needs. Anyway, like I said, she blew him off, but then the gifts started coming. Owen carries on, telling us everything Rain told us up until she got here. "So what did you turn up?" "A lot of fucking bullshit. I had to go back to the start when he first left the academy. That's where huge chunks of his file are blacked out or redacted, like he was deep undercover, only I can't find any active or closed cases linked to him within that time frame. Did you know he was born here originally, him and his brother? After his parents were gone, they joined the police force and disappeared until he turned up in LA 5 years ago. He started working at one of the larger precincts. His arrest-to-conviction rate was huge, and when the current chief retired, he stepped in. That's where he started working with Rowlands. A lot of those cases have his name on them. They only ended up with us a year ago after an IA investigation ordered that some of those case files be re-examined. Nothing ever came of it, but there are rumors that he has not only a judge in his pocket, but also a budding crime lord with more money than sense, who is more than happy to do such dirty work for protection. What about his brother? Bates asks. Well, that's where the plot thickens. It turns out his brother retired and opened a garage 3 months before Garrett moved to LA. Tate answers, staring at us. Matthew James, Garrett's brother, died 6 years ago. This is all well and good, but we're still no closer to finding her. Bates snaps. Tate's phone rings, so he answers it, something that's usually a no-no in here, but every man and his dog can answer their phone if it means finding Rain. Hanging up, he turns back to us, his face red as he grits his teeth and relays the latest. Ballistics for the gun found at the shack match the gun used to shoot Travis and all the other victims. Let me guess, Garrett James. Bates spits out, but I'm leaning toward Jake Rowlands, who looks like he might have been set up as the fall guy. No, the gun is registered to Rain, Tate says, surprising the shit out of me. What? Priest asks in shock. Rain has a Sig Sauer P250 compact .45 caliber. She doesn't carry it as it's too fucking big, but she keeps it in a lockbox by the bed. I was with her the night of the break-in. I packed that gun box into the car so she had it with her. Unless the gun was never in the box and it was taken in the break-in, Owen adds. Let me guess, Travis was the cop she was arrested for shooting? Yep. How could she have not noticed it's missing? Tate grunts, but then he likely uses his gun and cleans it every day. Like you said, it's too big. She carries her little Colt Mustang XSP all the time, but I don't think she's even removed the gun box from the cases she has stored in the closet. I answer, looking at Priest and Bates, who shake their heads to say they haven't seen it. So, we know why she was taken, but it doesn't answer where, and the longer she's out there, I leave the last of it hanging, not wanting to say out loud what we're all fearing the most. Maybe not. We have a starting point now. If Garrett is from here, then there have to be people at the precinct that recognize him. They might even know his old haunts or a place he would take her. Like that fucking cunt who arrested her, Donaldson, I bark, wondering if he willingly handed Rain over, knowing what would happen, or if he was genuinely innocent in all this. Yes, and it turns out Donaldson went through the academy with the twins. Owen sighs. Well, I guess that answers my question then. Wait, twins? I ask, feeling something dark wash over me. Garrett and Matthew are fraternal twins, Owen says, looking at me with a tilt of the head. You got a picture of these guys? I ask him, my pulse pounding as I turn to the cabinet behind us and pull out an old scrapbook that started around the inception of the club. I leaf through the pages until I find the one I'm looking for just as Owen places his phone on the table, showing a picture of a man in his police uniform. A man I'm acutely familiar with. Fuck me, I whisper, turning to Bates and Priest, who look at the phone in confusion. That's not possible, Bates states as Tate steps forward. Does someone want to tell me what the fuck is going on? How do you know this guy? I toss the book on the table, leaving it open on the page that shows the man they know as Garrett, with his arm thrown over his brother's shoulder. His twin brother. His other hand rests on the shoulder of a little boy. The man you call Garrett is a man the club knew as Coyle, and the one I used to call father. I drop the bombshell before the room erupts into chaos. Shut the fuck up, Bates finally roars, making everyone quiet down. It can't be the same person. I slit Coyle's throat my fucking self. His blood spilled over my hands, Bates admits, making me wince. Not because it was my dad. The fucker deserved it. But because he just admitted that shit in front of 2 cops. And he died here? Tate asks, not reacting to Bates's confession at all. No, he was dumped in the desert. Then the cut wasn't as deep as you thought, or he would have been dead before he even made it there. Someone helped him. None of this matters right now. Think, where would he take Rain? Tate glares at me. His life was the clubhouse. I don't remember ever going anywhere significant with him. You? I ask the guys, but they shake their heads as the frustration mounts. I stare at the picture in front of me and frown, picking it up and studying it. What? What is it? Owen asks, watching me. The building behind us. I remember this place. It's an abandoned church. I remember my dad saying something about him going there when he was a kid, but it had been vacant for years when he took me. There's a cemetery there. He said it's where my grandmother is, but I don't remember ever visiting her grave. I strained to pull up more, but it was a long time ago. Owen pulls out his phone, snapping a photo of the picture before calling someone. He lets them speak, listening patiently before firing off questions and answers. He's on it for 10 long-ass minutes before hanging up. The coordinates are being sent now. It's called the All Saints Chapel. It was home to and subsequently abandoned by a cult who called themselves the Untainted. Many of the members were arrested for rape, kidnapping, and imprisonment, among other things. It seems your grandfather was the deacon there. He killed himself before they could question him. There is no record of what happened to your grandmother. No death certificate was ever filed for her. His phone dings with a text message. "Let's go," he yells, running from the room, each of us following after him. We all mount our bikes while Tate and Caden climb into a lifted red truck and follow behind, breaking every speed limit set. I feel sick to my stomach, knowing what kind of blood courses through me. Knowing I've touched Rain with dirty hands where evil blood flows through my veins almost has me pulling over and puking. Only the driving need to find her and bring her home helps me keep my shit together. It takes 20 minutes to get there, and like the shack she was initially taken to, it's hidden and easily missed unless you know where to look. We pull up and cut off our engines, the silence feeling ominous. Now the roar of the bikes has stopped. Tate takes point calling out orders, and as much as it bristles, this is what he does for a living. We would be stupid to ignore him for the sake of our pride. Besides, if anyone cares about Rain as much as we do, it's Tate and Owen. We follow his command while he trusts us to have his back like he would his own team. Mutual respect, born from tragedy, makes us put our differences aside so we can work together. Isn't that the fucking way it always goes? Tate heads in first, with Saint and Priest and me on his tail as the rest of the guys fan out around the building. As soon as the door is opened, the smell hits me. It's a scent I've smelled before, but not to this extent. I bite the inside of my cheek, knowing there's a dead body inside. Logically, I know it can't be Rain. She hasn't been here long enough, but given the circumstances, it brings little comfort. The corridor is narrow, leading into a small room, like a waiting room, empty of, well, anything. It seems its only purpose is to lead us to the double doors at the far end of it. We make our way toward it, the smell growing stronger the closer we get. I have to pull my t-shirt over my mouth and nose to try and block out the odor as it makes me gag. I can see the effect it's having on the others too, except Tate, of course, who seems immune to just about everything. This time the door creaks loudly when it opens, so we don't waste any more time trying to be quiet, flooding the room with our guns raised, looking for a target. The smell is 10 times worse in here. The darkness of the room makes it difficult to see beyond a foot in front of me, but as I move closer, I notice the pews at the front are not empty, but filled with bodies that have been staged to look like they're listening to a sermon or some shit. Oh, fuck no. I whip my head up at Tate's voice when he spots what so far has been hidden to us by the darkness. I run after Tate, who is beside her in an instant. I fall to my knees at the sight before me. Rain is pinned to the floor by huge, thick nails that have been driven through her hands into the wood beneath her. Her dark hair is splayed out around her like a halo, vomit on the floor beside her from where she couldn't move away. She's in a white dress, like an old-fashioned nightgown that's almost completely see-through, showing that she's naked under it. The front of it is saturated with her blood, and every inch of her from head to toe is soaking wet. She doesn't respond to our yelling or shouts of distress. I don't even know if she's alive or dead. "Owen, call an ambulance," Tate yells, but I know if she's alive, we might not have time to wait for it to get here. Any sign of Garrett? Priest asks, looking around the room, but everyone responds with a no. I need something to get her hands free, some bolt cutters or something, Tate yells. I'll see what I can find, one of our guys offers as Priest drops down beside her and Bates takes up sentry beside Tate, stroking her hair away from her face. And still she doesn't stir. I see now the blood starting to puddle under her and send up a silent prayer. This can't be it. I refuse to believe it. I pull off my cut and place it over her body that's tinged blue from the cold and choke back a lump in my throat when dozens more cuts begin to cover her as the other MC members follow suit. I look up and see them all bowing their heads as they stand protectively around one of their fallen. She might have been raised by cops, but she belongs to Carnage now. I lie down beside her, hoping to infuse some of my heat into her body, sliding my shaking hand over Rain's jaw, as fear and adrenaline makes my heart feel like it's beating out of my chest. When I lift her head to look at her pale face, I find her eyes wide open and staring at me. For a moment, I think she's dead, but then she blinks, and a wave of relief crashes over me so hard I almost sob. She's alive, I yell unnecessarily, knowing Tate checked her pulse before, but it's not the same as having her eyes on me. Rain, baby, can you hear me? She whimpers softly before whispering. Hurts. I know, baby, I know, but we are going to get you out of here and get you fixed up. Raindrop, Tate calls softly, anguish evident in his voice. She sobs, then tries to turn, but she doesn't have any strength. I keep her head steady, and as gentle as I can, I turn her to see him. Hey, he chokes when he gets a good look at her pale skin and bloodshot eyes. You came, she whispers, making him nod. I have a feeling it's because he's too choked up to talk. Carnage came, she adds, looking from him to Bates beside him. Family together, she murmurs, before passing out once more. We've got her, I tell Tate, who looks devastated. You can fix everything between you guys later, but we have to get her out of here. I urge him. She's gonna be okay. We'll make sure of it because I'm never letting her out of my sight again, Bates tells Tate, who surprisingly nods. And when we have her safe, Priest adds, looking up from Rain, his eyes filled with the promise of retribution. We're going hunting, because I refuse to let her lose one more night of sleep over him. And that's a vow we'll all keep, regardless of if we wear leather cuts or badges to do it.
Chapter 46. Rain. Beep, 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 beep. I groan, trying to reach over to shut off the alarm clock, but a shard of pain stops me. Cracking open an eye, I'm dazzled for a moment by the light, so I can't focus on where I am. Not my room. Not my alarm clock. A voice whispers in my head.
Raindrop.
I open my eyes at the sound of my dad's voice and frown at the man who looks like he's aged 10 years since I last saw him. Dad? I croak, confused. What's going on? I moan, my throat sounding like I've started smoking 20 a day.
Jesus fucking Christ, Rain.
He chokes, bowing his head. I can't remember the last time I heard my dad swear like that in front of me. It's shocking, but not more than the tears I feel running over my arm where his face is buried. Daddy? I whisper. The sound of a door opening draws my eyes across the room to a haggard-looking Owen with 2 cups of coffee in his hands. That's when I realize I'm in the hospital and everything slots into place. He freezes to stare at me in shock. I just stare right back, trying to reassure him without words that I'm okay, even if I'm not entirely sure that's true. He walks forward, his movements almost mechanical as he places the cups on the table at the bottom of the bed, before stepping over to me and bending to kiss my forehead.
I'm sorry.
he whispers as my dad moves to sit in the chair beside the bed. It's not your fault. Where is everyone else? I ask, feeling lost without my guys. Do they think I'm dirty now?
Tate, Priest, and Saint have gone hunting. Took the rest of the Carnage boys with them.
My dad answers, and from his tone I sense he wishes he was with them. Garrett's still out there? I whimper. Is it too much to want this guy to just die already?
Shh, they'll find him. They've been out looking for the last 2 days.
What about Bates? They didn't mention him. Did he lose his shit? Is he in jail? Owen steps aside and points to the corner, where Bates sits on the floor fast asleep, his big frame hunched over as his head rests on his knees. Bates? I say, so relieved it comes out on a sob. His head snaps up, a feral look in his eyes until they land on me. Hey, princess, I sob, then find myself bawling into his shoulder as he makes it across the room to me in record time.
Come on, son. Let's give them a minute.
I hear my dad say before the door opens and closes.
From now on, I'm tying you to the bed. You'll only be allowed to leave the compound with me, Saint, or Priest. And if anyone tries to arrest you again, I'll shoot first and ask questions later.
He complains, making me laugh before I groan.
Take it easy, Trouble.
He warns me. I scoot over to the far edge of the bed. Lie with me? He looks hesitant.
I don't want to hurt you.
I need you, I tell him, knowing he won't deny me. And he doesn't. He kicks off his boots before climbing up beside me and gently pulling me into his arms. So, tell me what the damage is, I prompt, bracing myself. He strokes over my hair, breathing me in when I know I must smell awful.
Your hands and the area above your hip receive the most damage.
He nods down to my hands. I take in the large bandages that leave my fingers exposed and shiver, remembering the nails through each one. How bad? I ask as I wiggle my fingers gingerly. It hurts like hell, but I can move them all, so that has to be good, right?
There are a lot of small bones in the hand, so there was some damage that needed repairing. They patched you up, but we have to watch you for signs of infection. The truth is, you might not know the full extent of the damage until after you heal. You could make a complete recovery, or you might have some nerve damage, some numbness.
He drifts off when he takes in my face.
We just don't know. It will likely all be minimal. We just have to wait and see.
He tells me softly. It sucks, but I'll deal. I'm free. That's what matters.
Your tattoo,
He says hesitantly.
Saint mentioned it. I'm sorry, Rain, but that's gone.
I close my eyes as I remember the knife slicing through my skin like it was butter.
You'll have a nasty scar, but we can look at plastic surgery. You lost a lot of blood and had to have a transfusion. But barring any infections, they don't foresee any long-term issues. He was surprisingly careful about removing it.
Bates says softly, but his arms squeeze me tighter, showing me he isn't nearly as calm as he is pretending to be. He didn't want to damage his bride too badly. I groan, burying my face in his chest as I take a deep breath, psyching myself up for what I need to ask next. He kept drugging me. Some stuff is crystal clear, but the other stuff, not so much. It's like a dark veil has been dropped over those memories. Did he rape me? I try to keep my voice even, but it comes out on a pain-filled whisper.
Oh no, baby. He didn't touch you like that.
Bates tilts my head back, staring into my eyes with his stormy ones so I can see the truth in his words.
I'm not saying that wasn't his endgame, but the tests say no.
I take a relieved breath that catches in my throat. Before I can stop myself, I dissolve into tears again. Bates holds me tight, his lips pressed firmly against my brow as I purge my body. When I'm all cried out, I stare into Bates's troubled eyes. Do you guys know that Garrett is Saint's father? I ask softly. Bates lets out a deep sigh.
Yeah, baby. We figured it out. There is a lot we don't know, but we know Garrett is Coyle, Carnage's old president.
What are the odds that I would end up at Carnage, the very place Coyle or Garrett left?
Higher than you think.
A voice says, making me turn to see the doors ajar. A second later, a man steps through, and a fresh round of tears fall. Bates growls from beside me. Derek! I gasp, just as Bates spits out,
Flex.
Huh? What's going on?
Flex here, or should I call you Matthew, is Garrett's twin brother and another man who shit all over the president patch at Carnage.
Oh my God! I gasp as Derek, or whoever he is, hangs his head.
Can I sit and explain?
He asks, indicating the chair my dad vacated. Bates curses, but I ignore him, needing to know everything. The door flies open, revealing an irate priest and a furious saint who takes one look at Derek and grabs him around the neck.
No, fuck no, you don't get to come in here with your filthy lies.
Saint growls at him. Get off him! Let him go! Shouts a female voice, making me look back to the door again to see Tate holding back a young girl with a mass of black curly hair struggling in his arms.
What the fuck is going on?
My father bellows from behind Tate. For some reason, it sets me off. Big tears roll down my face as I laugh so hard my ribs hurt. Eventually, my laughter tapers off as everyone stares at me, concerned. Oh, don't mind me. I'll just lie here with holes in my hands while you all swing your dicks around. I snap suddenly, so freaking angry. You, I point at Derek, sit. You, I point at Tate, the girl, and my father. Go and stand over there, or go away. I don't care which, but do it quietly before my head explodes. And you, I point at priest and saint. The next time your girl gets kidnapped and ends up in the hospital, the first fucking thing you do is hold her. I snap. The room goes completely quiet. The first person to move is priest, who walks over to me and places a kiss on the tip of my nose.
Always so bossy,
he teases, before smoothing back my hair.
It's one of the many things I love about you.
I smile as he takes my hand, but moves to stand facing the room, making space for Saint to approach. Saint looks hesitant, and it breaks my heart all over again. I'm sorry, we both say at the same time. What do you have to be sorry for? We say at the same time again. Bates laughs from beside me.
Allow me to translate. I feel bad that your fucking prick of a dad kidnapped me, and now one of you guys will have to kill him,
he says in a high-pitched voice, pretending to be me. He drops down a few octaves as he tries to mimic Saint.
I'm sorry my father is such a fucking prick. I only wish we had killed him properly the first time around. All right, Dick. Point made.
Saint sighs as he leans in and cups my face. Christ, I love it when they do that, like I'm the only thing they want, the only thing they see.
I wasn't sure if you would still want me when you realized how tainted my blood was,
he admits, wiping the tear that tracks down my cheek. I hear the other girl in the room whimper, but ignore her and focus on Saint. Not everyone is as blessed as I am to be born into an amazing family. Some people have to create their own, and that's what you did at Carnage. These people love and care for you, and it has not one single thing to do with your blood and everything to do with your character, your honor, your integrity.
All right, we get it,
Tate shouts. I will cut you, I yell at him, making everyone laugh.
Okay, calm down, Trouble. I get what you're saying, and I'm so fucking grateful you feel that way,
Saint says, placing a soft kiss on my lips, before pulling back and moving to stand beside Priest. I look at my dad, needing answers but not wanting to have to do this a million times. I'm missing some Fosters. He smiles and shakes his head.
Alex and Caden have been given a week's leave. They're guarding Trav at the minute, much to his disgust. But Tate and Owen will switch out with them tomorrow so they can come see you before heading back. Owen is here, he calls out, opening the door and looking around at the overfilled room. You go for one shit. He trails off, making me groan. Okay, Flex, speak, Saint barks, clearly sick of waiting. The room goes quiet as the man who always looked out for me scrubs his hand on his face. It's Derek King now, he replies, making Priest snort. Think what you like, Priest, but I always carried the Kings of Carnage with me. You betrayed us, Saint yells. And I'd do it again, Derek answers, looking over at the girl who is standing slightly apart from everyone else. Chapter 47. Rain. My parents, your grandparents, were whack job religious nuts. I couldn't wait to grow up and get the fuck away from them. Derek begins, looking over to Saint. Garrett believed in their scripture, but back then we were just kids. He took so many beatings from me that I felt indebted to him. Eventually we grew up and I decided to become a cop. After everything I had seen, I wanted to find a way to balance the scales and do something good for a change. Garrett followed suit, and for a while there, everything was pretty fucking good. The week after we graduated from the academy, we were approached about going undercover. A motorcycle gang that went by the name of the Serpents was in pretty deep with a couple of cartels, and the city of Sin became as well known for its bloodshed as its gambling. The Kings of Carnage were new. They were small and no match for the Serpents. When they had all but been wiped out, we took over, posing as bikers. We went straight in as the president and began recruiting. The thing is, you play a role like that for so long, you start to become it. Before long, the cop Matthew James was gone. I was ready to walk away. The Serpents issue had been dealt with. The only reason we were kept in our roles was because of the information we were able to glean as Carnage presidents. So you and Coyle fed information back to the cops? Priest asks, looking appalled. We were the cops. Yeah. I thought I was doing the right thing. And we did put some evil men away because of the things I was able to find out. When Saint was born, it seemed to chill Garrett out. It wasn't lost on me that the biker lifestyle seemed to suit him. Saint was born to be a biker. He lived and breathed it. By the time he was 10, Garrett and I knew we had to make a choice. So we talked and decided we would quit the force and stay with Carnage.
But something happened? I ask him softly, as a wave of regret washes over his face.
Saint's mother was a club girl. I was pissed when she left Saint, but not surprised. The biker lifestyle is hard on club whores.
I look at Saint, who doesn't react beyond a tick in his cheek.
But Garrett had another life outside of Carnage, another woman besides Saint's mother, and another child. When Jackie, a mother who would burn the world to the ground to keep her kids safe, supposedly up and left without a trace, I knew something wasn't right. I did some digging and didn't like what I found, so I went to my handler. Because Garrett had struck up a deal with an arms dealer they had been after for years, they refused to pull him in for questioning. Everything I had on him was only circumstantial, but they did offer me an alternative. Witness protection, my father answers quietly, having likely already been over this with him. Yeah, they let me take the kid, gave us new names and relocated us. Then they faked our deaths to look like a rival club had taken us out. Coyle omitted telling you the part about his kid being killed because none of you knew about his other family. Why would they let you take another man's kid? A cop's kid at that. A man who was innocent until proven guilty.
Tate asks curiously.
Because they knew the kid was in danger,
Derek admits softly.
Saint seethes. So I have a brother out there that you chose over me. Do you even care that a young girl was raped at Carnage because you let a reckless man remain king of the very castle he was betraying?
Stop. The girl speaks up, stepping forward, her voice shaking with nerves. You have a sister he chose over you, because the first girl he raped was me. I know I'm a stranger to you all, but Derek gave up not just one world for me, but two. He gave up who he was so the man who used to slip into my room in the dead of night couldn't hurt me anymore. You can hate him all you want, but he will always be a hero to me, she says softly, tears running down her pretty face. Her words are like a gunshot in the room, making every man tense. My eyes, however, are all for Saint, who walks hesitantly toward her. She looks down in defeat, missing his approach until he stops directly in front of her. She looks up, startled, shame coating her features, making me want to kill Garrett myself. Saint makes a choking sound and reaches out to pull his sister into his chest, banding his arms tightly around her as she sobs into his shoulder. I turn to Derek, who is watching the scene unfold with tears in his eyes, before he turns to look at me.
The last I heard was that Coyle had been killed, and it was the happiest day of my life because it meant Ava was finally free. But too much had happened for us to return home. Plus, Ava was finally sleeping. We just wanted to get on with our lives and keep to ourselves, which we did. I opened the garage and Ava had just left for college. Everything was good until
I mentioned Garrett. I finish for him. You sent me to Carnage, thinking it would be the last place Garrett would look for me. He wouldn't come to Carnage because he couldn't come to Carnage.
He nods. I panicked when you told me who you thought your stalker was. I wasn't thinking straight. I realized too late that you would tell them Derek sent you, which would mean nothing to them. But before I could fix it, it was too late.
Garrett went looking for me at the garage, I guess.
Bingo. Only he wasn't expecting to find his dead twin was actually alive, any more than I was. We fought. He hit me with something, and the next thing I know, I'm waking up in the hospital with a burned-out garage, which was supposedly caused by a gas leak. But you could have called then. Fix the shit you caused because a heads up would have been really fucking nice.
Bates snaps from beside me. I burrow into him a little, thankful when I feel him relax at my touch.
Witness protection stepped in again, didn't they?
Owen guesses.
Derek nods. They wanted to split Ava and me up, but I didn't trust anyone else to keep her safe.
And I wouldn't leave him. When we heard what happened, we contacted him. She points to my dad. And here we are.
She shrugs. Fuck. Priest curses. I'm so fucking pissed at you.
He growls at Derek, before looking over at Ava in Saint's arms, and his eyes soften a little.
But I get it. I'm not saying I agree with the choices you made, but I get it.
So, what happens now? Ava asks hesitantly.
Well, I have a sister to get to know.
Saint smiles down at her.
And I have a sister I need to apologize to,
Tate says, looking at me with a smile of his own.
And I have a sister who needs to get better. My car is making this weird clunking noise. Ooh.
My dad slaps Owen around the back of the head, making me laugh.
Garrett is a wanted man. His face is plastered over every news station in the country. He won't be able to hide for long.
My father tells us all.
But you, Raindrop, are on lockdown until further notice.
He speaks in that voice parents reserve only for their kids. I don't even try to argue, not with this much testosterone in the room. Besides, I can think of worse things than being locked down with the men I love. Chapter 48. Rain. I'm going to kill you all, I snap, slamming the door and locking it behind me. Of course it takes Bates 30 seconds to pick the lock, but by that point, I'm ready. and facing the 3 fucktards formerly known as my old men with my gun aimed at them. "Now, Rain," Saint coaxes, which makes me growl. "Don't you now rain me," I snarl. "I didn't give you a hard time when you guys found out about Slutty McWhoreface being pregnant. And as relieved as I was to find out the baby isn't yours, Bates, I refrained from gloating because I'm mature like that." I glare at Priest when he snorts. "But," I continue, "I should have had the right to fuck her up, not Luna." I pout. "Come on, Trouble. You've been healing," Bates says. I move the gun a little to the left of him and fire off a round into the doorframe. "Holy fuck!" Saint yells. "I'm healed, ya fuckers. I've been healed for weeks, and so help me God, if you don't start acting like it, I'm gonna order the biggest fucking vibrator I can find and—" I don't get to finish that sentence as I find myself on my back on the bed with Bates over me. "Do you need a little lovin', Trouble?" Bates's voice rumbles over me as Priest pries the gun from my fingers. "No, I don't need to be loved on. I know you guys love me. What I need is for you to stop treating me like I'm made of glass and fuck me already," I bellow. I'm not sure what happens next, but I somehow find myself naked with a rock-hard cock inside me. "Yes, thank you, God," I gasp, as Bates thrusts hard, while Priest and Saint suck a nipple into each of their mouths. "Are you thanking God for cock?" Bates asks, sounding amused as he fucks me with lazy, unhurried strokes. "My God understands the need for cock. I asked and I received." I arch up as he hits a spot inside me that makes me clench around him. He curses, picking up his pace as I wrap my legs around his hips. "Harder," I beg. But this is Bates, so of course he ignores me. "Bates," I plead, but again he keeps his lazy pace. "Fine, Bates, do it your way, but when you're done, I'm gonna ride Priest while I take Saint deep in my throat." I squeal when Bates starts hammering into me. "Yes, you like watching them fuck me, don't you? You get off watching their cocks disappear inside me." Bates starts pistoning in and out of me as someone, and I'm too far gone to figure out who, starts flicking my clit with their calloused fingers. "Ah!" I scream as I get swept up in the current and dragged down into the sea of sensation, squeezing my pussy muscles tightly around Bates's dick so that I can drag him down too. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he groans before mumbling something about voodoo pussy. He pulls free from me, but before I can catch my bearings, I'm flipped over onto my hands and knees and Priest is slipping inside me. I ripple around him, still riding the high of my orgasm as Saint positions himself in front of me, holding out his cock for me to sample. Well, don't mind if I do. I take Saint as far as I can, as Priest fucks me hard and deep, like I've been craving. "Good girl, Trouble. Suck him harder. Saint can handle it." Bates's voice spurs me on. I suck hard, getting off when I hear him, and then spend the next 5 minutes alternating licking and sucking until Saint can't take it anymore. He reaches forward, grabs a handful of my hair to keep me in place, and starts fucking my face as Priest reaches around to play with my clit. I hum at the sensation, which proves to be Saint's undoing. He bellows out his warning a second before he erupts in my mouth. His release causes a domino effect, shoving me over the edge of oblivion with Priest right behind me. We all collapse on the bed, breathing heavily as Bates walks back over and sits beside us, laughing. "Is that why you've been so grumpy this morning? I thought you might have been getting sick," he says, with a lazy smile as I turn to face him. "So did I, but I Googled my symptoms. It turns out I just needed to ride a biker or 3. Priest groans at that. "Well, I'm happy to administer a shot any time you need it," Saint answers, climbing from the bed and slapping my ass. "Come on, let's go shower and grab some food." I finish the delicious beef stew Tilly made and watch the other members of Carnage sitting around the table talking and laughing. I have been back at Carnage now for 3 months. I'm healthy and my hands healed well, even though there is some stiffness and my grip is a bit iffy at times. I had 2 rounds of surgery on my hip, and while it will never be perfect, it is far better than before. Ink, the club member who inked Luna and me the first time, has already agreed to come to Vegas and recreate the tattoo for me on a far larger scale so it will cover my back. Let's see some asshole try to take it from me then. Travis had healed too, and is back at work on desk duty, much to his disgust, although I think anything is better than being babysat by Alex and Caden. They had come to see me before heading back to base and are now in Germany doing something I don't have the clearance to know about. Saint and the rest of Carnage have been getting to know Ava. She is sweet but incredibly nervous around big groups of men. Derek, well, he still stays by her side. Although the Carnage members are respectful toward him, they would never bring him back into the fold entirely because any trust between them had been destroyed. Garrett is the only thing marring my happiness right now. He managed to evade capture, and knowing he is still out there somewhere means I rarely leave the clubhouse, and never without at least 2 escorts. The last I remember of Garrett was him pouring buckets of holy water over me before getting a phone call. I don't know anything after that because he drugged me again, likely to keep me quiet. In the end, it didn't matter. The guy still found me. The phone call was traced back to the detective that arrested me that day, perhaps a warning that carnage was closing in, but nobody knows for sure. He was found 5 days later in a rundown apartment on the Strip with a bullet hole in his forehead. So many lives have been lost. It is staggering to think it was all at the hands of a decorated police officer. As a result, the press is having a field day with it, especially when the corpses within the chapel had been identified. Most had been young women. Some had been there for 5 or 10 years, the oldest being his mother. Earth terrain testing over. I look up into the amused eyes of the McHottie twins who had been trying to get my attention. God, I'm sorry. I always seem to turn into a space cadet after great sex, I tell them, making people around the table laugh. I think that only happens to you, Urza says, waving his fork at me. Nah, you just haven't had truly mind-blowing sex yet. Maybe your skills need a little work. Saint does this thing with his... A hand over my mouth makes the rest of what I say turn mumbled. Saint shakes his head at me before removing his hand. Behave, or I won't do that thing you like so much. His phone rings before I can offer a witty comeback. He frowns down at the screen before answering. Tate? What's up? I scowl, wondering why Tate's calling Saint instead of me, when the phone drops from Saint's hand. He stands, and I kid you not, he grips the table before flipping it over. Food and glasses fall to the floor in a clatter. People step back cursing as they end up covered. Saint bends at his waist, placing his hands on his thighs and roars. Everyone freezes at the sound. It's a war cry, filled with anguish and vengeance. I stand and make my way over to him, as Bates tries to yank me back. When I'm in reach, I place my hand on Saint's shoulder, and he reacts as if I shocked him. Standing so fast he almost clunks me on the chin with his head. I step into him and cup his jaw with my hands, forcing him to look down at me. His eyes are wild, roaming around before they settle on mine. He drops his guard and lets me see his pain. His words change everything. The players might have changed, but the game is still being played. He takes a deep breath and whispers, as if saying the words out loud will make everything more real. Derek is dead, and my sister is missing. Bates is the first to react. He is beside us in a second with his hand on the side of Saint's head, talking to him quietly. I try to process what he's saying, but I can't think straight. Derek's dead? Ava's missing? The girls Garrett killed, they were never stand-ins for me. They were stand-ins for her, the original temptress. Breathing in slowly, I swallow down the bile in my throat as the truth washes over me. I stand with my head pressed against Saint's shoulder in a disconnected daze, watching as Priest takes out his phone and makes a call. Then another, and another, while the rest of the club members tidy up the mess and offer their silent support. When Priest walks over to our little huddle, we break apart as Saint looks up at him warily.
The FBI has been deployed. Tate and his team are working it behind the scenes, even though this isn't his case. Luna has mobilized her brothers, and I called in a group of our own to find her. They won't come home empty-handed, brother.
Who?
His voice croaks. Diesel, Lucky, and Rebel.
Priest tells him. Saint nods before turning and walking away.
Give him a minute,
Bates says when I move to follow. Reluctantly, I agree, rubbing a hand over my face, trying to mentally prepare myself for the war that's about to be waged. We need to find her. I look up at Priest, who is staring at the door Saint just disappeared out of. He looks at me before gathering me in his arms.
We will. Diesel, Lucky, and Rebel won't come home without her,
he promises, and I believe him. You picked well, I whisper. They might be hard when they need to be, but there is a softness to them that Ava is going to need. I admit, trying not to imagine what the poor girl might be going through. I just hope they find her in time, and those 3 funny, sweet bikers with jagged edges of their own might have something special in them that can heal Ava and put all her broken pieces back together again.
Epilogue. I pull my cut tighter around me, watching as Saint walks out of the room and fight back the urge to vomit. With Derek dead, I might be the only one left who can find Garrett. But if Carnage knew that Derek and Garrett weren't the only cops that came here undercover, or that I'd been keeping Derek up to date on everything, I'd be signing my own death warrant. Do I really want to risk everything I've built here just to spare the life of a woman I've never met? How the fuck can I make that kind of choice when I know that whatever I decide will leave one of us dead? When Rain looks over at me with a sad smile, I swallow hard and turn away before she sees too much. Fuck. I stare at the burning deck of cards on the back of Bates's cut as he looks up to the sky and wonder if he senses something. These men have become my brothers. They've shown me nothing but loyalty and respect. But once they find out about me, everything will change, and the house of cards I built my life upon will come tumbling down.
This is the end of The Reign of Kings, a Podium audio production. If you enjoyed this audiobook, we would love for you to rate and review it. For more steamy biker romance, check us out at podiumaudio.com and sign up for our newsletter. We promise we won't spam you. Also, consider joining our community of listeners, fans, and trolls on social media. We're active on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and Reddit. We'd love to connect. You have been listening to The Reign of Kings, Book 3 of Underestimated. Produced by Troy Odie. Written by Candice Wright. Performed by Lucy Rivers and Jason Clark, members of SAG-AFTRA. Text copyright 2020 by Candice Wright. Production copyright 2021 by Podium Audio. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.